I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Committee on Finance to hear the budget presentation of the Department of Public Works and Highways, DPWH. First of all, we'd like to acknowledge our colleagues who are online. We have Sen. Rafi Tulfo, Vice Chair Senator Bongo, Senior Vice Chair Senator Amy Marcos, and former Speaker and Majority Leader Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. And just arrived is... So that's it. Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning to the DPWH family. Gandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Secretary of DPWH, Sec. Manny Bonoan. Morning, sir. Senior Undersecretary for UPMO Operations, USEC Sadain. Undersecretary for Planning and Public-Private Partnership, Maria Catalina Cabral. Morning. Undersecretary for Support Services, Ardelisa Medinilla. Undersecretary for Regional Operations in Regions 3, 4A, 4B, 5, and Visayas, Roberto Bernardo. Undersecretary for Regional Operations in CAR, Regions 1, 2, and Mindanao. Well, physically present, we'd like to acknowledge our chairperson of Committee on Migrant Workers and Energy, Senator Rafi Tulfo. Morning, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
USEC for Regional Operations in CAR, 1, 2, and Mindanao. USEC People. USEC for Technical Services, Maximo Carvajal. USEC for Special Concerns, Carlos Mutuk. USEC for Legal Services, Anne Charlene Lapus. ASEC for Regional Operations in Regions 3, 4A, 4B, 5, and Visayas, Antonio Molano Jr. Assistant Secretary for Regional Operations in CAR, Regions 1, 2, and Mindanao, Ador Canlas. Director Genevieve Colesma, Finance Service. Joy Manginsay of the Legislative Liaison Office. Gerard Longaria, Planning Service Programming Division. Elihor Rodil, Planning Service. Chief Budget Division, Deborah Santa Maria. Virtually, we also have Director Malig, OIC Director Faustino, Director Villafranca, Director Maliwan Ali, and Director Del Rosario. From the MWSS, virtually present are Walter Partosa and Calixta Eugenio. From the DBM, virtually present are Maria Crescencia Sunga, Maria Grace de los Santos. Did I miss anyone, Comsec?
Yes.
Okay na?
From the
Sige.
Department of Public Works and Highways, we also have with us virtually Director Aristarco Doroy and OIC Director Edwin Matanggihan. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. So magandang umaga muli. I'll give the floor to Senator Rafi. I understand he has another meeting, so go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mabilis lang po ito. Just like what I've already said in other budget hearings that I've attended for other departments, I would not oppose nor would I question the proposed budget for your department because I don't have the expertise to know whether your request is justifiable or not. In fact, I would even support, as a matter of fact. However, there are certain issues that I would like to raise and questions na meron naman po akong kakayahan at kaalaman because of my experience as a broadcaster doing public service for many, many years. So, yung akin lang pong mga questions dito and at the same time request, pwede po sana i-require po lahat ng contractor ninyo na magkaroon po ng liability insurance. Kasi po sa aking karanasan, maraming beses na po nangyari, yung pong mga trabahador na mga contractors gumagawa ng kalsada na disgrasya. May naputulan po ng kamay, naipit po yung paa ng heavy equipment, and meron po mga pedestrian na nahulog sa kanal na hindi po natakpan, motorista, may namatay na nga po, and yet hindi po nababayaran, pahirapan, paiyakan. Dadaan sa barangay, dadaan kay mayor, dadaan po sa DPWH, wala po nangyari. In some cases, ako na po ang nagsushoulder. Malaman-laman ko po kasi walang insurance. So dapat po, kung magkakaroon po ng liability insurance, at least minimum of 1 million pesos. Yun po ang gusto ko. Kasi nga po, in the past, naobliga ko po yung mga contractor na sasagutin yung namatay na motorista o namatay na kanilang worker, akalaan nyo, ang i-offer lang is 20,000. Ano yun? 20,000 ang i-offer sa buhay ng isang taong namatay dahil sa kanilang kapabayaan? Murang-mura naman yun. Kasing mura ng kalsada na sobrang nipis na ginawa nila. So dapat hindi po nila kinukumpara sa kalsada ginagawa nila yung buhay ng taong namatay. So, pwede ho ba, Secretary, na i-oblige natin ito mga contractor na kumuha ng liability insurance? And also, isa pa po, may dugtong ko na rin. Pwede ho ba, I don't know, Mr. Chair, kung this needs legislation, kasi anong nangyari po, so magbibidding po, sasama sa bidding isang malaking contractor. Kapag nanalo siya sa bidding, ipapasa niyan sa mas maliit na contractor. So, ang nagamit lang yung lisensya niya at laway. So, itong maliit na contractor, wala palang financial capability na panindigan yung mga responsibilidad niya kapag nagkaroon ng aksidente. So, pwede ba ang magbidding kung sino talaga yung gagawa ng trabaho? Huwag po yung ginagamit lang po yung papel ng main contractor. Doon po kasi
Can you
nagkakaproblema.
respond? Is that a permitted practice, Sec Planning?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would subscribe actually to the proposal of the good senator, actually, Mr. Chairman, having been also in the private sector at one time. And actually, the insurance liability that would be answerable by the contractor should be there. And we will look into the provisions of 9184, Mr. Chairman, and if we can look at it, how we can incorporate actually the liability insurance for third-party liability insurance in the contracts. I would even suggest, Mr. Chairman, that well, this has to be also, Mr. Senator, it has to be graduated. It has to be graduated yun sa value of the contract that is being implemented by the contractor po.
Opo. At saka,
The bigger the contract, the bigger should be the...
With your permission, I just want to acknowledge the
Good.
presence of our colleagues earlier. Senator Robin Hood Padilla joined us, the chair of the Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Public Information. And of course, our vice chair, Senator Cynthia Villar. Morning, ma'am. Morning, sir. Go ahead. Thank you.
On the other issue, Mr. Chairman, I think on the issue of subcontracting, I think there is a policy in the Department of Public Works and Highways, Mr. Chairman, that any subcontractor that has to be engaged by the principal contractor has to be approved by the department, Mr. Chairman.
can we stop that kind of practice, sir? Kasi diyan nagkakaproblema eh. Yung sinasubcontract doon po sa maliit na contractor na wala namang kakayahan na panindigan yung sinabi ko na responsibility niya kapag nagkaroon ng bulilyaso. Bakit ganon? Bakit ipinapasa? Sana kung sino yung nagbid at nanalo, siya dapat ang gagawa ng kontrata, ng trabaho. Bakit po kinakailangang pinapasa? So, isang nangyayari po kasi diyan kapag ipinapasa po, syempre, yung principal, magkakat siya. Kasi siya nanalo eh. Sa kakat siya ng sabi natin 10% o 15%, I don't know. And then ipapasa niya sa isa subcontract niya. In some cases, yung na-subcontract, ipapasa pa niya sa isa pang contractor for the third time. Then, magkakat itong pangalawang contractor. So, darating doon sa pangatlong contractor, maliit na lang. So, sino pong tatamaan dito? Yung kalsada. Ninipis po yung kalsada because of that. Kasi nga, nagkakat-kat na sila. So, dapat po, kung sino po yung nag-bid, yun lang po talaga ang dapat gumawa ng trabaho.
Tama po yan, Mr. Chairman. I think, but having said that, we'll look into this policy because it's also included in the Procurement Act, actually, that subcontractor may be allowed in some cases. But
Twice over, pwede ho yun?
But it does not relieve actually the principal contractor the whole responsibility actually of implementing
So
the
he's
project.
joint ang liability nila.
But Mr. Chair, can we change that policy? Pwede bang magpasa tayo ng batas?
We have to
Tungkol
amend yung sinasabi ni Secretary, Your Honor, is the 9184 yung government procurement law. So,
Siguro, yeah, maybe it's
if we
about
want
time
to amend that, then
Yes.
through
we want to change the
legislation.
practice. We have to amend the law. Tama ba?
Yes.
Kasi lugi po rito yung taong bayan. Kasi nga, sinabi ko na po kanina, yung principal ipapasa niya po yun sa pangalawang contractor. Siyempre si principal, kahit wala siyang ginawa, laway lang sa kanya, papel lang, magkakaroon siya ng cut. Ba't siya magkaroon ng cut dahil lamang sa lisensya niya? It's unfair.
Minsan nagda-dive yan di ba, sa bidding para makuha niya yung kontrata. Tapos, hindi pala niya kayang gawin. Ibigay niya sa
Exactly.
iba. So, yung sinabi niyo, Senator, sinabi po niya na kahit ipasa yon i-subcontract, the primary, yung nakanalo ng bid, is still liable.
Is still liable.
Ayun, for all the warranties
Yes,
under
of
the law.
course.
Pero maski na kasi, Mr. Chair, kumita siya samantalang wala naman siyang ginawa. Lahat ng trabaho ay doon sa subcontractor. So dapat he's not supposed to make money out of something na which he's not gonna put in any investment whatsoever. Para naging fixer lang po siya, lumilitaw, if you will. So dapat po, kung if it needs legislation, siguro magpasa ng resolution in aid of legislation, investigate that and then make sure na yan po mati-change natin yung batas na yan. Para kung sino lang po nag-bid, yun lang po talaga dapat ang gumawa ng trabaho. Para naman panalo dito ang taong bayan, para naman yung mga kalsada natin maging maayos at kumapal-kapal naman kasi dalasan po manipis yung mga kalsada. Meron akong dinaanan halimbawa dyan papuntang Isabela. Kagagawa lang po, pagbalik ko, pumunta po, Mr. Chair, dumaan ako ng Christmas. The following Christmas, lubak-lubak na. Kasi manipis na yung pagkagawa. Siguro dahil pasa-pasa ng kontrakto. Yun lang po ang observation ko. Okay. So, may assure niyo po ba sa amin, sir, na from now on, magkaroon na po ng liability insurance, at least minimum 1 million pesos. Pag may na-aksidente at may namatay, wag na po yung bibigyan na po ng 10,000, 20. In fact, meron pa Mr. Chair, minsan na hospital, yung isang motorista na shoot yung motor niya doon sa butas na napabayaang takpan, binigyan lang po ng 10,000. So, nanggalaiti ako. In fairness naman po sa DPWH, nung tumawag po ako sa inyo, naayos po yung problema. Yun lang po kagandahan sa DPWH. Umaksyon naman po, in fairness. Yung contractor, nagtatago na, pero yung DPWH, tinayuan po. And I would really appreciate yung DPWH sa mabilis na aksyon. So, yun lang pong request ko sana. Kasi kung hindi po mangyari yan, so next year sa budget hearing po ninyo, sisingilin ko na po kayo. Pero kung may property po sa akin na gagawin niyo po ng paraan, then next year, tatahimik ulit ako.
Salamat po. Yes, taking note, Your Honor.
Po yun. Saka yung sa pag-aaralan po namin kung papalitan po natin yung batas tungkol dun sa pasapasahan ng kontrata. Now, pangalawa po, yung pong pagbutas-butas ng mga kalsada, pagpupunta po ako ng Isabela at ibang lugar, na yung gagawa po ng maraming butas-butas, tapos maging one-way na po yung daan, habang hinihintay po ating budget na maaprubahan, so it will take months. So kung ikaw ay babalik-balik dyan, Mr. Chair, kung week lang biyahe mo papuntang probinsya yon, especially kung daily, napakalaking perwisyo because buwan bago ayusin yung kalsada, bakit po binubutas-butasan? Bakit hindi na lang po pag binutasan agad-agad gagawin? Ba't kinakailang gagawa ng maraming butas? Sir, ano kayang logic doon?
It's a technical issue sometimes, Mr. Chairman. Yung pagbutas-butas is actually yung tinatawag natin kung minsan yung break and sit process. Binabasag na natin yung existing pavement so we can use it actually as a material for the reconstruction actually. But ang pakuan natin dito is as a matter of policy, we should not start a section or a project if there is no funding available at yet. No? Never ever
you, sir.
start
Thank you for saying.
any project na wala pang pondo. So that tuloy-tuloy po yung pagkumpuni ng kung ano may yung gagawin. And we have an operational policy as well that hindi ka dapat lumampas ng 150 meters every section along the way so that hindi maantala yung pagdaloy ng traffic. So 150 in each section, Mr. Chairman. So ganun po yung operational policy ng DPWH at this time.
Sana po may patupad yan,
Yes,
ng maayos. Nasa gayon, hindi na po magkabulbul ang traffic dun sa mga kalsada na binubutas-butas nila. Okay, so asahan ko po yan na mababago na po yung polisiya tungkol dyan. And last na lamang po, kapag nagkakaroon po ng construction ng DPWH sa EDSA, especially weekend, wala pong abiso. Sana po, ako sa inyo, a week before, na may bala po kayong gagawin road repair sa isang national road tulad ng EDSA na matraffic, magbigay po ng anunsyo, siguro po maglagay ng tarpaulin para yung mga taong dumadaan yan everyday, makikita, next week pala magkakaroon ng road repair dyan. Iwasan po. So, mababawasan po yung bottleneck at bulbul ng traffic. Mas maganda po siguro yung neon lights na nagpa-flash. So, 24/7 for 1 week na para abisuhan na magkakaroon ng road repair, makaiwas yung mga motorista. Can we do that sa EDSA lalo na po, sir?
Yes, we'll do that, Your Honor, Mr. Senator, actually. I have already discussed this with our Undersecretary for National Capital Region to install actually the necessary signages long before we start any undertaking along EDSA and other major routes in the national road system, Mr. Chairman.
Yun po. Thank you very much, Secretary Manuel Bonoan. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yun na po sa akin. Maraming
Salamat
po.
ng marami, Senator Rafi Tulfo. Next is... yes, forgot. Hindi pa pala nag-represent yung TPWH. So, with the permission of my colleagues, we'll ask the to present.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee. Good morning po. Mr. Chairman, we are pleased and honored to present to the Senate Finance Committee the DPWH proposed budget for calendar year 2023. This will be the first budget under the first DPWH budget under the administration of President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., which is anchored on the mantra of Build Better More infrastructure program, Mr. Chairman. The basic guidelines that were given us in the formulation of the proposed 2023 budget are: one is to continue and expedite completion of started or ongoing projects under the Build program of the Duterte administration, especially those that have impact to the economic recovery program of the government. Second is we have to pick up low-lying fruits, so to speak, of projects that have been started and or easily be completed so that we can also support the economic recovery in the shortest possible time. Third is, we have to recast and or reprioritize or even expand the projects in the pipeline included in the Build program to support the 8-point economic agenda of the administration. And fourth is, in view of the tight financial position and resources of government, we must be able to equitably distribute among sectors efficiently to support continued economic development and economic recovery of the country. Mr. Chairman, having said that, I must have to admit that we did not have the luxury of time to align everything in the submitted budget consistent with the guidelines that I have mentioned. As when we assumed office in the first day of July, there had already been an initial submission of the proposed DPWH budget for 2023 to the Department of Budget and Management. We had to do the best we can to recast the initially submitted DPWH budget to put balance between what is needed to continue vis-a-vis new projects that we have to implement. At some point in time, Mr. Chairman, we went through a series of consultation with the House leadership on how we can equitably allocate the resources or specifically allocate allocable amounts after having secured the allocation to support the core program of the Department of Public Works and Highways. As a result, Mr. Chairman, with our consultations with the House leadership, we agreed to adopt a formula as a baseline to allocate the remaining allocable amounts to various regions in support of our strategic programs and policies. So at this point in time, Mr. Chairman, may I request our Undersecretary for Planning to make a more detailed presentation on the proposed budget of the department, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, recognize Yusek Cathy. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, sir, and good morning to the honorable members of the Committee on Finance, Your Honors. I'll be presenting the quick overview of the FY 2023 National Expenditure Program in support of the DPWH core functions and its strategic programs and policies. The Department of Public Works and Highways is one of the three departments of government undertaking major infrastructure projects. We are mandated to undertake the planning of infrastructure such as national roads and bridges, flood control, water resources projects, and other public works for the design, construction, and maintenance, especially, again, as I said, national roads and bridges. We are responsible for the planning, design, construction, and maintenance, also of other public works in accordance with the national development goals. Next slide. Shown here, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, is the condition of the Philippine road network. Public Works, as I have mentioned earlier, we are mandated to oversee the planning, design, construction, and maintenance of the national roads and bridges, which accounts for around 34,251 kilometers of national road network out of the entire Philippine road network, while the national bridges accounts for around 8,546 number of bridges, equivalent to 388,057 linear meters, of which 8,520 are already in permanent condition. That's about 99.70%. If you can see, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, the National Road Network is classified further into primary, secondary, and tertiary roads. So the most important really is the primary and the secondary road, primarily because the primary roads connect the main trunk of the backbone of the national road system from the north to the south, while the secondary roads connect the major cities to the national primary roads, and of course, other roads that will directly connect major ports, major airports, among others. So I'm presenting also the local roads, which is actually under the main responsibility primarily of the local government unit, and these are further categorized into provincial, municipal, city, and barangay roads, or what we commonly know as the farm-to-market roads. As you can see, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the biggest account of the barangay or farm-to-market roads are still unpaved. They account for a very low paved road ratio of 6.80%, or something like nearly 8,000 out of the 116,000 farm-to-market roads inventory, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Next slide. DPWH will continue to effectively and efficiently deliver our mandate to provide quality, sustainable, and resilient infrastructure that are responsive to the needs of the Filipino people, particularly in pursuit of the 8-point agenda of President Bongbong Marcos based on our key strategic infrastructure programs. We have 4 major programs, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. These are the Traffic Decongestion Program, where we are focusing on the improvement and expansion of our national road network by building more bypasses, diversion roads. We build high-standard highways and expressways based on a master plan. We are continuously widening our national roads, particularly our primary roads, as I said, that connect the main trunk line of the country from north to south. We also have our integrated and seamless transport system, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. And under this program, we aim to enhance the connectivity of the major islands of the country by building the short and long span bridges for connectivity. And this will also involve the improvement of logistic infrastructure, particularly in Mindanao, and connecting gaps along the national roads. Through our livable, sustainable, and resilient community, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, we are given the country's inevitable vulnerability to geological hazards. we are implementing various programs to intensify our efforts to combat disaster risk through our flood management program. We also adopt an integrated water resource management program by collaborating and coordinating with agencies like Department of Agriculture, with their irrigation, among others. We are also constructing evacuation centers under this program. Other infrastructure support for the marginalized sectors, such as women, the physically challenged, and elderly, and by building bike lanes and facilities whenever possible and wherever we can acquire the right of way. Because we are also in promotion of zero carbon footprint through building active transport, by building more bike facilities, among others. Through our convergence and rural support development program, I will discuss to you in later slide. Here we are supporting our economic development through regional development by supporting the construction of and upgrading of access roads leading to tourism destinations based on the National Tourism Development Plan of the Department of Tourism. We are also building access roads in support of the MSMEs, or the micro, small, and medium enterprises, industrial trade corridors, economic zones. Through the Department of Transportation, they're building the ports, seaports, railway stations, and airports. We are supporting them by building access to these major facilities. With the Department of Agriculture's budget, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, we are building for them the farm-to-market roads and the farm-to-mill roads under the Agri-Infrastructure Support Program out of the Department of Agriculture's budget. And with the Department of Education Basic Education Facilities Fund Program, we are building the classroom under the DepEd's budget, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Next slide. Here, Mr. Chair, we are building the Metro Manila under our Metro Manila logistic projects. Here, this involves the construction and improvement of bridges crossing Pasig River, Marikina River, and Mangahan Floodway. On the pictures shown in the slide, we've already completed that Estrella Pantaleon Bridge. That's the one in Rockwell, Mr. Chair, connecting Makati and Mandaluyong. We have also finished the Binondo Intramuros Bridge in Manila. And the BGC Ortigas Center Link Road project is already also completed. There are two bridges under this program that is part of the JICA-supported Metro Manila Bridge Seismic Improvement Project. And these are the Lambingan Bridge, that's the one in Santa Ana, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. And Guadalupe Bridge, of course, that's the one in EDSA, where it's needing already to be rehabilitated and retrofitted. There are other bridges under this program, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, that we are working out for a possible ODA support. For example, the priority bridges crossing Pasig River and Mangahan Floodway bridge construction projects, as well as the Metro Manila Bridges projects, all of which are being already undergoing, I think, detailed engineering design for some of them. So, as I said, this will support the traffic congestion also in Metro Manila. Next slide. We have our Philippine High Standard Highway Network program, which we have updated and expanded based on recently completed High Standard Highway Network Development Master Plan Phase 2. We finished the Phase 1 and a number of them are already completed and ongoing. The DPWH targets to increase the country's high standard highways and expressways from the current 510 kilometers to about 1,816 kilometers based on the High Standard Highway Master Plan. This also includes expressways and high standard highways in Cebu, and I'd like to mention the Metro Cebu Expressway. It's already ongoing, and the Davao City Coastal Road in Davao also ongoing, and the Davao City Bypass Construction Project. And this is JICA supported, also ongoing, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Part of the High Standard Highway Network Program, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, is the Luzon Spine Expressway Network Program, where we intend to build more than 1,200 kilometers of high standard highways that will reduce travel time once all of this are completed. Travel time from Ilocos in the north all the way to Bicol in the south will be reduced from your usual 20 to 24 hours to just about 9 to 10 hours once we completed all of this high standard highways and expressways in Luzon. Color-coded, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the blue ones are already completed. The green ones are ongoing. Let me mention some of the ongoing projects, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. The Cavite-Laguna Expressway, the North Luzon Expressway, South Luzon Connector that will connect to the Skyway, and the South Luzon Expressway Toll Roads 4 that will eventually connect to the Roads 5, that will eventually finish in Bicol, connecting to the Camarines Sur Expressway, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. So we have a master plan. Another program under the DPWH is the Inter-Island Linkage Bridge Management Program, where we intend to connect the major islands of the country through the construction of short and long span bridges with a total length of about 80 kilometers. So again, the green ones are already going. Particularly mentioned is the Pangal Bay Bridge, which is already 60% completed and target to be finished in 2023. We also have bridges in Mindanao as part of the improvement of the cruise corridors in Mindanao. These are the Gicam Bridge and the Tawi-Tawi bridges. And the Panglao Tagbilaran City Offshore Bridge Connector, where we have already finished the approaches. And the red ones, Your Honors, are undergoing detailed engineering design. Let me mention the Bataan Cavite Interlink Bridge that spans 32 kilometers with an indicative cost of more than 170 billion, and the detailed engineering design is also halfway done with the support of the Asian Development Bank, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Other bridges is the Cebu-Mactan Bridge being supported by JICA, and the Panay-Guimaras Bridge, which is going to be supported through ODA, hopefully by the Korean EDCF, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. We are also implementing flood control projects, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, by adopting also an integrated water resource approach, by doing flood control projects that are the core areas based on the major river basins, master plans, or feasibility studies. We're actually 18 major river basins in the country, 7 in Luzon, 3 in Visayas, and 8 in Mindanao. And we have finished all the master plans here, and we are implementing flood control projects either by local funds or ODA, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Next slide. Through our Convergence and Rural Road program, we want to improve connectivity from our national road to key areas and sectors in support of the 8-point agenda of President Bongbong Marcos, particularly, for example, in agriculture and trade, industry clusters, micro, small, and medium enterprises that will support food sufficiency and food security, and tourism development areas, as I've said, in partnership with the Department of Tourism, where they have identified the major tourism destinations and the connecting link to that, and we are improving the roads leading to these major tourism destinations, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the next slide will show you the fund utilization of DPWH. I'd like to, from we've broken it down from 2016 to 2021 in the past administration. And as you can see, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, for 2021, because 2022 is still ongoing and we're still implementing a lot of our projects under the 2022 and some carryover projects from 2021. Our year-end disbursement, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, in 2021, we have obligated 662 billion pesos out of the 709 billion pesos allotment that DPWH received. And out of the 662 billion pesos obligated amounts, we have disbursed 668 billion pesos. Why, Mr. Chair? Because some of them are from prior year's obligation. On a month-to-month comparison between 2021 and 2022, from January to September, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, we're giving you a comparison. The total allotment that we received as of September 30, 2022, we have received 891 billion pesos and obligated 800 billion out of this. And out of the eight, representing a 46% obligation rate or absorptive capacity. And out of the obligation of 800 billion, we are able to disburse as of September 30, 2022, around 547 billion, leaving a balance to be still disbursed up to the end of December 2022, and this represents an increase of 14% or 68.4 billion in absolute amount if we compare it for the same period from January to September of last year, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. So, for 2023, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, we are proposing under our submitted National Expenditure Program, originally submitted to the Department of Budget and Management, an amount of 718 billion. Sir, okay. Sorry, I missed the other slide. Sir, out of our program, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, these are the total jobs generated based on our 2021 GAA. For 2022, it's still ongoing. And for 2023, a total of 1.9 million jobs generated are going to be created under our proposed National Expenditure Program. Indicative pa lang po ito, meaning if there's a possibility of increase in any of our programs and budgets, we can still increase the jobs generated for our program from our budget, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. So here's the historical budget that DPWH has received from 2015 to 2022. You can see that for 2022, we have received a total of 786.6 billion pesos under the General Appropriations Act. And we have submitted to the Department of Budget and Management our original National Expenditure Program of 718.36 billion, which represents a decrease of 9% from the 2022. So, to support the priority programs and policies of DPWH that I have mentioned earlier. And this will help sustain the country's infrastructure spending, targeting between 5 to 6% of GDP in support of the National Development Goal. Mr. Chair, Your Honors, this is our proposal for 2023 National Expenditure Program. If we disaggregate and carve out or call out the capital outlays out of the 675.38 billion pesos is in support of the operations, and this is the capital outlay program of DPWH. That is basically generally divided into major categories like highways, accounting for 288 billion pesos.
Your permission, Yusek, I just want to acknowledge our Vice Chair, Senator J.V. Hersto. Morning, sir. Go ahead. Yeah.
Flood control as our organizational outcome number 268.9 billion. Other infra, for example, like the buildings, among others, water systems, among others, accounts for 217.87 billion for a total of 675.38 billion in capital outlay. If we break it down by general administration support, we have 16.555 billion, support to operations 80.929 billion, and the operations, which is actually the projects itself, 619.827 billion. The support to operations includes the PDE, among others. If we break it further down into operations, the operations budget, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, we have disaggregated it by organizational outcome. So the National Road System, or ROO1, accounts for 215.9 billion. The major flood control in major principal river basins for our organizational outcome 2 accounts for 146.892 billion. We have convergence special support program in a total of 154 billion. And our local program, which accounts for the National Building Program and PPP, accounts for 31 billion. And the foreign assisted projects, about 70.7 billion. For a total capital outlay, or the projects itself, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, under the operations of around 619.827 billion, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. As pointed out by Your Honors, by the Secretary, the backbone of our economy is infrastructure, and the order of the President is to continue, and whenever possible, the infrastructure program, or the build, be expanded and keep the momentum to build better, more. And therefore, this is our proposal, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, to continue and expand the build program by building better, Mr. Chair, and by building more and faster, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you po.
Thank you, Yusek Cabral. Anything else, Sec Manny? If not, we'll open the floor for questions. Next in order of arrival is Vice Chair Senator Go, but he decided to give his time to Senator Robin Padilla. Go ahead, sir.
Isang magandang umaga po sa ating mahal na tagapangulo, ang haligi po ng mga ekonomista dito sa ating sa Senado, Senator Sani Angara. Mabuhay po. At sa ating pong pagpupugay din po, sa ating pong haligi naman ng Blue Ribbon Committee, ang aking pong insan, Senator Tolentino. Magandang umaga po. At ang haligi naman po ng ating agrikultura, Tita Cynthia Villar. Tita, magandang umaga po. At sa lahat po ng mga kasama po namin sa online, isang magandang umaga. At sa inyo pong lahat, magandang umaga po. Ang akin pong sasalamat muna sa aking idol, Senator Bongo, at binigay niya po sa akin yung oras niya para ako po ay matuto sa usapin ng DPWH sapagkat napakadami ko pong tanong at kayo lamang po ang makapagsasagot. Ang unang tanong po, sino po ba ang gumagawa ng mga paaralan, mga publikong paaralan?
Yung ang Department of Public Works and Highways po, Mr. Chairman, is the one that is implementing yung school building program of the Department of Education, DepEd, Mr. Chairman. So, kami po ang nagsasagawa, pero ang budget po nito is budget po ng Department of Education po.
Ayun. Opo, at least po ngayon malinaw. Meron lang po akong gustong ipakita po sa inyo mga larawan na nagbigay po sa akin ng palaisipan nito. Hindi po ako nakatulog sa larawan na ito sapagkat naguluhan po ako eh. Ito po ipakita po natin. Ito po ay nangyari nung nakaraang bagyo sa Nueva Ecija. Ito po ay isang paaralan doon. Tingnan niyo po mabuti. Ayan. Nagkagutay-gutay po yung paaralan. Pero yung pong mga katabi niyang bahay na masasabi po natin na ito pong mga bahay, mga katabi niyang bahay, karamihan po dyan ay Walang arkitekto, walang engineer, sila-sila lang po ang gumawa. Ayos. Yung pong paaralan at yung pong gym, nabalik ko po lahat. Mga bakal. Ay, parang dumaan po dyan ng kalaban ni Superman at inikot-ikot. Iyan po ang nangyari. Tanong ko lang po, wala po ba tayong paraan para alamin kung ito pong mga material po nito ay substandard? Kasi napaka-imposible naman po kung yung pong mga bahay sa paligid niya na wala namang mga arkitekto, engineer, ayos. Pero itong may lahat ng talino nandun dapat at ng galing, pero tingnan niyo po yung itsura. Yan po ang tanong ko, wala po bang nag-check up nito kung ito po ba ay substandard?
Well, Mr. Chairman, dapat lang po maimbestigahan naman po actually dito sa nangyaring ito. Sa akin lang palagay po, kailangan po kung ganito ho ang nangyari dito sa lugar na ito, kailangan lang po maimbestiga ito kung talaga pong ano po ang nangyari dito. Kasi kataka naman po talaga na nag-iisa naman po yung nasira na, well, if it is a school building program, school building o kaya gymnasium po ito. And patignan po natin, I think kailangan po naman makita natin. I hope, we cannot tolerate actually yung, hindi naman po natin pababayaan po na substandard po yung ginagamit.
Covered court ho yan, hindi ba, Secretary? From dun sa base sa larawan?
Covered court.
Covered court ba siya?
Covered court lang po ito
Covered
siguro.
court po, tsaka po yung paaralan. Tingnan niyo po yung paaralan, yung bubong.
O nga po.
Parang hindi pa ni Superman, nakawala lahat po eh.
I just want
Opo.
to intercede. Hindi lahat ng project sa mga eskwelahan ginawa ng DPWH.
Locally
May
funded.
local yan. So we have to find out kung kayo gumawa niyan o yung local lang gumawa niyan or some other people.
Yeah.
Kasi nagtutulungan tayo sa eskwelahan eh. Hindi
May mga
lahat
donated din ng
Oo,
private,
hindi lahat
organizations.
DPWH. Yun lang. Okay.
Wala pong nag-check up niyan kung sino po. Wala pong kahit na halimbawa po hindi po kayo ang gumawa. Wala pong nag-check up. Kasi paano po kung may na-aksidente po dyan? Paano po kung meron pong namatay dyan, nabagsakan, na paikutan ng bakal? Yun lang po ang concern ko. Kasi ang ganda po ng ating, wala na pong gaganda dito sa core functions. Ang DPWH functions as the engineering and construction arm of the government tasked to continuously develop its technology for the purpose of ensuring the safety of all infrastructure facilities and securing for all public works and highways the highest efficiency, quality, and construction. Sumabi sa dulo, ang ganda na sana eh.
Ano yung procedure dyan pag may cases brought to your attention?
Salamat po. Actually, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, meron naman pong specific standards actually that the Department of Public Works and Highways approved specific standards on the construction ng school building program na po. And I think however, as pointed out by the Honorable Senator Villar, I think yung meron din pong yung mga projects that are being implemented by the local government units, meron din silang municipal engineers and we leave it up actually to their responsibility also. Nandoon din po yung municipal engineers nila. And I agree with the good senator that we need to investigate actually what has happened to here. I think, I hope that this is just an isolated case kasi marami naman po kaming ginawang ginagawa ng DPWH that has withstand actually yung effect of yung mga malalakas na bagyo nakaraan. Kasi ang kwan po namin ngayon dito, as I understand from DPWH, is ang design ang design na ginagawa ng DPWH ngayon after the Typhoon Yolanda. As I was informed, they have revised actually the design standards that could withstand actually up to 350 kilometers per hour even akwan ng hangin po.
I think si Senator Tolentino wants to, with the permission of Senator Padilla. Yeah.
Senator Padilla. Siguro po hindi isolated case. I was likewise in General Tino and San Leonardo, Nueva Ecija, 8 days after the typhoon. Ganun din po yan. Wala lang po akong picture. Wala lang po akong picture. So if you would need to revisit the areas, aside from Gapan, include General Tino and San Leonardo as well in Nueva Ecija. Thank you, Senator Padilla.
Maraming salamat po. Ano lang pong tanong, Chairman? Chairman, sana lang po. Follow up lang po. Kasi ito din po, nakausap din po na amin yung ombudsman. Nagtataka po, nagulat nga po ako dun sa ombudsman dahil lang tanong ko po sa kanya, hindi naman tungkol sa mga kalsada. Pero ang kanya pong sinabi, ito po, basahin ko po ha. Ang tanong ko po sa kanya, ano po ba ang magagawa natin sa mga ganong klase na nangyari? Yun po, pinakita ko din po yun. Ang sabi niya, naghihintay lang po kami ng reklamo. In fact, meron po kaming natanggap na reklamo na substandard yung construction. Ang nangyari, paano naming masasabing substandard kung mismong DPWH ang nagsabi accordance with the standards? Tama yung bakal, yung hollow blocks. So saan po kami pupunta para magsabi sa amin na ito talaga ay substandard? Yung politiko na nagsasabi sa amin na substandard, yung DPWH na siyang nangangasiwa ng proyekto na nagsasabing hindi substandard. Alam ko po ang inyong concern, Senator Padilla, na malimit araw, sana hindi na ginagawa ngayon, lalo sa barangay roads. Sinabing 6 inches ang kapal, 6 inches sa gilid lang po yan. Habang papunta sa gitna, 3 pulgada na lang yan. Alam ko po yan dahil ako'y nangungontrata nung araw. Marami akong alam na kontratista nang ako'y nagpa-practice pa. Yun ang ginagawa. 6 inches sa labas, 3 inches sa gitna. More. Kuha, ituturo saan sila magbubutas. Hindi sa gitna. At kalimitan pa nga ang sa kalsada na sinasabi na sub-base. Kasi ang graba lumulubog. Kaya hindi masasabi na 1 cubic meter na kailangan ilatag sa kalsada 1 cubic meter. Baka 1 cubic inch lang. Ito po, Secretary, ang sinagot po sa akin ng ombudsman. Nagulat po ako. Totoo po ba ito? Nangyayari po ba ito?
Mr. Chairman, alam po ninyo, I think admittedly siguro may mga ganun nangyayari in the past. But in the succeeding administration in the Department of Public Works and Highways, ito po pinagtuunan na ng pansin ng departamento. Ito mga substandard construction na ito po. And sa aking pagkaalam ngayon, and this has already been initiated in the past leadership in the Department of Public Works and Highways, na marami po yung series of audit sa ginagawa po sa implementation ng project. Meron po yung quality assurance inspection, meron po yung tracking ng implementation of projects, meron yung nag-i-inspection, meron po yung COA rin nag-i-inspection po every time, and every certification for the completion of the project certified po ng COA, certified po ng mga specifications. And sa tingin ko po, palagay ko, and I will continue this policy po under my administration, na see to it that the projects that are going to be implemented are actually in accordance with the design and standards, and it will be transparent. Kahit na sino po ang mag-imbestiga or sino po ang tumingin, gagawin po na matino ang aming mga programa under my administration po.
I just want to acknowledge the presence of our Majority Leader, Senator Joel. Morning, sir.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Sexy Madjo, ah.
Best friend mo yan, Pangulo.
Best friend ni Ray Santa Rosa niya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also note that when I came in, I was told by the committee that this committee respects and give importance to the leadership of this institution. And I hope other departments, especially DPWH, would also follow suit,
Certainly.
Mr. Chairman.
Uh,
Thank you.
We have the highest respect for the office of the majority leader because it's the difference between going home early and staying up late during the budget debates. Senator JV, with the permission of
With the
Senator,
permission of Senator Robino.
related point ba?
Related kasi
okay.
po, nung linggo lang, alam niyo naman po ako, kaya nagmumotor, nagbibisikleta, meron po ako nadaanan sa Cavite, sa Banda Dasmariñas, yung bagong access road po, bago siyang bypass road. Ang ganda ho, tinignan ko pagpasok, wow, sabi ko, bago to ah. Yung nga lang, alon-alon. Sayang, bagong-bagong konkreto, pero alon-alon nahilo ko nagmumotor. Pero sayang, yung mga ganun lang po. Just to let you know. Lang ho, sayang kasi sayang yung bago, Mr. Chairman.
Saan yun?
Sa bandang Cavite, from Aguinaldo Highway, tapos tatago siya papuntang Governor's Drive yata. So hindi ka nadadaan ng junction ng SM at So bago siyang access road, bypass road. Ang ganda, Mr. Chairman, 6 lanes or 8 lanes. Ang ganda. Totoo ako pagkana ko, kaya lang nung kalagitnaan nakalog yung utok ko kasi nakamotor ako So yun lang, sayang Diba? Sayang yung mga natin, mga projects. Take note na lang po kay Secretary.
Thank you, Vice Chair JV.
Noted.
We'll go back to Senator Robin, sir.
Po. Mahal na tagapangulo, gusto ko lamang pong iparating sa ating DPWH na ako po'y nakasuporta po sa inyo, lalo na po sa magandang paglalahad din po ng ating Undersecretary Cabral. Tunay po yun, kung maganda talaga yung ating highways, lahat yung transportation natin, maganda, ibig sabihin, gaganda po at aayos ang ating traffic. Kung maganda ang ating traffic, maganda ang ekonomiya. Huli ko na lang pong aasahan po, mahal na kalihim, iimbestigahan niyo po yung nangyari ngayon sa Nueva Ecija. At isa na lang po, may warranty po ba ng mga ginagawa ng mga contractors? Meron po bang warranty yun?
Meron po. 1-year warranty po yung
Sapat po yung 1 year, sir. Sapat
1-year warranty po after completion po.
Okay na po yun, 1 year.
Yes. Embedded po sa kontrata po nila yun.
Pagka meron pong nangyaring anomalya, pwede po silang
Opo.
pagsampal-sampal. Biro lang po. Maraming salamat.
Kung may anomalya po at talagang kukuhan po din, blacklist ho yung contractor, Your Honor.
Salamat po, mahal na tagapangulo. Mabuhay po.
Yes, thank you, Senator Robin. We'd also like to acknowledge DPWH Assistant Secretary Constante Llanes Jr. We'd like to, because the majority leader, we give them certain privileges, we acknowledge. So we'll give the time to the majority leader, Senator Joel. If he's,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear colleagues, for giving this opportunity. I'll be brief because I have spoken with some of our DPWH personnel, specifically from our province, and I'm sure our colleagues from the Senate Electoral Tribunal are already gearing up for our meeting today. So I will be brief, Mr. Chairman, but again, thank you for giving this representation the privilege to ask some questions. I have been espousing the filling up of unfilled positions, Mr. Chairman, and you are one of the witnesses that I can think of together with our colleagues here, Senator JV, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Tolentino, Senator Padilla. Looking at the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, that's 13.83% of the total budget of our national budget of 5.6 trillion. But it's the same percentage, Mr. Chairman, 13.8% of the unfilled positions, Mr. Chairman, the department itself. Right now, they have about 3,180 workers, 3,180 unfilled positions. And I have been raising this up since time immemorial, since the day I became a member of this institution. So 3,180 positions unfilled. I wanted to find out, Mr. Chairman, what the department's been doing, considering that most of the USEC and the ASEC are aware of this. Every year, I'm raising this up. And surprisingly, Mr. Chairman, surprisingly, they have 22,457 job orders and contract of service workers. And that's only from the CSC data, Mr. Chairman. Now, if you look at the data that was given to us by the department itself, it's almost twice, Mr. Chairman. Again, Mr. Chairman, I will mention the, I will go straight to the point. 49,726. They are job orders, job workers. Last administration, build. Pero may 49,726 job orders, contract of service tayo. And I'm speaking on behalf of all these government workers. Ang unfilled positions, 3,180. So I just wanted to ask, Mr. Chairman, because I think this is very important and this has been my advocacy, just for consistency, Mr. Chairman, just for consistency, I would like to raise this and find out from our good friend, the Secretary of DPWH, whom I very much respect and known for quite some time. I will no longer say how long we have known each other, Mr. Secretary, because I used to be the Benjamin of the House, in the House of Representatives. But right now, every time I go to HOR, of congresspersons there would call me Manong and Tito. So it's been a while. I just wanted to find out from our good secretary in this new administration what would be his policy regarding this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead, Secretary. Maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. With regard to the DPWH workforce, it's true that there is the number of unfilled positions still is a large budget, but as of date, Mr. Chairman, I have been given actually the present status of unfilled positions as of August, and the number is 1,900 unfilled positions as of August, Mr. Chairman. And with regard to the job orders, Mr. Chairman, this is a continuing policy that I have been informed that this is a policy that has evolved in the rationalization plan of the department that was implemented in 2012, Mr. Chairman. The essence of the rationalization plan is that the maintenance activities of the department will have to be outsourced. In other words, it has to be privatized. Actually, yung maintenance program, the routine maintenance program of the department. But nonetheless, Mr. Chairman, because of some of the institutional difficulties to engage private sectors in the maintenance program, we have the department has to resort into the job order in order to fill up the necessary manpower actually to carry out the maintenance programs of the department throughout the country, Mr. Chairman, especially on the roads, road sectors, buildings, and other facilities that had to be attended to by the department. So it's still a continuing program for the job orders, Mr. Chairman. The other reason why there has been still the unfilled positions, particularly in the regular plantilla of the department. This we have to cater. There is a need actually to have qualified personnel in the process, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Secretary, Mr. Chairman, first of all, let me comment on the unfilled positions. In 2021, the unfilled positions is around 3,231. Year after, this year, 3,180. I have yet to hear the answer as to when are we going to fill this up, Mr. Chairman, because the same figures ang nakikita po natin for 2023, 3,180. Next, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to comment, I hope that our listeners, Secretary, especially dito sa mga nanonood sa atin, will not be confused with the use of words na continuing policy. Kasi ang continuing policy, itong 49,726, wala nang pag-asa na maging regular, no? So I just wanted to put that on record. I know what you're saying. It's just that we wanted to veer towards that particular phrase na continuing policy, because if we say continuing policy is to outsource, it is not acceptable kasi continuing din po yung construction natin, continuing din yung maintenance of our roads and buildings, etc. So I hope that we'll be able to do something about it. Perhaps I will not belabor the issue, Mr. Chairman, but again, I would just like to put and state for the record the consistency of this representation. I have been doing this, Secretary, for the past 6 years. I have been doing this in all departments, Secretary, all departments, every single department. Alam ng mga senador po yan. Siguro yung isang question lang, do you ensure at least that we are doing something to fill these positions, and 49,726 na data na binigay sa atin ng DPWH, inaasahan naman po sila na balang araw maging regular sila. I'm sharing this, Secretary, because I was the author and sponsor of Ending Endo. We were able to pass it on third and final reading. It's unfortunate that it wasn't signed by the President in the last administration. But when we were debating on this particular matter, everyone is saying, oh, yung private sector, pinupush natin na walang ganito, walang ganyan. But then the biggest violator is actually the national government. So to date, we have about 670,000 job orders and contract of service all over the country. And I'm not blaming the agencies and departments, because some positions, and this is the reason why I'm also asking this, Secretary, because some positions are not meant to be filled, because some positions very hard to fill because of CSC regulations, requirements, etc. na ang tagal-tagal nang ginagawa ng mga empleyado doon sa, and you've been there for quite a long time. So yun lang po, Secretary, no? I hope that I'll get something from the department that that this advocacy of this representation is not falling to deaf ears, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. May plano ba tayong gawing permanent?
Well, thank you,
Very
Mr. Chairman.
consistently-
We take note of
Majority leaders,
the concerns of the Honorable Senator, and I think we will continue to look into the organizational setup of the department consistent with the right sizing program of the administration, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary. Moving forward, I have 2-3 more just to put on record, Mr. Chairman. Date, may we know from the good Secretary, and you are part of the National Employment Recovery Strategy. The department is part of it, and we wanted to find out to how many jobs are being created through this program. In fact, the previous administration stated that they are targeting about 2 million jobs. In the last LEBAC, which was attended also by our chairman here of Finance, Senator Angara, no less than the President himself, President Bongbong Marcos, tasked this representation to push for this very important legislation to come up with a roadmap as to how we're going to create more jobs, generate jobs in partnership with the private sector, and so that we'll be able to consolidate the efforts of different departments of the government. And we wanted to find out, no, for example, in the Department of Public Works and Highways, how many jobs have you generated from your projects? Meron po ba tayong listahan ng ganon, study, at syempre, yung isa sa very important and we're very passionate about this, yung hiring secretary of local workers doon sa mga projects ho
Flash
natin.
na
no?
lang nung slide, yung earlier, yung nasa yung trabaho. Yung,
Yeah,
yung nasa-
just want to put that on record. Can we...
meron silang slide earlier,
Yeah.
Your Honor, na nakalagay yung jobs created over 6 years. 6 years ba yun?
On the average.
On the average, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Your Honor, I think on yung parameter namin dito is actually you create about 3 jobs per million. Additional 3 jobs per million. So, direct jobs. po
That's
ito.
direct jobs, okay.
Direct jobs. Mr. Chairman, just to
In fact, to help you, Secretary, to help you, I was given that presentation actually. I know what I'm talking about. I have read this, I studied this, I prepared for this hearing. In fact, if we're not going to have an SET hearing, I can stay here for the whole day. But I just wanted to focus doon sa generated jobs by the department in 2021. I think it's 1.6 million. Ayan po. And then the target is 1.9. Bumaba po kasi. So, yan po ba ay because of the decrease of the budget? So, in case balik po yun, it will reach the same amount because as you said a while ago, 3 jobs per million. I just wanted to put that on record para malinaw po na for every million that we put in our construction, in our build program, you create 3 jobs.
yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I raised that because just recently, a couple of days ago, the PSA came up with a 0.1% unemployment rate increase. So that's about 80,000 more Filipinos na jobless, no, additional. And we're not even looking at Filipinos who are actually not looking for job in this particular data. So it's important that we have this for every million, we create 3 jobs, and that's why I fully support putting more of our financial resources in this agency because indeed you create 3 jobs million, no? Gusto ko lang pong sabihin din na sure din po natin sana na yung mga projects natin, even mga ODAs, mga funded by foreign institutions, masiguro na yung constitution natin hindi natin nababiolate, na yung local workers natin ang na-hire pa rin. Thank you, Secretary. One last point or 2 points that I'd like to raise. Siguro isa na lang, i-let go ko na itong lahat na ito. Yung criteria lang, Secretary, I was looking at the presentation that was made a while ago. I just wanted to find out your criteria in prioritizing a flood project, a particular area. Perhaps how do you prioritize? No, because I have been raising this particular issue for quite some time. 2-3 years ago, parang sirang plaka na po ako dito, Secretary. Alam na alam nila Yusek Cabral yan, nila Yusek Bernardo. I have been presenting here, even delivered a speech in the plenary doon sa mga flood control programs ng aming lalawigan. But just a bird's eye view, how do we prioritize in terms of frequency po ba of flooding, severity of flooding, population area, cost of flood damage in the past years? Ito po ba? Paano ba yung criteria niyan? I just wanted to ask that question, Secretary.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yung sa kwan natin, yung addressing the flood control program of the department, we look into what we call the flood management program that is related to the 18 major river basins in the country, you know. And of course there are local flood control programs that need to be addressed immediately because of the impending impact to the population in the area. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, so we do it in two tiers actually. It's an overall master plan on the river basin, which are the bigger flood control programs that we implement. And of course, yung immediate requirements to prevent immediate ano ba to, distractions on adjoining communities, Mr. Chairman. And these are actually prioritized, Mr. Chairman, from the assessment of our field offices and regional offices. So they come up with these priorities, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary. No? So if I get it right, merong master plan, merong the way I see it is yes, it matters yung frequency of flooding, the history of that place, that area, the damages that because again, let me put on record, you can check the records here in the Senate for the past 3-4 years. I have been saying and stating for the record different studies about, for example, let's take a specific example in my province, Bulacan. No, there was a study noted that province of Bulacan is one of the flood-prone provinces in the country. But again, Mr. Chairman, you are a living witness to this. I have been raising this. Even on the floor, you were defending the budget of DPWH, and nothing has happened in the past 3-4 years. And they were saying they will do it, they will do it. But now, this year, they are now putting some funds. If we can flash to the screen our 2023 NEP, no. Just to put on record lang, no, sir, another study also found that majority of barangays in Bulacan are susceptible to flooding. I can send you all this assessment, map hazards, etc. studies, and a feasibility study was even conducted. It took me 2 years, I think, Mr. Chairman, to finish that feasibility study. Another study noted that flooding in Marilao is due to high tide and overflowing of Marilao River caused by excess rainwater. In fact, yesterday or 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, I'm seated beside our chairperson of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, and we tackled the problems of rivers, especially in Bulacan, Mr. Chairman. And no less than the chairperson herself, Senator Villar, mentioned that at one time, the river in Bulacan, in Marilao, was dubbed as the dirtiest river in the world. So, again, it goes to show, Mr. Chairman, that this is an important issue, especially in our province. I will no longer belabor the issue, Mr. Chairman. I will not even go to the issues raised by Senator Alan Cayetano on parking, etc. I just wanted to put on record that I am hoping that this time around, the good secretary will look into this. I have spoken with him on the sidelines, Mr. Chairman, that this matter be fully addressed, and I am hoping and praying that in this administration, may aasahan naman yung aking mga kababayan sa Bulacan, dahil bago ho ako maluklok bilang senador dito sa atin ay 20 taon nagkaroon ng taga Bulacan, at unfortunately hindi pa rin ma-solve yung mga problema ng baha sa Bulacan. Thank you, Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor,
Yeah,
I
before
think
you answer, Sec Manny, we just want to acknowledge the colleague, the chair of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Bong Revilla. Morning, sir. Okay, go ahead.
well, I just wanted to say actually that I can assure the good senator that we will comprehensively look into the flooding problems in the Bulacan
And
area.
nilang look into. Address.
Address.
Ilang taon na yung look in.
And address
Mr. Ch-
comprehensively the flooding problems, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Interject.
Regarding
baha also.
Yes, go ahead.
Meron ba kayong task force about yung baha-baha na yan from all over the country? Ito yung palaging tinatamaan ng baha.
identified nyo ba itong mga areas na to? Yung mga mababa talaga? Yung mga like Bacoor, Las Piñas, yan, sa
The
Bulacan.
whole of Central Luzon is below, ano, di ba? Anong tower term doon? Kung above sea level, below sea level. Except for Aurora, I think the rest of and parts of Nueva Ecija. But Nueva Ecija, Bulacan, Pampanga, ano yan dyan, below sea level eh. So, flooding
Yes, yes, and Mr. Chairman, I think yeah, this is a ongoing project and problem. This is one of the concerns that we are attending to. I think this is just an effect of the climate change phenomenon, actually. So there are many parts of the country that are now subjected to flooding problems when before they were not. No, so I think the department has an office under the to look into the flooding problems, Mr. Chairman.
Ano po yung office na yun, Sec?
Yung dito sa flood control sector of the OPMO, by headed sa Dino po. We have
Secretary, just look into it, ano? Dahil yung mga areas talaga, yung mga talagang mabababang lugar,
Sure po.
as we mentioned, talagang apektado yan. And hindi lang climate change ang dapat harapin natin dito. Alamin talaga natin kung ano talaga yung nagiging cause ng baha.
Opo.
No? Dahil dati, alam ko, yung mga dredging, pinagbawal, ano? So, look into it also. Kung kinakailangan, bumili kayo ng dredger to dredge all the, ano, diba, yung mga river dyan, yung mga ano, para talaga lumuwag yung daloy ng tubig.
Tama, tama po, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. I think, yeah, this is one of the areas that we have been looking into and to beef up our capability to address yung mga desilting, dredging of the river, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Secretary.
Sorry, the leader?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll try to, I will wind up, Mr. Chairman, and I share the sentiment of Senator Bong. Sana hindi lang din po Bulacan dahil may mga lugar din po, no, yung binanggit natin kanina, may criteria naman to prioritize yung programs natin to look into this. I just wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, and put on the record that I will be looking forward to the initiatives of this new administration under the leadership of Secretary Bonoan. I have very high hopes now, Mr. Secretary, because in the past talagang medyo nasuko na po tayo. And talagang nakakalungkot lang, Secretary, nakakalungkot. It's just that perhaps in my next term, after 6 years, yung kailangan kong gagawin ko talaga. You know what I mean, Secretary. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your patience.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader Joel, Senator Joel. Senator Marcos and Senator Cayetano opt to ask their questions in person, so we'll recognize them when they come. We'll laktagan muna natin. Next is Vice Chair, Senator Cynthia. You have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. I want to ask this question about the relationship of Cavitex, DPWH, and PRA, Philippine Reclamation Authority. I brought this up because we bought land from PRA to build the DPWH district office in Las Piñas. But PRA won't allow to build the office because of your 4 billion accounts. Sabi ng PRA, meron daw kayong utang sa kanila na 4 billion and they will not allow the building of the office pag hindi binayaran yung 4 billion. I cannot understand this. Will you please explain to me the relationship of that Cavitex and DPWH and PRA? Please explain.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm just getting some information for.
I can wait.
Sir, kasi yung Service na.
Mr. Chairman, sorry po. I was informed by the implementing office on the Cavitex area. Yes, Your Honor, I think there seems to be an obligation of the department to pay the right of way, but there has been arrangements made that by 2023 we should be initially settling to settle the amount, and I understand that with the initial settlement of the payment of the right of way, we shall be allowed actually to implement the construction of the
I don't think they will be able to manage well that they have to go to Manila for their offices. So
Tama po.
we help to give a budget for them. We bought the land from PRA. And now they don't want to allow us to construct the building. Parang bakit ganun ang say ng PRA sa atin? This is for public good and it's a government corporation. You have to control them or otherwise we'll go to the GOCC if you cannot settle this because I cannot understand that. Oh, you have to explain to me. You have to give me a briefer para I can file a resolution investigating PRA for what they're doing to us here in Las Piñas. Like for example, yung Cavitex parang pumapangit na yung maintenance nila because I pass there every day. Hindi na nila na-maintain na maganda ang Cavitex. Then I called the head of Cavitex to tell them baka hindi alam na hindi na mine-maintain ng mga tao nila. And the answer is because the PRA took the contract of maintenance from them. Ano ba yun? Kaya I want to understand what is the relationship between the toll road and the PRA and the DPWH. Bakit ite-take over ang maintenance ng Cavitex from Cavitex by PRA?
Well,
Just to clarify, PRA is not under you, no? And it's under the Office of the President, tama ba? Okay.
GOCC. Pero why will you take over the maintenance? Alam mo, ang PRA has bad reputation sa amin. Ang dami-dami na naming argument dyan. Pero ako, nagsasawa na ako to be discussing things. Kasi yung aking Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, PRA property yon. So, pinapahirapan niya kami doon and it is declared as a legislated protected area. So PRA should give it to the DNR na kasi it's a legislated protected area so it cannot be used by PRA. Ayaw nilang ibigay tapos pinahihirapan kami and it is an ecotourism area. Dapat maganda yon. Pupunta ang mga tourists doon because it's the nearest legislated protected area from the airport. So lahat ng convention ng foreign yung mga environmental protection, environmental convention, doon pumupunta kasi that's the only thing they can show the foreigners. And if it is not well maintained, may problema tayo. Yung impression sa atin that we don't know how to maintain our places here, especially ecotourism areas. So, nababother ako bakit kukunin ng PRA sa Cavitex ang maintenance ng Cavitex. Is that their right? Kasi kayo yung may ano sa toll road eh. Di ba kayo yan? Kausap nyo Cavitex dyan sa toll road. May right ba ang PRA dyan to take over the maintenance of Cavitex?
Your Honor, actually the department is just a member of the Toll Regulatory Board under the Department of Transportation po, yung
So, hindi
chairman.
kayo ang land, yung tolls.
We're just
Sino ang in charge
Yung question
noon?
niya is, who is in charge of that? Pwede bang ilipat yung maintenance contract from the Tama ba, ma'am?
Yes.
From the yung
Company
kuha,
to
tapos
PRA.
sa PRA na daw. TRB ang nag-ano, no? TRB ang nag-approve, no?
I think yes, it's the Toll Regulatory Board that has,
So I have to, yung Toll Regulatory Board.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So another question is, who is supposed to maintain yung Macapagal Avenue, especially the Parañaque portion? Kasi ang pinakapangit sa Macapagal Avenue, yung Parañaque portion. I pass there
Opo.
every day and I cannot imagine the worst maintenance of that road. So I want to know who's in charge.
I was informed, Your Honor, that the portion in Parañaque is still under the responsibility of the PRA.
But PRA is not maintaining it, so we will just allow it to deteriorate.
I think there is an ongoing inventory of the Macapagal.
That's a national road. We use
well,
that every day.
It was
Oh.
constructed under the reclamation program.
So
Your
the
Honor.
government did not pay for that road. I doubt it.
Well, for
The
one
whole
thing,
Macapagal Avenue.
Binayaran ng government, pero
for one thing, Mr. Chairman, I think it was not the DPWH. It did not come from the DPWH budget.
DOTR.
Paid for that road.
DOTR ba?
DOTR.
Cavitex? Hindi ba sa inyo yan?
Sa PRA po ito eh.
Cavitex?
Wala ang PRA. PRA is not doing anything there. So, what will happen to us? You will just tell us that PRA, katulad nun, di ba ni-request ko sa iyo, ayusin mo yung road na dinadaanan ko, o ano, aayusin mo ba? Ha? O ba't niya maaayos kung PRA yon?
I was informed, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, that when we attempted to convert the Justado Macapagal Avenue into the national road, it was objected by the PRA.
It was what?
Objected by the
ngayon.
PRA.
What
by the
happened?
PRA. Now, I think we are now in the process of reviewing it again, that the possibility for converting it now into the national road system.
So, is that by legislation or by executive order?
Pwede po by legislation or by a mere department order.
O you order it. Oo, kasi nakakahiya. Kasi galing yan sa sa airport, di ba?
Yes, yes.
And then makikita nung ating mga nanggagaling sa airport, it's really badly maintained, hindi ba? Especially the Parañaque portion.
Yes.
Oo. Kasi yung other portion, minemaintain niya ng Soler, minemaintain ng SM. Kaya maganda. Kaso doon sa Parañaque, ang nagtayo, puro small time na Chinese na hindi marunong sa maintenance. So, walang nagme-maintain. I talked to PITX kasi akala ko yung PITX ang magme-maintain. Ikakapraso daw ang lupa nila doon. And it should be maintained by those who built buildings there and all that. So I'm just requesting you to take it over and maintain it kasi araw-araw nadaan kami doon. Pangit na di ba? So I'm just requesting the DPWH, if you need any assistance wherein we can take over, we cannot rely on PRA. They're giving us a lot of headache there. So maybe the DPWH can help us.
We'll do that, Your Honor.
Okay. And I just want to, kasi nag-ano rin kayo dun sa update on Bataan to Cavite bridge, no? Sinabi nyo na tapos may study, 132 kilometers, finance ng ADB ang study. I just want you to give me an idea of how long yung magagawa yun. Kasi sabi ni, because my son told me that based on study, ito ang pinaka-feasible kasi may 15% return on investment tong bridge na to. And syempre ang foreign loan natin is less than 15%. So it's worthwhile na mag-foreign loan tayo at gawin yung yung bridge. So I just want to have I just want to have an idea of yung timetable na kahit matagal pa, I just want to have an idea of how it will go about.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, may I ask Undersecretary Sadayan to
Yes, you secretary. Go
elaborate
ahead, sir.
And I guess that is also the concern of our senator from Cavite, Senator Tol. You're interested because it will go down to
Your Honor.
Tansa, Cavite.
Naik, although the shorter distance would have it from Ternate.
Tansa ba o Naik?
Naik po, Naik.
Naik?
To
Okay.
Maribeles.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. With regards po sa update of the Bataan-Cavite interlink bridges that connects Naik Cavite to Maribeles Bataan passing the area of Corregidor, we're now 60% accomplished as to detailed design, ma'am. And the design completion will be towards first quarter next year. That will be in March. But in the interim, by December of this year, we'll be submitting a report to NEDA for purposes of having an early start on the review and evaluation of the content of the detailed design and successively the review also for the financing for the civil works. So we presume, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the ADB negotiations on funding with the Philippine government side will be on the second quarter of next year. So if that would be approved for the loan for the civil works, the early procurement can start on the third quarter to fourth quarter next year po. So the next 5 years that would go for the implementations towards 2028. Implementations po, ma'am.
Starting 2020.
2024, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Opo.
That be the biggest project funded ever?
Yeah, because it
Single
has a total length of 32 kilometers, costing to about 175
So,
billion.
cost, Yusek.
Yeah.
Siya na pinakamalaki.
Ito pong pinakamalaki. And this can also generate a high revenue on the economic internal rate of return of 32%, the highest so far among the long span bridges.
Okay.
At kasing tulad po rin nito, ma'am, yung Panay-Guimaras, Negros Island, Mr. Chairman. That's also connecting Iloilo, Guimaras, and Negros Island.
The rate of return for that one.
That one is about less than mga 20%. But comparatively with the Bataan Cavite, the biggest so far,
Wala
yun
nang
po.
tatanong nun. Wala na si Senator Drilon.
So, he's actually asking from time to
Who do you
time.
think will build the bridge? What country will build the bridge?
Sa ngayon po, the consultants working on the design is a combination of Western and European consultancy, the TY Lin Consultancy, TY Lin Consultancy Company. It's European-American po.
Oh, so
But for the civil works, for the civil works, it's going to be an international competitive public bidding. So all qualified
no
bidders,
idea.
wala pa po, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Senator Cynthia. Next is Vice Chair Senator Francis Tolentino. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few policy questions and perhaps the answers emanating from the lips of Secretary Bonoan would probably mirror his performance during the Commission on Appointments proceedings. And we wish you good luck, sir. My first question is, presentations were made a while ago relative to the total budget of the DPWH, which totaled 718 or 717 billion? 718. But, Mr. Secretary, that was the net. There was an errata issued by the DBM through its website, reflecting that the total budget of DPWH would be 728 billion. So there was a 10 billion increase. So how come the 10 billion was not presented here? The additional 10 billion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. Yes, this was the initial amount.
ng video?
Well, we worked on the initial budget ceiling that has given us about 718 billion, Mr. Chairman. But in the process, we have been informed that there has been an addition of 10 billion that was included in the House Gov, Mr. Chairman.
So when were you informed?
Just
weeks
very
ago?
recently, Mr. Chairman.
So since you were informed recently, and that probably would be 14 days ago, that should have been part of your presentation here. How to spend the additional 10 billion.
It was not included in our presentation at this time, Mr. Chairman.
So you have an antiquated presentation.
We,
Yusek Cabral.
unfortunately, yes, Mr. Chairman.
So how do we address that during the plenary? There is an additional 10 billion pesos coming from the website of DBM, the errata, quote unquote. So how do we detail that now?
Mr. Chairman, this will be in addition to the budget of the department. So we will most likely be presenting in the plenary the total amount.
Na before plenary, Sec, mabigay nyo na kila sa
Yeah.
colleagues namin para
Opo.
pag may tanong sila, matanong na nila.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We'd like to acknowledge the presence of our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. Morning, sir. Saka may lunch po tayo. Please feel free to, if you're hungry, we can work through. Okay lang sa inyo.
Second question to the DBM, to the DPWH Secretary again, has something to do with the Quick Response Fund. The QRF, I'm looking at some data coming from GAA 2020. Your disbursement rate then was 75.1%. But when it was replenished under Bayanihan 2, it decreased by 20%, or 20% was just utilized, meaning to say 1.4 billion was just 1.4 billion remain unutilized. So what's the reason for this?
Yes,
Your disbursement rate was a mere 1.8 billion, which is a mere 20%, which is a big dip coming from your 75.1% disbursement rate for QRF 2020. And then you still have a 1.4 billion unobligated and undisbursed coming from that Bayanihan.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to, for 2021, the Quick Response Fund that I was given here is actually for 2021. The allotment was 5.5 billion pesos, and the obligations is actually 5.49, leaving a balance of 0.01. Mr. Chairman, and for 2022, the allotment for Quick Response Fund of the department is 4 billion, and the obligations is already 3.9 billion, Mr. Chairman.
What I was saying, Mr. Secretary, was that when you disburse the initial funding, it was replenished by Bayanihan 2. Okay? So the disbursement rate for the 1.8 billion was a mere 20%. Yun po yung sinasabi ko kanina. And under GAA 2021, 1.4 remain unobligated and undisbursed.
Mr. Chairman, may I just request our finance officer to make a
Please.
clarification on the issue?
Yes, please. Anybody actually from the department can answer.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. For the total QRF of 5.5, we were able to obligate 5.4 billion and disburse 4.2 billion. For the, this is for 2020, as of August 31, 2022. And then for the,
We have no question with that. I'm referring to 2021.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yung sa QRF nga po, ang total po natin na allotment is 5.5 billion, out of which 5.498 was obligated. And as of August 31, meron na po tayong na-disburse na 4.2 billion para po dito, Your Honor.
So the balance now would be how much?
5.4, 1.1, 1.3. Yes po, 1.3.
It's almost the same with the figures I mentioned a while ago, which is 1.4 billion.
Yes, sir.
So
So we're
what's,
still working on, sir, for the disbursement, sir.
kaya pa ba yan?
Yes, sir.
Hanggang end of this year.
Hanggang end of this year po. Kaya po ito.
So siguro makumit mo, related din yun sa tanong kanina ni Senator Padilla. Can I go to my other question? There is a repetitive COA report which would occur yearly, year on and yearly. And I cite, quote unquote, that the DPWH was not able to establish the technical viability of projects during the feasibility and preliminary engineering study, which resulted in delayed completion and non-implementation of 3,440 infrastructure projects worth at least, correct me if I'm wrong, 245 B. The projects include school buildings and farm-to-market roads across the country, including 437 projects amounting to 10.9 billion, which have not started at all. Moreover, 12 foreign assisted projects with a total cost of 151.4 billion incurred slippages and delays during project implementation, which resulted in the project's restructuring. Ulit-ulit po ito. How do we address? Is that correct? COA na galing yun. Hindi ko sinasabi kung mali ang COA, pero sa COA galing yun. So how do you interpret that? Although you're not allowed to interpret a COA ruling, you have to adhere to a COA ruling and comply.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the delayed completion and non-implementation of projects, Mr. Chairman, for 2021, I understand that there had been some intervening reasons actually.
Such as, Mr. Chairman, such as?
Such as, yes, Mr. Chairman, there have been projects included in the 2021 budget that needed to be, we call, for later release, and this is up to be approved by the Office of the President. It took some time, actually, some of these projects to be processed and approved by the Office of the President. Secondly, in 2021, as I understand, if we have to recall, I think there was an election ban. And then and the election ban and then several months for the delayed. And the other reason, actually, Mr. Chairman, is in the there had been some operational bottlenecks in the department for the final execution of projects. I learned about this because even for 2022 projects, Mr. Chairman, the modification of projects, modification of actual contracts in the department has to be from the implementing office of the district offices. It still has to go to the Office of the Secretary for approval, even for a small change in the allocation in the General Appropriations Act. So, this,
Mr. Secretary, but the findings of COA, and I quote again, and I went to the restroom when I was saying this, the DPWH was not able to establish the technical viability of the projects during the feasibility and preliminary engineering study, which resulted in the delayed completion. So your operational bottlenecks, which you mentioned a while ago, can be sourced from this internal failure to establish the technical viability of the project. Is that correct?
I think that was correct, Mr. Chairman, because many of the projects, as as we noted, actually these projects were actually incorporated in the budget without preliminary assessment from the start. So it took some time in the department actually to make the necessary preliminary engineering activities that is needed for actual contract execution, Mr. Chairman.
So if I will ask you a leading question, is it safe to say that we don't have a good planning office?
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's actually on the additional projects that that had been introduced and included in the budget preparation, Mr. Chairman, that especially the additional projects after we have completed the projects included in the National Expenditure Program, I understand, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, I have reports coming from the field that some district engineers would rely or delegate the function of planning to contractors, thus making the projects actually contractor initiated instead of being based on the real felt needs of the LGU, for instance, or coming from the planning office of the DPWH. So yung contractor na lang ang nagagawa ng planning. Totoo po ba yun?
Eh, marami rin congressman na contractor kasi. So, you want to distinguish between a contractor who is just a contractor, not a legislator contractor.
That's coming from the chairman, Your Honor. Your voice on this, Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would not venture to say of the projects in 2021, but I can assure the good senator that under my watch, I think we will have a more and stricter process of
Planning. Who's in charge of planning?
of
Carlos and Cabral.
the planning. Yes, Your Honor.
So is that
The plan, at the central office at the we also have some planning. We have also planning services at the district and regional offices, Your Honor.
you have a Bureau of Designs, you have
Yes.
Bureau of Planning, so
Yes.
DP, in-house. Kaya
Yes.
ko sinasabi yan,
Yes, yes. Mr.
tinutulungan ko na kayo, leading question
Yes,
na naman
yes,
ito.
opo.
You are asking for an increase of your STO budget for fiscal year 2023. And one of the reasons for the increase is there is a 14.8 billion increase in the budget for the conduct of pre-feasibility full-scale studies. So compared to 2020, may increase ng coming from 1.2 billion. So will the increase of the budget for pre-feasibility study address all of these COA findings? O baka naman kulang yung sa planning natin, kulang yung tao, kulang yung nagpaplano, o funding lang talaga yung kailangan?
I can assure you, Mr. Chairman, that with this, with the budget that we are asking now for preliminary feasibility study and preliminary detail engineering, will substantially address actually the preparation of our projects in 2023, Mr. Chairman. Even at the district level, Mr. Chairman.
How,
because
sir?
this-
How? Infusion of funds would increase the skills competency instantly of those in charge of planning for the last several decades?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, for 2022, I think the budget proposal for preliminary feasibility study and preliminary detail engineering was actually 15.82 billion. But what has come out of the 22 budget, it was a mere 1.17 billion, Mr. Chairman. But traditionally, this level of investment should be necessary actually in order to provide the necessary budget for our operational operating offices to make the preparations for this.
And would that entail the hiring of additional technically competent, savvy staff that would be used in planning, for planning purposes?
Well, first of all, it will support actually
Kung kahit maraming budget, pero yung tao mo doon, lilima, aanim, edi ganun din.
Hindi. Well, of course, it will be augmented, Mr. Chairman, with other people actually, but to support actually the regular workforce of the planning services at the district and regional levels, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and if Senator Tolentino will
Go ahead,
allow.
Senior Vice Chair
Go ahead,
Marcos.
give way to ladies.
No, sorry to barge in. It's on the same topic. The preliminary detailed engineering disappeared last year, and we were all aghast by that development. We are firm believers that of that maxim that states that twice the time and money in preparation, half the time in actual construction. So that always was the maxim in past administrations, but last year the preliminary detailed engineering disappeared. So I am going to watch with eagle eyes the retention of the pre-FS 17.8 billion, as well as the related item of the preparation of projects and design, kahit 34 million lang. So pwede na rin, at least na-restore. So I thank Senator Tolentino for pointing that out.
Thank you.
And perhaps the answer of the good secretary would likewise be related to the previous questions propounded by the majority leader relative to the permanent positions, the plantilla positions that's gonna be filled up. Will this include those involved in planning?
Some of them, perhaps, Mr. Chairman, will be included in the planning services.
So, abangan na lang po namin ni Senator Marcos yan. But I still have 5 questions, Mr. Chairman. Ito pong nationwide projects. There is a nationwide, quote-unquote, projects. Paano po napili yung mga nationwide projects sa iba't ibang mga regions? Pero sa budget nyo, ang lumalabas, there are only 3 regions that will have an increase. I'm referring to Region 7, Region 9, and Region 12. Ano po yung iba na mahirap-hirap din ang region, lalo yung mga kababayan natin nyo sa norte? Tatlo lang ho nag-increase eh. 7, 9, and 13. So paano po pinili itong mga kawawa naman po yung iba?
Sir, yun yung mga PPP.
Mr. Chairman, yung mga nationwide probably would be all the yung mga ongoing big ticket projects that in these specific regions, and we called it nationwide, particularly that these will be, some of them are foreign assisted projects and or the big ticket projects that are now being implemented, Mr. Chairman.
No, but my related question is, of all the regions, only 3 regions, 7, 9, and 12, will receive an increase in their budget allocation. Lahat po walang increase. So buti na lang, wala na dito si Senator Villanueva, yung Region 3, walang increase. Kami sa Region 4A, walang increase. So ang na-increasean lang yung nabanggit kong region, to the detriment of the other regions who are also in need of infrastructure upgrade, so to speak, Mr. Secretary.
That's true, Mr. Chairman, because, well, as I pointed out earlier, that this is one of the predicaments that we had actually in the formulation of the 2023 budget to be able to equitably distribute the resources amongst the regions and the districts in the department. Because firstly, we had to set aside the budgetary requirements for the core functions of the department. And then we ended up with an allocable amount. And this is what we have to discuss in many occasions with the leadership of the House representatives, how we are going to allocate the allocable amounts. And we ended up, Mr. Chairman, with a formula, a zero-based formula that for everybody on a zero-based basis. And the result is actually what you can see in the allocation now. And absolutely, there has been some reductions from the past allocations. But this is just a baseline formula that we have actually implemented, Mr. Chairman.
So, inequity, equality, equity, probably would have to be dispensed with when you start from scratch. But just the same, that the felt needs of other regions would be the same. The needs of people in Region 1 would be the same as Region 9. Or perhaps the needs for Region 5, Bicol region, would be the same for Region 7.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the formula has taken into account actually several factors like population, land area, regional gross domestic product, historical allocation for the past 6 years on infrastructure budget, regional poverty incidence. Well, we give premium to the 20 poorest provinces and the 20 provinces that are frequently visited by calamities or vulnerable provinces, and we give premium also to 10 highest dispersing district offices in the country. These are the parameters that has been considered in that formula, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we agree. Of course, there is no one-size-fits-all formula, but we have to address everything with scarce resources. Another question, Mr. Chairman, can you educate this representation? What's the meaning of commitment fees? Commitment fees.
For foreign assisted project commitment fees.
Something you pay to the your creditor, whether you complete the project or not, di ba?
So something to do with leading question is something to do with foreign assisted projects.
These are actually commitment fees are actually for foreign assisted projects, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Actually,
Pag na-complete mo yung project, do you pay a commitment fee? No.
no.
You only pay it if you don't complete the
Yeah.
project. Okay.
So if you complete on time or early, you get something in return? May ano ba? Parang performance bond or what? Wala?
The commitment fee is actually we have to pay the interest charges and
Should be fixed in the timeline of
that has to be fixed within the timeline of the loan agreement, Mr. Chairman.
Iba pa yung interest sa commitment fee.
Iba
pa yan. What is the basis of the commitment fee? Does it vary from contract to contract?
From loan
Or
to
it's a
loan.
fixed amount, or is it a percentage? What is it? How is it determined? Yeah.
The commitment fee is actually what is due interest. I mean, the interest of the loan disbursements, Mr. Chairman. Actually, on
Pero
a
I
year-to-year
asked earlier
basis.
if iba pa yung commitment sa interest. You said it's different.
Yes.
So now I'm asking you, what is the basis of the commitment fee? And you're saying it's based on interest.
Yes, it is
Eh,
actually.
iba sa what is it? What's the case? Baka alam ni Yusek siya bumubulong eh.
Alam ba yan?
Pwede niyan sagutin para diretso.
Matino yung commitment fee eh.
Oh, yeah.
Is it
It's a good
part of the
question.
budget? Where do we source the commitment fee? Where do we get it?
Sa budget, sa GAA.
Yeah.
Pero
this
my
is-
question is an offshoot of what is the basis of
just like
determining?
what mentioned by
Kasi
the
kayo naman
Secretary.
familiar dyan
Yeah,
eh. Is it a case-to-case basis? Is it a percentage? Is it a fixed amount?
Yeah. That is, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the shortfall on a certain allocation on a given year. Meaning, if you have a 5-year spread implementation and you have a 100 billion allocation for that certain year, but you provided only 50 billion. So there could be a possible shortfall or a delay on the implementation. And that attributions on the implementation delay can be the commitment fee. So, pero yung interest rate, that's after the utilizations of the loan po.
Did the department pay any commitment fee in 2021?
I can answer for the good secretary. I've been providing leading questions. Now I will answer.
Sige, go
my
ahead,
questions.
Your Honor. But we'd like to know
Yeah.
what is the, now that you
Yes.
raised the topic.
Kayo po, secretary. Kayo po.
Yeah, there are some commitment fee that we paid in the previous years because of the limited funds given in the allocation. So, pero minimal lang
Because
po
of the
siya.
limited funds? Paano ba naging limited funds kung loan nga yun? So, paano naging limited yun? So, let me rephrase everything. Reframe the question. Kaya ko po nabanggit yung commitment fee. There are COA findings right now. The incurrence of commitment fees are due to the failure to comply with timely implementation of foreign assisted infrastructure projects. Thus, this is according to the COA, thus leading to wastage of public money by millions every year. So what was paid in 2021 is 97.3 million. There is a DPWH order number 193 dated September 15, 2016, which you did not comply with. Sa inyo na galing yun. Hindi to COA mandated circular, but this is an internal DPWH order relative to the implementation of foreign assisted projects funded by ODA, which were adversely affected by the delay in the completion of projects, thereby resulting in the incurrence of commitment fees. So pag delayed yung implementation ninyo, magbabayad pa tayo. Saan kukunin po yon? So pag yung pagkukunan yon, mababawasan naman yung buong pie, di ba ho? Circular po niya yan, DPWH order number 193. So ang tanong po dito, bakit po umaabot tayo sa ganon? Tayo yung dahilan ng delay, tapos tayo pa yung magbabayad.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. This is the same predicament that we'll be having in 2022. Because for 2022, the proposed budget for 2022 was
55.
85.
55. 55. 55.
Hindi, 52.77 billion. And what was released actually what was included in the budget is only 7.45 billion, Mr. Chairman.
The reason why I was raising this, Mr. Chairman, is that if we budget the commitment fee, it is as if we are providing an incentive to delay. Kasi pag na-delay ka, may commitment fee naman. Kung wala, babayaran din naman. And we deprive other regions of other infrastructure projects which could have been used for social amelioration, etc., etc. So it is now counterintuitive. Pwede kang mag-delay kasi may pambayad naman sa delay. Binabudgetan pa natin yung delay. Hindi ho kaya na pwedeng alisin na natin tong pambayad natin sa delay, which is now an incentive to delay. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary.
Well, yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I think that's the predicament that we have to face, actually. As I was saying, Mr. Chairman, what we proposed in 2022 is 52.77, but what came out of actually into our budget is only 7.45 billion, Mr. Chairman.
So to trace the, Mr. Chairman, to trace the root cause of all of this, is there a legal division within the DPWH that can rectify all of this? Kasi sa contract preparation to eh. Contract preparation to eh. So you will have a commitment clause commitment fee clause in that contract. If it is a foreign assisted project, you might find an arbitration clause, a course of which I just finished. And the modesty aside, the good chairman knows my grade. So where are you in this? Is this prepared by the Solicitor General's office, the OGCC, o in-house na lang ng DPWH legal office? Kasi baka doon natin pwedeng matweak ito eh. Mabawasan yung commitment fee para hindi naman tayo argabyado.
We might have to coordinate with the Department of Finance, probably, Mr. Chairman, because they are the signatories of the loan agreements.
The Department of Finance is not the legal arm of the government. So you might...
Or the Solicitor General.
Yes, I think I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that the good secretary enter into an engagement agreement with the Solgen or OGCC to fine-tune all of the legal terminology that should redound to the benefit not just of the DPWH but the entire government para hindi naman tayo lugi. Kasi nagseserve na ng incentive nila. Ayag na tayo na magbayad tayo ng doon din natin kukunin, di ba ho? Siguro pwede natin ayusin yon. And I'm willing to help kung paano ho maayos-ayos yung kontrata. Contract preparation lang po ito and formulation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With your permission, Secretary, I just want to acknowledge the presence of former Speaker, former Majority Leader, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you, Sec.
So how do we address that, Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, we can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think yes, we can look into actually to address the provisions of providing commitment fees. But at the same time, I hope, Mr. Chairman, that I think to me, I think would be the primary consideration here is actually providing adequate funds to implement the projects in themselves, actually, Mr. Chairman. Because we have a program, actually, a specific program to implement these projects. We have a contract to implement these projects. But when we propose a budget and it is not, released to us, actually, in toto, then that is where we incur the commitment charges, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Kaya nga po sinasabi ko, Mr. Chairman, paikot-ikot tayo doon. Na-delay tayo, brought about perhaps by, no offense, inadequate planning insofar as the implementation is concerned, and probably some legal loopholes can be tweaked to ensure that we do not pay a huge commitment fee. One last question, Mr. Chairman, marami pang magtatanong. Ito pong trip. Ito pong trip. Meaning is an acronym for Tourism Road Infra Program. So latest reports, 2,436 kilometers out of 4,268 kilometers of roads leading to tourism destinations have been completed. What about the balance, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. For the trip convergence program that was started a long time ago with the department, the department has so far completed 3,246 kilometers as of June 30, 2022, Mr. Chairman. And these are the roads leading to the tourism areas that were identified by the Department of Tourism themselves, Mr. Chairman.
You referred to 2021 or 20?
Well, up to up to up to 2016, Mr. Chairman, up to June 2022.
From 2016?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
When? Ilocano ka eh. So, ang lumalabas po sa figures ko, sumobra pa kayo sa yung total obligations and disbursements increased more than 100%. Tama ba yun?
Nagkati?
Siguro, sir. I don't know.
The report coming from the DPWH Finance Service that the total obligations and disbursements have exceeded the total adjusted appropriations in several regions, which resulted in more than 100% obligation and disbursement rates. Paano nangyari po yan?
Yung mga prior years yan, sir. So,
Most likely, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at the allocations for this program from 2012 to 2016, which is actually an allocation of
Noong 2012. Wala akong,
27.
Hindi ako naisahan. Wala akong figures noong 2012.
All right, may start with 2017, Mr. Chairman, which is actually...
Delete that, committee secretary. That word na isahan is unparliamentary.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Biro lang po.
For 2017, there was an allocation of 12,280,000,000, and it increased in 2018 to 30 billion. In 2019, it went down to 16.9 billion. In 2020, it increased a little bit to 20.2 billion. In 2021, it is 16.7 billion, and for 2022, it is 17.7 billion. And for under the proposed budget for 2023, it's 15.6 billion, Your Honor.
Can we be provided a copy of
Yes.
that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, considering that several of our colleagues would want to ask questions likewise, former Speaker is here, Senator Marcos and the Minority Leader, I think it would be prudent for me to yield the floor so as to enable our colleagues to ask questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Senator Tolentino. Next is our Senior Vice Chair, Senator Amy, if she has any questions. Una kayo. No, but you registered. You were online already.
Sorry.
You were one of the first online, yeah.
Okay,
Hindi,
thank
pangalawa ka eh. Or third. You were second or third.
Max.
This morning.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yes, thank you. I just wanted to go back to the budget and some findings in the COA report. A total of 3,440 projects were delayed or not implemented with a combined cost of 245.021 billion. Due to the inability of the technical viability to be established. Masasagot na ba ito ng preliminary detailed engineering or kapos pa rin yung 17.8? Babalikan ko lang yung point ni Senator Tolentino kasi ang dami naman ito. In addition, a 151.39 billion incurred slippage, delay, and failed implementation. May we have any response with regard to this rather shocking finding? The COA further observed that there was a lack of coordination, synchronized planning, and implementation. How should we address this in addition to the provision of preliminary detailed engineering budgets?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, as I explained also a little earlier, I think the reasons why the department has incurred some of these delays were actually many of the projects that were implemented are local projects that had to be coordinated with local government units.
Yes, another one I think is the DENR, no?
And the DENR as well.
Problema sa LGU, maraming problema sa DENR. So, that being the case, this will recur. This is not just a failure of preliminary engineering, but a failure of coordination. Anong magagawa natin? Dahil napakaraming LGU, tuloy-tuloy pa rin yan. DNR issue pa rin yan. Anong dapat gawin?
I think we have to preempt actually all this. We have the experiences that we have already in the past. Kasi, ma'am, the problem is in some of the local projects that we are implementing are actually assets of the local government units. And we need to secure actually the road right of way. And
You also got no right of way last year.
Yes.
That was one of the 3 items deleted to our shock and dismay.
yes, this was actually what the right of way is supposed to be given free by the local government units if we are implementing local projects, because these are the assets of the local governments, Mr. Chairman. And the negotiations take a little time.
So you're saying that they should have been free, so you didn't need the right of way funding?
It's not free, but at the end, Madam Chair, Madam Senator, Mr. Chair, for local projects, it takes a little time to explain to the local government units
Yes.
on the mechanics on how we are going to implement local infrastructure, local projects.
I'm confused. Yung local assets, kapag dumaan yung kalye doon, kailangan babayaran o hindi? You said it's supposed to be free, but then you were counting on your right-of-way funding. Alin po doon?
Supposed to be, ma'am, the local projects, they should give us the road
Free.
right of way free.
Pero in the end,
at
they
the
need
end,
some exchange. Is
At
that
the end,
correct?
the finished project will have to be turned over to the local government units.
Correct, but it's still free.
Yes.
Or are you saying the LGU is asking for some funding because of the displaced houses and so on? Is that the case?
In some cases, yes. In some cases,
So it's supposed to be free, but it's not always free. And since you had no right-of-way money, you were unable to settle. Is
Yes,
that correct?
that's
Or is it merely delay? Yes. Is there another way to go about this so that the coordination is tighter and this doesn't occur repeatedly?
I guess you say, Madam Senator, and
Maybe there should be a meeting with the LGUs.
yes, we
with
have
the
to.
governors and city mayors kasi yan parating problema.
Yeah.
Yung DENR should not be so much of a problem. Surely it's also national government.
Mostly, Your Honor, it's actually on
The trees.
the trees, the national
trees.
program, under its national roads, Madam Chair. And sometimes,
Sa lahat ng road widening yan, no?
yeah, yes, and quarry permits actually.
And quarry also. But the quarry permits also involve not only the DENR, but to a large extent the LGUs as well.
That's correct, Your
So
Honor.
may I just enjoin the DPWH to seek a permanent solution to this, otherwise it will continually recur in our COA findings as it has in the past. Siguro kausapin na natin mga LGU, DILG, at once and for all settle the tree problem. Kapag gemalina naman at eucalyptus, pwede naman siguro putulin. Yan ang problema natin lagi. Dapat pinuputol naman talaga yun every 5 to 10 years. Ngunit pinagsasabi pa rin na kailangan manatili mga puno magkabila. And that's been the case even with the electric poles and telecoms poles almost in the middle of certain roads in the country, di ba po?
Your Honor, that is correct po.
I'm a little bit confused also by the entry, the presentation of the DPWH earlier is stating that out of 33,213 kilometers of national road, only 40.70% are in good condition. Does this refer to maintenance? Because in relation to this, you then refer to an amount of 262.901 billion allocated to ensure a safe and reliable national road system. Ano ang nasa loob nitong safe and reliable national road system? I know it's a performance marker. May I be enlightened as to what items are concerned in this safe and reliable insurance?
Well, safe and reliable network would be a uh, a network that is motorable safely and
Nalilito lang ako kasi may overlap ba ito sa maintenance?
yes,
Alin
of
yung
course.
safe and reliable? Kasi 262.9 billion, malaking halaga siya eh. Can we just break it down? What exactly does this encompass?
Maintenance fund of 16 billion for national road and bridge.
Kasi hiwalay pa yung
Yes.
maintenance ninyo, di ba? May 16.37 billion. So, if that is the case, there is no maintenance in this 262 billion. Tama ba yun? Kasi otherwise, double entry na to.
I think that's correct, Your Honor. That is actually pertaining actually to the 2.62 billion that you may be referring actually is for the road safety.
Is this road safety? That's what I wanted to understand. Are you talking about guardrails and so on? Ang laking halaga.
Road
Road
safety, along
safety,
national
signage and stuff like that.
Signages.
Ang laki naman, 262.9 B. Kung yun lang.
For over the country po ito, ma'am.
Still very large
Yes.
relative to your entire budget.
Yung kailangan ng
For repair maintenance of road safety facilities.
Eh, kung lights and signage, barriers, and so on.
Barriers,
Parang napakalaki
lights,
nito.
and-
Still very large.
0.1 from
Unless we can break it down so we understand the 262.9. Kasi hiwalay pa yung maintenance ninyo eh. Hiwalay pa, nasa 16.237. So clearly, maintenance is not kasama.
repair maintenance road safety 1.1. Yung 262 sir, yung OO1 natin, national road, composed of asset conservation, network development, among others.
262 billion. May I ask, Madam Chair?
Yes, Yusek Cabral or anyone else
Go ahead,
can
Yusek
answer.
Cabral.
Thank you.
Anybody from the department
Thank
can
you, Your
answer.
Honors, Mr. Chair. From the 262 billion refers to the budget for the entire national road network system that is comprises the asset preservation and the network development. So, buong yan po yung project natin. So, asset preservation example, ma'am, is the preventive maintenance, the rehabilitation of national road that is in poor and fair condition.
Okay, so,
That's the entire 262 billion po.
right, so, preventive maintenance and then safety national, no?
Yung safety po, 1.1 billion
I'm
po.
just a little bit perplexed because ang konti pa rin ng inalok sa inalat para sa maintenance. Kasi kayo na nagdeklara na 40.70% are in poor condition, right? So if 40.70% are in poor condition, surely we should spend more in maintenance and less in signage and other guardrails and so on. I'm a little bit confused by this breakdown. Parang ang laki-laki naman itong safe and reliable national road. Tapos ang liit-liit naman ng maintenance. Kung sinasabi ninyo 40.7 eh hindi maayos ang lagay, eh bakit hindi doon linagay yung budget?
Chairman, Mr. Senator Aimee. Senator, if I can.
Yeah, with the permission of Senator
Yes,
Ryan.
pa.
Related. I've been to several areas in the South during the past 4 weeks, and I have seen, and I seem to see again, the instant construction of islands in our highways. Islands. Before we used to have concrete barriers. Now we have permanent islands, and trees are being planted within the island, and some are constructed with solar lights, etc. So is this now a policy? Once you widen a highway, relative to the question of Senator Marcos, safety, is this now a policy to have islands kilometers in length within stretches of national highways?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, I think for multi-lane roads I think the safety consideration here is actually to provide an island or a delineation It might well be actually pwede rin po yung yung barriers, but
Islands will prevent overtaking, will prevent accidents, or
it will prevent
will discourage pedestrians from crossing, will discourage U-turns, abrupt changing of lanes. But when you construct an island, if my memory serves me right, during my previous life as MMDA, you occupy at least half a lane.
well, almost half a lane, Mr. Chairman. But
Is that a policy now? Sorry,
well, for
Senator
safety purposes, actually, especially in the rural areas, Mr. Chairman, where high speed is being tolerated, actually, and is being exercised, it would be better, actually, if you have a permanent delineated island, Your Honor.
Senator Marcos, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. Ganito na lang po, Yusek Cabral, can you just give me a breakdown of the 262.9 billion? It doesn't have to be this minute. Pakibigay na lang kasi hindi ko maintindihan kung ano
yes.
yung breakdown niya.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Kasi
Chair.
kung cat's eyes lang at guardrails,
Ay,
napakalaki na.
hindi po. Hindi po. Hindi po. Hindi po.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to go back to maintenance. The 40.70% na sinasabing pangit ang kalagayan ng mga kalsada, aling region ng ating bansa ang pinaka-worst? Which region of the country has the worst road conditions, and what are the plans of the public works to address such? Top 10.
Let me go into the inventory of well, the major trunk line in the national road system, Madam Senator. The worst condition that I have seen actually is in Region 8.
Yes, thank you for that. I was going to say that they are absolutely the worst. Yes, and what is the intent of the public works to address this? We are aware that in the nether regions of Samar, of all three Samars, it's virtually impossible for any contractor to operate and to build. Hence, the solution in ages past, when we were young and reckless, Secretary Manny, it used to be the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the Naval, what were they called, the Seabees, who were the only ones brave enough and reckless enough, perhaps, to go there. So, parating problema yon. What do we do today? I think last week, there were 2 dead soldiers, once again, in Hihikan, in Samar, and then in Eastern Samar, there was even a 10-year-old who was hurt in an encounter. So, ibig sabihin, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang problema. Ano magagawa ng public works so that it doesn't continue to be at the bottom of the heap?
Thank you, Madam Senator and Mr. Chairman. We have a big program actually to rehabilitate Daang Maharlika from Cagayan all the way to Davao. This is actually one of the principal programs that we intend to implement under the administration of the President to provide the backbone. Maharlika Highway is the backbone of the national road system, and we intend to make it this backbone network for an unimpeded travel from Cagayan
Cagayan in the north to Davao in the
to
south.
Davao.
So the passing through Samar.
Passing through Davao.
Lampas pa ng Davao, hanggang Buda pa yan.
Zamboanga, actually.
Zamboanga.
Up to Zamboanga.
How many kilometers is that highway?
This is more than 3,000 kilometers, Your Honor. We need to address actually the bottlenecks along this backbone network.
Yun nga, paano yung Region 8? Anong plano?
Region 8, it will be totally rehabilitated, Your Honor.
But
And
yun nga,
the-
yung
the intent-
continued problem natin ng insurgency, nakikita rin natin yan sa NTF-ELCAC, di ba? Yung mga hindi na i-implement dahil maraming problema. Is it possible to revive perhaps the Army Corps of Engineers, the Navy Seabees, meron, pero wala na yata silang gamit, hindi na uso.
Well, we will probably coordinate with the
Yeah.
engineering brigade.
That's right.
Engineering
This
brigade of the Armed
yes, the
Forces of the
engineering
Philippines.
brigade. That's correct.
But
I recall that one of the sections in Samar was actually finished as a race between the two. Pagkatapos yung kung sino mauna dun sa gitna, may on the spot promotion. Naalala ko yung Navy at saka yung Army parating laban-laban dyan.
yeah. Well, we intend yung what I said about the rehabilitation of Maharlika, Your Honor.
Pero pwede bang unahin yung pinakapangit
Yes.
na section?
We will address actually yung immediate needs actually while we are actually trying to secure official development assistance for the total rehabilitation of this of Daang Maharlika, Your Honor.
Sige, but perhaps this insurgency problem, like the issues of coordination,
Yes.
will remain with us. So, speaking of which, parating rin reklamo ng DOTR nung earlier budget hearing. I'm sure our chairman is aware and the other senators na the bulk of the 527.4471 billion budget, which is the Convergence and Special Support Program of Public Works, is supposed to be given to DOTR coordinated DOT trip and other projects. But the issue always is, according to DOTR, di daw nila nalalaman yung mga projects. Sinasabi ng DOT at ng LGU, hindi rin sila nakonsulta doon sa mga trip project. Totoo yun, nangyari na rin yan sa akin nung governor ako. Marami pong road to nowhere na pumasang trip project. Hindi namin maintindihan bakit merong ganun.
Well, I understand, Your Honor, that the implementation of the TRIP project is coordinated with the Department of Tourism because
Kasi sila na hindi daw nila alam eh.
Oh,
Nung budget hearing nila, DOTR and DOT were claiming that many of these projects under public works were implemented without much consultation on their part or even information.
as I was informed, Your Honor, actually all these projects that are being implemented now under our program had been well coordinated with the Regional Department of Tourism. We have, I think the department has an existing memorandum of agreement with the Department of Tourism on how the projects will be evolved and how will they be identified.
Yes, with all due respect, I have personal knowledge that
Yes.
this is more honored in the breach,
Yes.
and that consultation has been very minimal. In my experience as governor, yung mga lugar katulad sa bayan ng Burgos na ang dami-daming turista papunta sa mga waterfalls, hindi na aaspalto. Samantalang yung mga lugar sa Nueva Era, sa Dumalneg, kung tutuusin, walang masyadong turista pa. Talagang na semento ng todo-todo. Hindi namin po maintindihan, with all due respect.
Yes. Sa panahon ng Yusek Bonon, lahat yan, sementado na.
Oo, lalo na yung Solsona, baka wala nang matirang bukid. Biro lang. Hindi, no, I think this is an issue that needs to be dealt with. There seems to be a lack of coordination talaga. Hindi lang yung DOT, hindi lang yun, kundi yung reklamo rin ng DOTR. Bakit nagkakaturoan ng ganun? Hindi ba matigil yan?
To the ports, airports, and identify.
Well, we'll clarify all this with the agencies involved, the Department of Tourism, Department of.
Kayo kasi ang dinadahilan nila eh.
Ma'am, actually, we're not going in accordance with the agreement. I think we only provide the access road to what they identify as
That's right.
tourism destinations. No, we don't have.
DOTR was also complaining in their budget hearing about the same thing. Eh.
To ports.
We can only
Secretary.
put the necessary access roads to where they say they need access to the ports, to the airports, and things like this. So it's just a matter probably of I don't know, coordinating with them.
Yeah, again,
In fact,
like the LGUs, I think DPWH has to coordinate
Yeah.
somehow. Are
Are you actually coordinating or not? Are there permanent consultative committees or something? Parang paulit-ulit naman ito.
Yeah, we normally also we also I understand that the department in the previous programs have to secure also RDC endorsement in the convergence programs.
Yes, that's correct. Oo.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr.
So,
Chairman, Your Honor.
yes, perhaps we
In
can.
fact,
yes.
well, in fact, moving forward, I have already written actually the Department of Tourism, the Department of Trade, to,
Maybe the DOTR also.
and the DOTR
Kasi yun ang malaking problema.
to revalidate actually their master plans.
Right.
Master plans so that we avoid this confusion on
Yes.
who identifies and we only will going to fund actually or provide funding for the priority projects that that we can afford into our budget.
Yes, I recall that the trip project, for example, yung sa DOT, parating problema dyan. Are you going to be developmental or are you actually going to serve existing tourism traffic? That's always been the debate between the two. Because certainly you need to be developmental and open access roads to new destinations as opposed to the crowd-filled developed destinations. Siyempre, kailangan dalawa yun, ano?
Yes.
So parati yun ang argumento.
Yeah.
And I think we need the guidance of Public Works with that, and certainly DOT should do the same. So, yun yung experience ko sa trip, hindi maliwanag yung diskusyon. One of your criterion kasi was that X number of restaurants, X number of hotel, X number of tourist bus. Eh sa totoo lang, wala naman pumupunta pa doon kasi bagong tourism destination ang dinedevelop. Yun ang rinereklamo ng DOT.
Your permission, Senator.
That's right.
Ganun ang criteria, Sec, yung sa amin sa Baler, we never mapopondohan yun. Kasi nung naging congressman ako doon, 5 lang yata yung hotel doon eh. So, kung hindi nagawa yung kalsada doon, hindi naman sisipa yung tourism industry namin. From 15,000 to over 1 million tourists in the span of about a decade and a half, Your Honor. So, yung tama is, I totally agree with what Senior Vice Chair Marcos is saying because tama dapat developmental tayo kasi we're a developing country, di ba? At the end of the day. So, sana balansehin mo ninyo with your... Thank you.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. I think we rely on the information provided because we need also to determine actually the economic viability of the infrastructure support that has to be given to the program of the Department of Tourism.
Tourism, with your permission, do you include the 20 poorest na binanggit niyo po kanina? Baka dapat kasama rin yun, di ba? Kasama pa rin yun sa evaluation nyo. Kasi kawawa naman sila kung wala silang kotse doon. Alam mo naman, mahirap na lalawigan, wala talagang mga kotse dyan eh, di ba? Oh, they will never make that leap.
Yes, thank you. You heard it from the chairman. Let's revisit our criteria. Sometimes we have to be developmental. My last question simply has to do with the progress on the department's devolution transition plan as submitted to DBM. What are the highlights of this plan? Because this has become quite controversial.
The devolution, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, I think we're waiting for the result of the review of Executive Order 138.
So wala na muna yon. Kasi I recall that it was submitted to DBM and caused a lot of furor and agitation. Yes. So it's been thrown back to the departments or the LGU? Asa na po tayo? Kasi Mandana's ruling supposed to kick in this year. We're at the last quarter and we still have no light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, the devolution process, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, as I understand, would be until 2024.
That's correct, but it's
At,
supposed to
24.
start 2022.
Yes.
Takot-takot na nga na postponement yan eh.
Yes.
So, anong mauumpisa ng 2022? Dahil yun ang deadline na in-establish.
Yeah, I think the president actually, Your Honor, has designated actually a committee, a small committee to review actually the impact of the Mandanas Law and Executive Order 138. And the committee is about to come up with the recommendations actually to identify actually what can be sustained in the national budget and what essentially would have to be devolved already under the Mandanas Law program.
Yes,
So we are waiting for that.
So we're still waiting with bated breath. Patapos na kasi yung 2022, dun sa judgment, ang liwaliwanag, katakot-takot na kompromiso at tawaran at usapan yan. Eh, nung una, dapat nga retroactive, di ba? May utang pa. Tapos, pinuspon hanggang 2022. 2022, patapos na, wala pa rin. Ngayon, sinasabi po ninyo, nakakadismaya, na aantayin pa yung recommendation na hindi pa natatanggap. Ganun po ba?
I think, yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think the President himself is very concerned about the Mandanas Law. And in fact, he has been actually making some insinuations on how we are going to address especially the concerns of the fourth, fifth.
He was a former chairman of the Committee on Local Government.
Yes. The
Yeah, that's right.
fourth,
Yeah,
five,
for,
six class
Senator Jaime was in the
municipalities.
same work.
Na governor siya na una kasama nila,
Yes.
nila Governor Tet Garcia. Sila
Yes.
unang naghablan yan eh.
And this is the reason why he's and this is what why he's actually a small committee in the cabinet actually to look
Sige,
into.
paspasan na lang po natin at inaabangan ng LGU. Ay, hihirit na lang ako, Chairman. I said that was my last question, but I just recall, this has to do with climate change and the environment. Clearly, the situation in the Philippines does not show any too much progress in the area of climate adaptation and mitigation in terms of infrastructure. Hanggang ngayon, ginagawa pa rin natin yung wala katapusan na gabyon, yung mga sementadong seawall and so on. Is there no effort to embark on the China-style sponge cities, the Malaysian riverine cleanups, the efforts at India and other semi-arid experiments? Kasi parang wala namang nakikitang bago at yung pa rin, we have to be a little bit more aggressive in this area, certainly, and more innovative. Wala ba tayong effort
Or
dyan?
Iloilo style cleanup.
Oo, yung
development.
esplanade ng Iloilo, yung ibang river control ni Senator Villar, wala bang magawa dyan? At least yung Cagayan, for example, very clearly, it's always underwater at the rate we're going. So, ano ba, yung China sponge cities, hindi ba pwede yan? Because they've been working at great effect. Or is public works going to be limited to concrete infrastructure forever? We've all moved to gray infrastructure, green infrastructure. Is there no intent to go that direction?
Yes, I think certainly I think there is a lot to be done actually, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, to address the impact of climate change. As far as the department is concerned, we are actually trying to look into new technologies and innovations actually, particularly to put up more resilient infrastructure to counteract the impact of damages brought about by climate change.
Yeah.
Actually, in the school building program, as I mentioned, we
Yes, you mentioned in the school building, but I'm talking about the basic things like the rivers po. We still have the old-fashioned notion that we can actually change the course of the river. I mean, we now have learned the bitter lesson that there's no fighting Mother Nature. So, I see nothing in your budget that attempts to pilot some of this technology. So, I was hopeful sana na meron tayong bago-bago na sagot sa problemang yan.
Research fund.
I think we can look again, Mr. Chairman, into the budget and perhaps uh, take the cue of the good senator that we can adopt or
Saan nyo
start
kukunin?
to
Sa
adopt.
guardrail? Sa guardrail nyo kukunin.
Bounce na natin sa guardrail. Ilagay na natin. Kasi yung
Sa-
iba yan, forever na tayo magpa-flood control dyan to no avail. We need a new concept. We need a new idea. They're simply underwater all the time. So what do we do?
That's the biggest river, di ba? In the country.
That's right. That's that's the country's biggest river, and it's become. We don't know where the river begins and the sea ends. No,
Yes.
it's all one big muddy mess. So perhaps it's time to think of the floating cities, the sponge cities, all these things. Otherwise, wala na tayong gagawin kundi magbobomba to no avail.
True, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That'll be all. Senator Cayetano, please.
Thank you very much, Senior Vice Chair Marcos. We go to our former Speaker and former Majority Leader, Senator Alan. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, magandang tanghali po and thank you for working so hard to our Senior Vice Chairperson, Senator Marcos, and of course to the DPWH family. Mr. Chairman, medyo mahaba-haba to. Gusto bang kumain muna ni Secretary kahit 10 minutes?
It's okay,
No, it's
Your Honor.
totally okay. Hindi naman nag...
Baka nyo daw siya makakain after you ask. Joke lang.
No, but anyway, if he doesn't want na... No, I'm not fattening up the calf before. Mr. Secretary, feel free po kung yung ibang questions ay may sasagot from the DPWH family, no? To start out muna, let's talk about principles muna, no? Siyempre, yung biblical principle dito, kung anong ating itatanim, yan din ang ating aanihin. So before I go to, I think the basic principle in government is doing good, preventing evil. So I'll focus a little bit on preventing evil and talking about ways to address graft and corruption and issues like parking, etc. No? Having said that, can we start out with ano ba yung philosophy ng infrastructure under the Marcos administration? No? So, di ba kay Pinoy, it was more of tuwid na daan and cleaning up the contracts. Kay Duterte, it was really build, 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 leading to a safe and comfortable life. No? The reason I ask this, and I know it's difficult to articulate it, but the reason I ask this, because later on, especially in the plenary, I'd like to compare the budget vis-a-vis the philosophy, no? So I know it's a continuation of build, 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 but ano yung focus, or at the end of 6 years, ano bang role ng DPWH in, you know, in all of this? So what's the basic philosophy under the infrastructure program under the Marcos administration?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, the mantra of the infrastructure program under the present administration is actually to build better more.
No, it speaks for itself. Tama po yun.
Build better more.
and more.
And I think we recognize that actually the infrastructure development of the country is very much needed to actually support the economic development that we needed most at this point in time. And there is an 8-point agenda of the president, and which we need to support with the infrastructure development. Specifically, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to address about aside from continuing the build program that has been started under the present administration, we need to expand the pipeline of the build program in order to support to provide impact projects that would support the economic development. Having said that, we need to address first of all traffic congestion problems along the national roads. So that we need to provide unimpeded travel to interregional connections, actually. We need to have integrated and seamless transport system. In other words, what we're saying is actually we need to integrate actually roads, rail, ports, and other modes of transport to provide seamless transportation of everybody. And we continue to look into livable, sustainable, and resilient communities by providing, actually, again, addressing the flooding problems and need to integrate the water resources management program. And all these things, actually, Mr. Chairman. And the other thing is we continue to support actually the convergence and rural development program, particularly in support of food security and tourism. Mr. Chairman, these are actually some of the strategic infrastructure programs that we intend to implement in the Department of Public Works and Highways.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, Sec, that was a good articulation, no? Even it's a 2-minute version and madaling maintindihan. So if we follow the mantra, build better, more, obvious yung build, obvious yung more. So let's focus ng konti dun sa better, no? So sa better, am I correct to understand it's, for example, more sustainable at green yung mga projects na gagawin? It should be built better, meaning mas akma sa mga i-build natin. So what I'm trying to say is that yung better is all-encompassing, no? This is not just yung, hindi to parang pusoy na good, better, best lang na i-arrange mo lang yung baraha. You're basically saying that DPWH wants to take a look at the existing projects and how to do it better, whether it's more environmentally friendly, it's more effective, etc. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun, Your Honor. And also to be, yung mga projects that we intend to implement should be resilient and worthwhile, Your Honor, actually to respond to the economic development program of this administration.
So first of all, I'm very happy with the points you mentioned, especially water. Kasi I feel na parating nakakalimutan ng DPWH na sa kanila yung water at malaki talaga problema dyan. And maybe in a future session, maybe in the plenary, pwede nating himayin talaga kung ano ang projects sa water, no? Having said that, you said livable and sustainable and focus on flooding. What about the building of parks?
Well, the building of parks, Mr. Chairman, is actually, I believe this has not been incorporated in our program because I think this is more on LGU.
Yeah. Let me bring it up to you, Mr. Secretary, kasi kung titignan mo, 15% lang ng national budget ang napupunta sa LGU. And kung masusunod yung mga IMF, World Bank, and watchdogs, sasabihin nila ang corruption sa Pilipinas ay anywhere between 10% to 30% of the budget. Kung totoo yun, mas malaki pa napupunta sa corrupt kaso napupunta sa LGU. So if that's true, and that's everyone's fault, ha? I mean, as Filipinos, we should all work on that together. We're not pointing fingers at any particular agency here, no? So having said that, sa lahat ng mabuting sinabi niyo po, sustainable, livable, integrated, seamless, I think parks fit into it eh. Kung titignan mo, number one, Secretary, no? Livable. Mall na lang napupuntahan ng Pilipino na magkasama yung pamilya eh. Pero kung wala ka rin naman pera, di ba? Hindi naman kayo pwedeng sabay-sabay kumain at manood ng sine kung kulang ka rin ng pera. Pero sa park, pag pumunta kayo doon, mag-iihaw-ihaw kayo doon. So kung yung mga binata, dalaga, medyo magso-socialize, yung iba magba-basketball, magba-volleyball, yung mga matatanda, papasyal doon, it's fits the concept na sa Pilipino ang pinaka-importante, pamilya. Secondly, Mr. Secretary, tama po ba ako na kapag kayong mga lote ay inubos mo, mas nakakakos ng flooding yon? Pero kung meron kang areas na bakante at park, it actually prevents floods, di ba?
Totoo po yan, Your Honor. I think, this is a classic example is Metro Manila.
Yes.
When before, actually, there were still areas and spaces where the rainwater percolates into the ground. But now, everything has been paved and everything, and the runoff just spreads out.
Not being an engineer, Mr. Chair, alam niyo po nung inabot ko pa ang Taguig na panay open fields, of course we welcome the development. Pero as nag-develop, yung mga area na dating hindi nagka-flood. At yun nga ang ilan na assessment ng DPWH doon, sir. Lahat ng mga fields tinayuan na. Wala naman regulasyon nung araw about yung mga encatchment. Tapos yung ibang estero rivers ay lumiit na and everything, no? In fact, to your point about Metro Manila, one of the proposals during the Duterte administration is if matuloy yung Bulacan and Cavite Airport, gawin ng park kahit kalahati ng NAIA, di ba? At ito magiging lungs o central park ng Pilipinas, and then yung kalahati ibenta as a central business district. Actually, ako may proposal, amended proposal doon. Yung kalahati, gawing park. Yung kalahati, hatiin sa dalawa. Yung una, gawin Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Business Park. Yung kalahati, gawin Ninoy Aquino Business Park. Para mag-compete yung mga negosyante rather than boycott. Tignan na lang natin kung saan sila pupunta dun sa dalawa, di ba? Kaya competition works eh. Kaso sa nag-aaway sa internet kung i-rename o hindi. Pareho naman silang naging part of our history, no? So, double bashing to mamaya. Both sides. So, having said that, Mr. Chair, I just like to emphasize na baka gusto nyong tignan na rather than, I understand no, na lupa ang pinag-uusapan dito and whether it's national or local government. But ito pinakamura for DPWH kasi ito ay basically site development, di ba? Except for some structures. And it might be therapeutic for some people in the DPWH kung very stressful yung ibang high impact na to meet the deadlines dun sa mga projects. Sa paghaharap nyo dito, parating COA reports at saka yung kung nami-meet nyo deadlines o hindi, parts would actually be something that we could build na tingin kong mabuti para sa atin, no? Anyway, you have
Can I, with your permission, Your Honor, okay lang. Just to supportan ko lang yung sinabi ni Sen. Alan, importante talaga yung green spaces. How about sports facilities din? Kasi pag pumunta tayo sa ibang bansa, yung public, yung access ng publiko sa sports facilities is quite wide, di ba? You see tennis courts in Paris, in LA, kada city merong sports complex. So baka pwedeng with your permission, Senator Alan, na kasama na sa konsepto yun sana. So, may magawa yung bata, di ba? Yung on weekends, may magagawa yung pamilya. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, totally agree, di ba? Nag-evolve yung yung concept ng park eh. Kaya even yung mall, di ba? I mean, if you talk of one of the biggest, let's say, Ayala, ibang-iba yung Ayala sa Makati, sa Fort Taguig, pero yung sa Santa Rosa. So makikita mo yung sa Fort Taguig, there's much more open space, mini parks, and artwork. But makikita mo yung sa Santa Rosa na meron talagang Senator Marcos.
Yes, sisingit nga ako. Hindi na lang limited to park yung green space eh. Ang konsepto ngayon, di ba, one-third, 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 pati kalsada. Pati kalsada ngayon, one-third sa vehicle, one-third sa pedestrian, one-third sa green space and landscaping. One-third, one-third, one-third. Pero hindi ko pa rin nakikita sa plano ng public works yan.
Anyway, may we recommend that kasi may pera kayo for anti-flood, may pera din kayo for safe, if I can use Senator Pia's safe pathways, di ba? May pera kayo for right-of-way. And right-of-way is also yung pagbili ng lupa. But of course, baka it's more of acquiring the land. So for example, no, let's say, ano yung malaking fort sa Nueva Ecija, sa Army, di ba? Fort Magsaysay, di ba? So if, they say that they're willing na part of it will be parang Clark na yung parade ground nila. 'Di ba na military gagamit ng Monday to Friday pero weekends they will open it to the public. I think that's something worth doing. Or if you look at the state universities, maraming state universities wala silang pera pampader. Kaya naskwaskwatan yung kanilang lupa. But I'm sure if, let's say, we do a 99-year for a few hectares, there are state universities with 200, 400, 500 hectares. So sabihin natin, kukunin ng DPWH yung 20 hectares for 99 years at magiging park yun. I think even the image of DPWH as a builder in the country can change under your administration. No?
As far, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think this can be another paradigm shift in the functions of the department, and we don't mind actually to get involved and do this kind of a program in the department, Your Honor.
Maybe I would suggest, Mr. Chair, during our meetings, one in Northern Luzon, one in Central Luzon, one in Southern Luzon, one Visayas, Mindanao, in this budget, di ba, na whatever, tigi 100 million, na lalo kung kampo yan or state yun naman, if we can do 5 in a year, next year, then you'll be able to give us a comment kung doable, di ba, in 1 year yan. No? Yung mga nakikita ng mga Pilipino abroad na mga fountain, di ba, yung mga biking lane, mga skate, mga X Games. I think kayang-kayang gawin ng DPWH yun. And if you look at yung ginawa ninyo sa Region 3, sa Clark at saka sa Subic during the SEA Games, no, whether it was done, however it was bidded out, you know, it shows we can really do world-class facilities here. Yung ating aquatic center, yung Israeli team dito nag-practice, nag-train for the Olympics at sinabi ng American coach, it's the best he's seen, no? And they've been around. So we can actually do it. But tama ka, Secretary, baka kumbaga sa menu, no, nung restaurant na yon, sanay yan sa comfort food, walang healthy food dyan, medyo mag-shift tayo, no? So having said that, Secretary, alam naman po natin that there are a few agencies in government na parati pong nasa listahan ng most corrupt. But this is perception, mga perception index to. No? And for obvious reasons, di ba? Tax collection, for example, BIR at customs, di ba? Obviously, may mahuli kang isa, nandyan na yung perception. And ganun din sa DPWH, just by the sheer number of contracts, no, and of course of how we put it, history over the last 100 years, no. So my question in regards to good governance, no. Let me shift to preventing evil muna ng konti. Sinong expert ng DPWH sa team nyo na magaling mag-ayos ng kontrata? Mag-fix ng kontrata ng ng kontrata. Sinong corruption expert nyo sa team nyo?
Anti-corruption.
Yeah, you cannot have anti-corruption and you cannot know how to counter fixing contracts if you don't know how to fix contracts, di ba? I'm not saying na ang trabaho nun to fix contracts. I'm saying sinong marunong doon.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, in the Department of Public Works and Highways, as I find it now, we have established actually they have established actually, and I want to continue with this initiative, that the bidding process is the bidding process of contracts is a process wherein even the private sector and the watchdog agencies can participate.
Check will go to that. So ang tanong ko muna is that if you have a team or meron ba sa team nyo, I'll give you an example, no? So you know that it's an intriguing question but I'm sincere dyan, no? When we dealt with the passport problem sa DFA nung nandun ako, humanap ako ng marunong magbenta talaga ng slot sa passport at marunong mangurap sa sa OFWs. Ang pumunta sa akin at nagturo sa akin na, sir, binebenta to sa OFWs $1,000 per passport. Kasi ang makakapagturo sa iyo kung paano mangontra yung marunong at gumagawa nun, no? So I'll go to that, but I have a question muna kay Yusek Kanda. Then let's go to the anti-corruption part of your mission, no? And it's, Secretary, it's really good to talk to you about anti-corruption for two reasons. Number one, dati ka na nandyan, so coming back, you're not coming in blind. But number two, because you're now the boss, and for the first time, you're starting with a clean slate, di ba? Hindi mo cargo yung kalokohan ng iba, no? So, Yusek Kanda, may I ask you a couple of questions lang. Nandito ba? Wala. Wala na siya? Sa DBM na pala, sorry. Okay. See, who of you were still with the DPWH nung we were doing the 2021 budget, tapos nandun kayo sa office ko, sa Speaker's office? I don't think Yusek Sadain was there. Was Yusek Cabral?
Yusek
Cabral?
Yusek Cabral was,
Yeah.
yes, Your Honor.
Yusek Cabral?
Yes.
Oo.
So 2021,
Yeah.
formulation of the
Yeah.
21 budget, Your Honor.
Yeah, sorry, Yusek Cabral. A couple of questions. You remember when you were waiting in my office, in my waiting room, grupo kayo ng mga Yusek and ASEC. I asked you for one thing. Do you remember that? Hindi na. It's okay if you don't. I mean, magulo sa budget hearing. Okay, let me refresh your memory and then use the mic. Tell me if you remember. You were there talking with the USEC, ASECs. I don't know who you were going to talk to because yung mga congressmen labas-pasok nung time na speaker ko. I went up to you guys and I told you, I'm only asking for one thing. And if anyone asks you for anything in my name, this is the only thing I'm asking from you. Sabi ko, pandemic, can you make sure na you talk to all the contractors or you find a way to communicate with them and ask them to hire more laborers, to try to make more labor intensive? Do you remember that? Does anyone here,
Yeah.
sino yung mga USEC and ASEC who were
Hindi ko na
there?
po masyadong ma-recall, sir.
Okay,
Yung...
kailangan padalang ko kayo ng vitamins para sa memory, ha? Oo. So anyway, Sec, that's what I told them. So I cannot ask my follow-up questions kung wala naman dito nakaalala kasi my follow-up questions would have been, how did you communicate this? At nagawa nyo ba? Kasi remember, during the pandemic, lumipas na yan eh, di ba? Parang nasunugan or binaha. What's most important, it's during that time, nandiyan ka at natutulungan mo. Pag lumipas na yon, hindi na natin magagawa. Okay? So having said that, sige, please take note of that because hindi pa naman huli lahat pagdating sa laborers. Would you agree with me, Secretary, na dahil sa build at dahil lumaki na ng husto ang budget ng DPWH, when you left DPWH, how much was the budget of DPWH? Mga kalahati? When you left DPWH, nung nag-retire po kayo?
When I left, hindi kalahati po.
One-third.
Your Honor, it's much lower than
Much lower.
much
Oo.
lower than kalahati
Yeah.
at that
Okay.
time.
And again, no, not making any, I'm not insinuating anything. Ang pangongontrata ay business. But you'd agree with me because of the 4 or 5 years of good, what you call this, economic growth during the Aquino term and then until the pandemic, yung build, maraming yumaman na kontratista. Tama po ba?
Maaari po.
I mean, it's obvious, di ba?
Yeah.
I mean, hindi man sila papasok para malugi.
There are many contracts then,
Yeah.
I'm supposed.
Yes. So, let me ask the whole DPWH family, di ba may nakita na ba kayong mahirap na kontratista? Oh. Unang-una, kung mahirap sila at kontratista, may problema kasi they're supposed to have the ability to build and to pay at meron silang bond, di ba? So, kahit ka paano, they might not be ultra-rich pero hindi sila mahirap. Oh, pero may nakita na ba kayong mayaman na laborer? Na construction worker? So maybe that can be another shift. Maybe we have what? 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000 na magaling at very skillful na construction worker na nag-rise yung to the ranks, di ba? Naging supervisor, naging nag-aral or whatever, naging kanang kamay ng kontratista and maybe naging contractor na, di ba? But maybe one of the programs of DPWH should actually be a path to an opportunity, no? Kasi sa bansa natin, yung opportunity is determined first by where you were born. So if you were born in Pag-asa Island or in Batanes or in Tawi-Tawi, you'll probably have less opportunities if you were born in Cebu, Davao, Metro Manila, no? Secondly, firstly, we're determined by the last name you were born to. Diba? If you're born to a very rich industrialist family, na mayaman yung parents, not only will you go to the best schools, the best doctors, kung may report yung anak mo, madaling tawagan ng isang senador, isang secretary. Pero kapag ikaw pinanganak kay Juan de la Cruz na mahirap, lahat ng pasan sa mundo na to sa'yo napupunta, no? So I think we should have a affirmative action program. So let's start with the construction workers. Is there a way or is the DPWH monitoring kung sinusunod ba ng contractors yung social protection? Meaning may SSS, may PhilHealth, yung mga construction workers nila?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think, yes, the Department of Labor has been issuing guidelines to the construction industry, the contractors, Mr. Chairman. In fact, this is one of the issues that we are discussing with the Department of Labor because they are monitoring actually the compliance of the contractors with regard to
Fortunately, Mr. Secretary, sa laki ng minomonitor ng Labor Department, di ba? Mahirap talaga, but tayo specialized no? So, sa 770 billion budget, assuming it's 1 billion per project and one contractor, that's 770. Assuming it's 100 million per projects, that's 7,000 contractors. I don't know kung ilan ang member ng Contractors Association, but shouldn't be more than 10,000 siguro, no?
24,000.
24,000. So 24,000. May I request you look into it? If DPWH can have a monitoring system or, for example, na kailangan under oath mag-submit yung contractor na eto ang ginamit namin tao sa project na to, and under oath o may checklist, bayad ang kanilang SSS, PhilHealth, etc. No? So tulong na natin sa construction workers yon. So, okay. Taking it a step up, maybe DPWH can have a memorandum of agreement both with the, what do you call the association ng contractors? PCA.
Philippine Constructors
Yeah. I
Association.
don't know if they have it already, pero kung wala, baka pwedeng ang PCA, ang DPWH at ang TESDA. So dun sa construction workers na gustong i-up yung skill nila. And until now, di ba, yung mga nakakapunta sa Cebu Airport, tapos nakikita yung main hall nila, yung kahoy, parang sinasabi, kaya pala nating gawin yon. If I'm not mistaken, there were 8 to 10 people who slept there for 6 months na sila lang yung gumawa. I'm not so sure now kung Germans. Basta they're very skilled, di ba? But ang point nga, sa bawat project na malaki na gagawin natin, sana may mentorship at may transfer dito. And I think the uniqueness of having you as secretary is you used to handle yung foreign assisted projects, di ba? And if I'm not mistaken, halimbawa, the Japanese and the Chinese projects, pagdating sa civil works, sina-subcontract din naman sa atin eh. Di ba? But there are some specialized, lalo sa DOTR, na sila. Pero kung panay sila na lang, they actually, pasalamat tayo ng pasalamat at dapat man tayo pasalamat na yung rates ng utang mababa. But actually, let's be frank about it, kumikita din ng mga kumpanya nila. Business model din ng kanilang ekonomiya yon. So hindi naman masama. So the same thing when we talk to the DND, this was started by President Ramos pa. Sabi ni President Ramos, why don't we manufacture the ships and the arms here but licensed by the US so that kumikita kayo pero nabubuo din yung industriya dito sa Pilipinas. And I think sa Cebu may shipyard nga na gano'n, di ba, na they're doing projects with us. So maybe sa DPWH, we can take it a step further. and help the construction workers, di ba? So marami dyan nagsisimula, talagang pa-extra lang eh. Baka nga yung bantay lang, nagta-traffic, tapos nagustuhan yung attitude nung supervisor na pasok, di ba? But then, kompleto naman sa teste, whether sa magwe-welding yan or whatever kind, latero yan, pintor, etc. No? And I remember during the boom talaga ng real estate, di ba? Ang naging problema ng private contractors naman, mga gumagawa ng buildings, nag-aagawan na sa construction workers, di ba? So, and if you go to, let's say, Saudi or Bahrain, they're so proud of Filipino engineers, Filipino architects, and even Filipino skilled workers. So sa akin, instead of complaining na pag gumaling nag-abroad, pagalingin natin lahat, di ba? Parang sa PBA din yan eh. Sige, mag-complain tayo na kinukuha abroad. Pero let's be happy for them na kumikita sila malaki. Let's train the rest of the population para dumami ang magaling sa basketball. So, yun lang ang point ko, di ba, na because these aren't private contracts at dahil kumikita naman yung kontratista, baka we can inject a little bit more. I'm not saying walang nationalism. Baka a little bit more nationalism in them na meron din silang social obligation, di ba? Kasi nga, the contract is public, not private. Which I'll go to my next point, no? Si President Biden signed an executive order na kapag government projects above $35 million, they are allowed to have, I'll read the name of the contract sa article para I don't make a mistake. Fairly recent po ito, no? Ito, Project Labor Agreements on Federal Construction Projects, no? So, meaning, I know there's a supply and demand. So, ito ang problema ng mga kontratista na may konsensya. If they want to pay their construction workers more, matalo sila sa bidding, hindi ba? But if the Contractors Association will come up with an agreement with the pool of laborers and with DPWH na eto minimum wage. Pero pag kontrata ng gobyerno, minimum wage plus 10% ang makukuha ng worker para may konti naman silang dagdag sa iba. Pero kasi kung gagawin ng iba na may plus 20, plus 15, yung iba hindi, mananalo parati yung pababaan. But that might not be the best project. Of course, yung iba will really pay more for the skill needed, lalo kung very technical yung project. No? But can you look into this, Sec? Kasi I think it's a small way, pero makakatulong. And it's also a way na, kasi sa private, pwede ka mag-bid, pwedeng hindi, pwedeng limited bid, di ba? So, for example, if I say na, let's say sabihin na, I remember yung isa kong malapit na pamilya, sabi nila, ang DMCI, nung nag-bid sa building namin, mas mataas ng konti, pero mas maganda silang gumawa eh. So, yun ang pwedeng gawin ng private sector eh. Ang public, hindi pwedeng gawin yun eh. Di ba? Ang public, kung ano yung nanalo sa bid. But if we level the playing field in terms of the unlabor agreement, di ba? Then what's left na lang is the monitoring, no? Sa isang kontrata ba, more or less, anong rule of thumb? Let's say kalye. Sa kalye, how many % of the public work contracts is labor?
Labor component normally, Your Honor, is about anywhere between 20 to 30%.
But it differs if it's vertical, di ba? Or halos ganun din. More or less.
Mas intensive yung vertical.
So mas malaki pa.
Yes.
So let's put it at 25%. Sabi mo 20, 30. So 25%. So if you have a 800 billion peso project, no, in your budget, no, I'm assuming after all it's said and done and lahat ng complaints namin, madadagdagan pa rin budget nyo. Sa 800 billion, 25% is 200 billion. So, di ba, that will go so far dun sa unemployment, underemployment, etc. Kung hindi nga natin babaratin ang mga construction workers natin, no? So, since lahat naman ng project na to ay January pa, may I humbly ask the Secretary na itong October, November, December, we look into it and baka mabigyan natin ng Christmas gift ang construction workers that will look into this, no?
Certainly, Your Honor, I think this is a very noble proposal that we have to look into. I think we have to look into the plight of the laborers. And at the same time, Your Honor, I have to thank you for bringing that up. Because under my watch, I think, we have to evolve actually technology transfer once again into, particularly in the big ticket projects, actually, Your Honor.
I'm very pleased if we can do that three things under this administration. Technology transfer and yung mobility, di ba? Social mobility ng workers.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Number two, yung mas malaki makukuha nila given inflation. And then number three, makakapahinga sila sa park. Hindi nila kailangan tumuloy sa sa mall parate, no?
Yes.
So, having said that, Sec, if we can go nga lang to my points in sa anti-graft and corruption, no? I do recognize that together with the DPWH, in fact, sa general provisions, no, meron provisions for transparency ng kontrata at nakalagay naman doon kung ano, no? Okay. Having said that, no, and I do agree that sometimes, let's say, of 100 contracts, isa o dalawa magka-problema, we tend to generalize na lahat yan may corruption and everything, no? But can you give us a general picture of how a public works contract will look like if we assume there's no corruption? So let's say it's a 100 million peso project or a 10 million project for easy reference, no? So 25 to 30% will go to labor. Okay, magkano yung allowed na kita ng contractor? 10? Ano ba? Ano yung nasa law? 8 to 12 or something? Or?
Yeah. 8 to 12% markup.
Markup. Yeah, yung kanilang profit. Kasi it's a business, di ba? Yeah. So let's put it at 10, but just give me the figure kung ano yung nasa batas. So that's already 40%. Materials is usually 50 to 60%.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mukhang mauubos. Kasi may VAT ka pa na 12%.
Pati equipment. Kasama na equipment po doon.
So, sige po. Let me list it down kasi para hindi tayo magkamali sa math. So, 25 to 30% labor, equipment and materials is 50?
Or less, yes. Yeah,
40 to 60, ganun?
Yeah. Equipment normally is about 30%, Your Honor.
Okay. And then the materials?
And then the materials, let me get more precise.
Yeah, you can give us the precise, but now parang tignan lang natin yung... I'll make my point after we go this, Mr. Chairman, about, how we can...
Yes, more or less, Your Honor, ganun po yung distribution.
Yeah. So how much po yung equipment and materials?
Yung equipment is normally about 30%, Your Honor.
Okay.
Tapos yung materials will be about 40% actually.
Lampas na tayo sa...
Including kung ano po yun. Lahat, kasi kung
So
minsan...
materials and equipment 40%?
Yes.
Okay. Magkasama na yon. Okay. And then VAT, no?
VAT is
12%?
6%.
Is, magkano ang VAT?
12%. 12%, Your Honor.
And of course, yung iba naman dyan is...
another 12% for the...
for?
12% is the markup.
12% is the markup.
Markup.
So tama, 12% yung markup?
5 to 10% roughly by category. OCM, sir, is...
Any other taxes, sir?
Say contingency is 3 to 5%. Miscellaneous is 43 to...
Meron pang allowed na contingency portion, Your Honor.
How much is the contingency?
3 to 5%.
Mga 3 to 5% depending. 3 to 5%, Your Honor, depending on the magnitude of...
Yeah, especially now with inflation.
Yeah.
Diba? Okay. So that's 30 plus 40 plus 12 plus 12, 24, 64, 94 plus 5, 99%.
Something.
Meron ka pang EAO.
EAO is,
Is how much? Is labas?
It's not part of the contract, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's of the appropriation but not the contract. So sa labas siya ng contract.
Yes, opo.
Sige, I'll go to that later on. Anything else part of the contract? May iba bang tax yan? O ano na yan?
That's
VAT
just
lang.
about it.
VAT.
Nandiyan na yung VAT kanina, Your Honor.
So did we miss out anything? Yung mas alam siguro to ng mga
Ano
DE at saka sa ano, no? So 20 to 30% labor, 40% materials, equipment, 12% yung profit, yung allowed margin, and then 12% VAT. Meron pa ba? Contingency, 3 to 5%.
Contingency 3 to 5%.
So that goes to almost 100%. So,
Yeah.
so the point I want to make is that yung kung pupuloy natin ang hearing ng mga Marites, ang sasabihin nila, ang SOP is anywhere between 10 to 15% if it's normal and 20 pataas kung lolokohin yung project. So let's eliminate yung mga pinaka-obvious. Ang pinaka-obvious is ghost project, which I think yung panahon ngayon na meron ng internet, cellphone, etc., medyo hindi yan nawala na totally, medyo napakahirap ng gawin yan, no? Oo. So, the process of elimination lang, no? Yung mga pwedeng mangyari or nangyari in the past, no? So, yung ghost project is medyo out of fad, no? May drone, may under the special provision, may quarterly geotag pictures. So, so meron talagang tayong, yun ba nasusunod yun, Sec?
Susunod po.
Susunod. So meron tayong archiving niyan kung sakaling, halimbawa, biglang nag-hearing ang Blue Ribbon nung isang project. Halimbawa, binagyo, nawala yung kalye. Sabi nung contractor nagawa, sabi nung isang residente doon hindi. Mabubunot natin yung geotag na picture para makita, no?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Sec, pakitignan mo kung may penalty kung wala yung geotag picture. Kasi 'di ba? Kasi kung gagawa ka rin ng kalokohan, bubunutin mo 'yon. So halimbawa, nagkabaha doon, nawala yung kalye, iniimbestigahan, sinisingil mong buo, bubunutin ko yung picture kung gusto mong singilin ng mabuti. So baka we should DPWH should propose, no? I have not reviewed if is it a criminal case to not or may malaking fine kapag hindi submit, or maybe Sec, wag niyong bayaran unless chinek nyo and meron siyang quarter na hindi. But to also prevent corruption sa singilan, bigyan natin sila ng checklist na eto ang kailangan nyo sinasubmit, whether it's monthly, quarterly, ganyan, no? Kasi I don't think everyone knows na merong ganyan special provision, di ba? Nag-evolve din naman tayo, no? So, the next kind of corrupt is kung hindi ghost, yung dadayain yung project, no? So, meaning kung sinabing, alam mo, 6 inches yung kapal, ginagawa na lang 3 inches, no? And again, madaling bantayan yon, di ba? Kasi habang ginagawa, kunan mo lang ng picture yon. At saka di ba may technology na nadidrill mo?
Yes.
What do you call it? Coring, no? So, coring. Okay. But what about, Sec, yung paborito, I think, at least pinagsususpetsahan, yung mga dredging, slope protection, etc. So yung part na nasa ilalim ng tubig, so paano na mo-monitor or natetest yon para sure na hindi dinaya yung project?
What I know, Mr. Chairman, is actually they are being paid by the number of the quantity of materials that they're being taken out. In the cases of desilting or
Sa
dredging, they are.
Yes, pero di ba, Sec, I mean, throwback to kasi hindi na naman paborito ngayon yung dredging, but when we were both younger, di ba? Sasabihin nila, drainage nila, kinalculate yung tinambak sa tabi, pero umulan daw, kaya bumalik na naman yung, di ba? So, that's why naghigpit over time. In fact, during the Aquino administration, pati yung totoong type of dredging sa Laguna Lake, na-cancel eh. Nagbayad pa tayo sa arbitration, baka matalo pa tayo doon, di ba? Dahil nga, ang impression ng mga ka-generation natin, walang tunay na dredging. No? That's why may I agree na mahirap nang gumawa ng, almost impossible gumawa ng ghost, 'di ba? With geotagging, with drones, and with simple cell phones, 'di ba? I also agree na if we have partners with NGOs dun sa mga kalye, sa school buildings, anong klaseng yung ginagawa pa lang school building, hindi naman natin pinagbabawal na may tumingin, gaano kakapal yung bakal, di ba, etc. And then as you said, yung may coring and other kinds of technology. But for the um, more suspected, katulad nga ng slope protection at saka ibang flood control, kung sino man ang expert, can they send na lang to the chairman and then to me, 'di ba? Ano ang existing at proposed nilang pagbantay to make sure na hindi totoo yung namamarites na pag ganito 20 yan, pag ganito 25 yan, 30. Kaya ako po pinaspecify sa inyo yon kasi my question was gonna be, kung hindi nag-ghost at hindi na dadaya, saan kinukuha yung 10 to 20 to 30 kung meron mang kinukuha? Di ba? Kasi kung ma-identify natin saan kinukuha, so kung kinukuha sa labor, meaning sabi nila 30% labor, pero actually, pinad nila yung labor, then mababantayan na natin and we can, So our intention here, Sec, is that with the reality that corruption is very hard to eliminate, how do we incrementally make corruption less and make the contracts better? Di ba? So kung dati, ang 1 million during the last administration will only give you 80%, baka naman in this administration, ang 1 million may 85 o 90% ka na. No? So anyway, you know my line of questioning. May we continue discussion so that I just don't bore the chair and the senior vice too much. So
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
to go to the, siguro, para akin na lang or apples to apples sa inyong presentation. So the way you presented your budget is general administration and support, and then support to operations, then locally and foreign assisted projects. So my first question is, nadagdagan ng 60% from 10 to 16 billion ang general admission and support. And under that, there are only two items. So I think the two items under general administration and support, una is general management and supervision. So from 10 billion in 2022, you're proposing 15.7 billion in 2023. Ano po ang coverage ng general management supervision? Sec, you don't have to answer the questions. You, Sec. Yeah, please. And Sec, please have a bite.
Sir, that comprises the personal services at yung mga expenditures ng mga bureaus and services and central office, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
So when you say personal services, you will hire additional people?
These are existing plantilla positions, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. And
How much of the 16 billion are existing, given that you have an increased 6 billion? Or to reverse the question, sa 6 billion na additional, magdadagdag kayong tao? Hindi.
Earlier, sir, na information that there are about 1,000 plus 1,900 unfilled position, and our human resources department is continuously hiring for the filling up of these positions that are mainly technical
So
positions or
put it
engineering.
another way, Yusek, how much of the 16 billion is MOE and how much of it is PS?
Sir, dun sa gas, ang MOE po is 1 billion, 1.1, and that will support the expenses of the bureaus.
1 billion lang ang MOE.
Dun sa general administration.
Yeah. So you're adding 5B for PS.
Meron pong capital outlay for equipment, office equipment yata
Okay.
ito, sir.
So how much is the capital outlay?
0.695 billion, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. So relating that to, so let's go now to support to operations. No? Under letter E, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation on the infra, you increased from 4 billion to 24 billion. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Why is this, may I ask?
Sir, as pointed out by the Secretary earlier, a lot of our support to operations, which includes the maintenance for the national roads and bridges, for the other facility infrastructure, feasibility study, right of way, were reduced in the 2022.
So allow me to point you to operations under 001, letter number 1, asset preservation program. Under your asset preservation program, you have preventive maintenance, you have rehabilitation, reconstruction, you have reconstruction of roads, and you have construction upgrading. So isn't this the same thing?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, preventive maintenance, as a technical description, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, aims to prevent and delay deterioration of the roads, for it to become bad in condition. So we implement this on the roads with fair to poor condition, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. And the poor roads are prioritized over the roads that are in fair condition, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. The rehabilitation, reconstruction, upgrading, damaged paved roads restore the roads that are already in bad condition and are no longer cost effective if we use the preventive maintenance, Your Honor.
Ma'am, para lang klaro ha, kasi of course I give it to you na kayo yung sa technical, but as a layman, and yun nga, sa pagbabantay ng budget, anong kaibahan na sa support operations, ang title nyo is, you added 20 billion nga to maintenance, repair, rehab.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, under your operations na, magkano ba nilaki ng operations? Operations went from 544 billion in the NEP. Dun sa website nyo, it's already 619 billion. And then, magkano to sa last year? Yeah, so, mamaya hanapin natin magkano last year. So, anong difference, ma'am? Rehabilitation din siya, reconstruction din, preventive maintenance. So, hindi ba lalong nakakalito to kung meron kang preventive maintenance na nandito, tapos meron ka naman... Oh.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the maintenance...
Apologies for the replay, natanong na pala ni... just to himay a little bit more. Mas matipid ang Ilocano, pero mas mahimay ang Tagigenyo.
Your Honor, if I may
combination. Yes, sir.
Explain a little bit. There are two types of maintenance works that we are undertaking, Your Honor. One is routine maintenance. The other one is actually preventive or the asset preservation program. What is included in M001 is the capital intensive maintenance, if you like. These are actually the asset preservation. While the other one is in the MOE is actually for routine maintenance.
So, Sec, ba't hindi na lang nilipat? Ba't hindi ka na lang nag-001 na maintenance, tapos meron namang A, B, C, D, tapos yung isa doon is preventive maintenance?
Yung routine maintenance kasi, Your Honor, is actually very routine works. Actually, these are actually patching,
but anong,
vegetation
anong
control.
kailangan in terms of the heading? Why put one under support to operation and put the other one as operation? isn't maintenance also an operation?
Because maintenance as performed under the routine maintenance is not a capital outlay. So
Okay.
it's not.
So it's an MOE.
Yes, it's
While preventive is
it's a capital outlay
okay.
that has a start
So
and a
which
finish.
goes to the next question. So the MOE is lump sum or naka-specify din?
The routine maintenance is already disaggregated by region and by district engineering office.
The
depending-
preventive.
The preventive is line item, Your Honor,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
The support.
The routine maintenance is disaggregated already by district and region depending on the length of the national roads that they are supposed to maintain, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
But lump sum.
Lump sum, Mr. Chair, and by this disaggregated by district depending on the length of the national roads and bridges, Your Honor.
But is the expectation the same? So I understand, di ba? So kung sa Ilocos it's 10 kilometers, sa Aurora it's 8, in Taguig it's 5, then you will compute regardless of that. Pero meron ba kayong discretion na iba yung maintenance sa amin, iba maintenance or hindi gawin, or you will do it what do you call this? You will apply it. Anyone can answer.
So there's actually a
Sino
formula.
na nag-implement nito?
There's actually a formula which we call the equivalent maintenance kilometer that is computed based on the total length of the national road.
But ma'am, so I understand the preventive maintenance versus that. But not all roads are the same. So for example, yung C6, may parts na asfaltado yon, so parating nabubutas. So will that go to preventive maintenance or will that go to maintenance? MOE yun or capital outlay?
Kung may mga nabubutas, Your Honor, it could be actually part of the routine maintenance. If there are small potholes that have to be attended to, could be part of the routine maintenance
kung
program.
blocking na siya.
Kung blocking na siya, is actually more on the capital
So actually,
asset
pag
preservation.
in-implement mo na yan, hindi rin pare-pareho ang gastos sa lahat kasi it depends dun sa ano. So what happens? It goes to savings. So for example, in my example, no, let's say because gamit na gamit ng truck sa gabi yung sa Ilocos, so mas sirang-sira yung sa kanila, and because turista yung nasa Aurora and they don't use trucks, less sira yung kalye, you will spend less in the maintenance nung Aurora, although the appropriation is the same, di ba? Tama ba? You're using a formula, so you're giving the same money per kilometer. But I'm saying is that the road condition is not the same everywhere.
For routine maintenance, Your Honor, it's almost the same. The same parameters is being
So what's routine maintenance po ba?
The routine maintenance, meron po yung mga vegetation control, meron pa yung patching of potholes, drainage, cleaning, painting, and signages, kung minsan, Your Honor, pavement marking.
Yeah.
So yun ang routine maintenance, Your Honor. And
But I keep an eye on that, Sec, kasi parang medyo black hole ng konti yan kung ganun. Kasi kung puno na ng sign sa Aurora pero walang sign or yung sa C6 noon, nung unang naging mayor yung wife ko, pati kuryente, ang hirap nakawin yun, ninanakaw ha. So, ibig sabihin, kung sa isang side na nakawin lahat ng sign, yung iba kabila, I'm just saying, part of the anti-graph and making sure that we build more and build better is that mas specific talaga, di ba? Mas mabuti. I mean, would it be hard for the region to submit, not this year, but let's say for 2024, na they submit yung actual maintenance na kailangan nila rather than having a formula that we're not sure kung pareho naman. So kung halimbawa, yung isang road bako-bako talagang yung potholes pero napakarami times 5. Iba siguro yung maintenance cost dun sa road na isa lang, di ba?
rehabilitation na yun siguro, Your Honor.
Okay. Sige, so
Yes, I think we can quantify actually what probably would be.
So I mean, let's agree on the principle na so we agreed, di ba, na yung sinabi nyo kanina, build better more.
Yes.
You said nga sustainable, livable. Later on, I'll go to equitable, no? All over the country. But we also agree that the more transparent and the more na line item siya, mas sigurado tayong mas okay, di ba? And mas uniform. Kasi you don't want signs looking different all over the country. And this, again, as Senator Marcos said, needs a lot of coordination with the LGUs that have their own marketing and branding, no? So Sec, going to right-of-way, this is only a partial replay dahil natanong nga ni Sen Marcos kanina. But isn't it true that many projects now include already the price of the right-of-way? Kasi like kami sa Taguig, pag nag-submit kami, nakalagay na, including right-of-way. Isn't that one reason bakit tinanggalan? And you weren't here yet, Sec, for the 2022 budget. But my understanding, one reason kung bakit tinanggal yung right-of-way noon is that I don't think na tama na tinanggal na buo. Kasi even if I say, halimbawa, bubutasan natin tong bukid na to, it's 3 kilometers, it's 2,000 per square or 50 pesos per square. So the road is 100 million, the right-of-way is 20, so 120 including right-of-way, no? But it could be 25 instead of 20. And di ba, if the owner contests, you have to go to court, you deposit, but the court will allow you to take possession right away. But yun nga, if the court says it's 25 not 20, tama din naman na may konti kayong lump sum para doon. But hindi totoo na you need a big lump sum for all the projects that need right of way because right now, ang mas uso or ang naging patakaran na natin, we put na the right of way sa project. Is that correct or mali po yun?
Pero meron tayong mga aging na hindi natin.
Your Honor, Your Honor, I am not very familiar whether the under the 2024 2023 budget the allocations for the projects already include the right of way acquisition.
Can you look into it, Sec? Can you look into it?
Yes.
And while you're looking into it, hindi ba better practice na rin? I mean, again, I'm not saying hindi kailangan ng lump sum na right of way kasi alam naman natin na napakaraming problema sa right of way.
Yes.
I'm saying I think it's a better practice na ang general rule is the project has the right of way
Allocation.
budget and then pang safety mo lang or pang pag nagkulang yung lump sum.
Yes.
Rather than everyone will look at the lump sum and say, Dibal na, nilagay ko na lang yung project ko. Kasi kanina yun ang dinidiscuss nyo ni Senator Marcos na maraming nadidelay dahil walang pang right of way.
Yes.
And then pag nakita yung malaki yung lump sum, akala ganun lang kadali yun at doon na kunin lahat.
Yes.
So why don't we already have an estimate? Anyway, all the valuation documents is available naman sa BIR and sa local di ba?
Yes.
So for example, if I'm going to build a Ilocos to Taguig to Aurora Road, and we say it's X number of kilometers, di ba? Pero V yun. So, you can actually get, di ba, na on this section of EDSA, it's 20,000 per square or 50,000 per square, ganito. You can actually compute the right-of-way there. But again, it won't be a exact computation until you apply it, di ba? Kasi depende yun kung yung may-ari ng lupa papayag or kung iko-contest sa court. But again, the requirement under the law, and that was my father's bill, di ba, na para mapabilis yung right of way, you can file it in court and as long as na-deposit mo yung
Zonal value.
sorry, yung zonal value, which is the lower value,
Yes.
you can enter na. But if the Constitution kasi provides not for the zonal but the
Fair market.
market value, but that can follow. Diba? At doon pwedeng pumasok yung lump sum mo or if the project takes a year, doon mo pwede ilagay next year. Diba? So kung yung Taguig Ilocos Road, nilagay natin 1 billion right of way, lumabas sa korte, it's 2 billion, you can put the 1 billion next year, diba?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's correct. And Your Honor, if I may clarify a little bit, the budget that we are asking, that we are actually proposing under our right-of-way lump sum program is actually, these are validated right-of-way payments that we need to settle already for previous years.
Yung lump sum ngayon.
Yes,
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Well, if that's the case, I think it would always be helpful kung may annex na nandun na. Diba? Kasi then it doesn't become a lump sum.
We can furnish
Yeah, I mean,
actually,
to put it,
for purposes of
yeah, as I said, Seka, I do agree na kailangan nyo ng konting room. Kaya minsan, kailangan mo may lump sum, di ba? But how do I put it? If you have a rule 80-20 or 70-30, na 70% naka-line and 30 naka-ganon or lahat na nakapasok na sa project. Kasi remember, Sek, pwede rin naman kayo mag-augment di ba? And part of the augmentation also is the right of way. So yung tinatawag natin na basta't may bahay. So if the right of way is 200 million finally and you just put 150, there's actually a way to augment kung kailangan right away, no? So
correct, Your Honor.
just to go back to maintenance, no? So how do you now relate the motor vehicle users charge vis-a-vis the maintenance? I do understand that we abolished the road board. Tama po ba yan? No? Oo. But, trust fund pa rin dapat yung kinokollect doon because it's specifically para nga yung nagbayad ng rehistro sa kanyang vehicle, maganda ang kalye. So in your first year, in your administration, itong first full budget year mo, I meant 2023, what's going to be the relation of the motor vehicles charge to the maintenance? Will it be peso to peso na or?
Your Honor, may I ask Undersecretary
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Cabral
sir.
to.
Sir, the road board was already abolished, I believe, in 2019. And DBM, during last year and this year, incorporated that MVUC as part of the budget ceiling that we can allocate in accordance with the law. Okay, so this year, Mr. Chair, the ceiling that for the MVUC that was given to us as part of our allocable amount is around 15 billion. And we attributed
Sorry, 15 billion.
18 billion plus.
Yun lang ba ang ano? Yun lang ang... anyway, ma'am, to abbreviate our proceeding, can you check with DBM kung yun talaga ang pumasok and if you're allocating it in accordance with the law? Diba? Kasi nga, ang na-abolish lang yung road board. Hindi na-abolish yung charge at saka yung parameters ng law kung paano nyo ikakalat yon. So I just want to make sure that we pass a budget that is compliant. But I do see your budget is more than 15 billion for maintenance. So the additional you're putting it should cover kung may naging problema. No? But let's just make sure nga na in fact it does comply with the law.
Yes, sir. We'll submit the report to you, Mr. Chair, based on our coordination and correspondences with the DBM, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So, ma'am, given that you have the General Support Service, given that you have your regular employees, etc., saan ginagamit yung EAO? And anong tamang interpretation nun, Sec? Yung sinabing pag central office 3.5, pag district office 1 ba o 0.5, that's not cumulative, no? That's either or ba? Tama ba?
Yeah,
Can someone explain that to us, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, it's called now the project-related expenses. So, the percentage is, if it's for releases for the central office, it's 3.5%. If it's regional office, it's 2.5%, and district engineering office at 2%. So, yung project-related expenses po, it's either EAW or other MOE. And then po for EAW, EAW expenses should be limited to administrative overhead, including the hiring of individual engaged through job order or contracts of service, and reconstruction activities after detailed engineering, construction project management,
Ma'am, siguro i-submit nyo na lang
Yeah,
sa amin.
okay.
I just want one more question, then I'll make a recommendation. So, of the total 770 billion, saan nyo ina-apply ang iyaw? Doon lang sa operations and locally and foreign assisted, or doon lang sa locally?
Sa lahat po.
Sa lahat except for general and support to operations.
Sa operations po.
Sa lahat sa operations, so 619 billion. So if it's 3%, that's about 18 billion. If it's 2%, that's about 12 billion. Medyo malaki din. No? So Sec, may I get more information about it, and then may I request you take a second look at it? At first glance, no, I do agree that you need some flexibility. No, meaning yung DE kung mag-hire ng kukuha ng sariling pictures, etc. But pakitignan kung ganito talaga kalaki ang gusto natin, because we don't want to keep driving up the prices of the contracts. No? So what is a, how do I put it, optimum EAW and budget-related expense that can actually give us better and more projects, and which ones are gusto nyong supervise nyo, no? So alin diyan yung gusto nung let's say gusto nung DE or nung regional director na meron din siyang kinonsult sa design or may pinakunan ng picture, and which one diyan ang gusto niyang makipag pirmahan sa isang NGO at sila na lang ang titingin, no? So okay. How has been the progress of DPWH in making sure na walang double entry, given that lumaki na lumaki ang budget nyo?
Sir, we are double checking. Of course, sa dami po kasi ng line items, especially the small projects, baka po meron ngang konti, but we are trying to avoid as much as possible. Kaya po may system na tayo to catch yung mga parehong pangalan.
Yeah.
Or kaya baka hindi po.
Ma'am, what's konti and what's konti and ano ang sistema nyo?
Ano, sir?
You said baka may konti. How do you define
Yes, sir.
konti?
Kasi minsan ho sa encoding, baka lalo na yung mga local infra na maliliit po. So we double check on the redundancy, overlapping of the station limits, scope of work.
And did you find some?
Yung mga lump sum po, we're trying to define it as...
No, double appropriations, ma'am.
Sorry, double appropriations, we're trying to double check it based on redundancy, overlapping of station limits, especially dun sa maliliit na project, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
So
hopefully, walang...
coming from the House, nakita nyo na yung mga double appropriation?
Na-check na po namin yan, Mr. Chair. We coordinated the House.
And how much ang nakita yung double appropriation?
Maliliit lang, sir. May mga...
What define maliit? Umabot ng 1 billion?
Sir, I have to check on the total amount. But we have already corrected that in coordination with the House of Representatives, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ano mangyayari pag double appropriation? Is there a chance that pareho tong or ibid yung isa makuha pareho?
Coordination po dun sa ibang implementing office ay kulang nga daw yung unang appropriation, so baka phasing 1 and phase 2. But it will all go through the usual public bidding.
There's 1 billion, Mr. Chairman, 1 billion 60 million in your proposal. That is double appropriation. So, how do you pronounce JCT that? Junction? Junction Davao City Diversion Road, Magtuod Road, New Carmen, Biao, Escuela, has 105 million, exactly the same name, until Junction Davao, Bukidnon, Davao City, has 60 million. So 105 and 60 million. Construction of flood mitigation structure along Malaking Tubig, Chaong, Quezon, Phase 1 is 100 million, but exactly the same name na nakalagay Phase 1 din, has another 110 million. These are on Yung sa Davao City is both on page 148. Doon sa Tiaong, it's on page 210 and page 257. Construction of flood control, Kamansihay, Tacloban, dalawang 115 million, both on page 219. Both on page 267, construction of flood structure sa Bangan River, Salpad, San Nicolas, Pangasinan, that's 50 million both. Construction of coastal road slope protection, San Luis Alitagtag Road, San Luis, Batangas, both 245 million, one on page 350, one page 351. Rehabilitation of road network Barangay Concepcion Dos Marikina, 20 million on page 374. On the same page, the same name, 8 million. Construction of road Taal Batangas, isang 5, isang 6 million, both on page 383. Lemery Batangas Construction Road, 383, 384, 5 and 6 million. And then 476, construction of multipurpose Barangay Algis, Bacolod City, Negros Occidental, 10 million and 5 million. So meron pa rin, ma'am, no 1 billion worth. And this, wala pong ano to either parehong walang phase o parehong may phase 1. Oo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have also observed and we were also informed and that we have made the necessary correction with the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriations. Yung a number of that, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, our phase 1, kulang pa daw po yung kulang pa yung allotment or budget, and then
Ma'am, I'm alarmed if ganyan na ang explanation nyo.
Opo.
Kasi wala naman nakalagay na phase 1, phase 2 eh.
I-coordinate na po namin na yung isa phase 1, yung isa phase 2. We will make the necessary amendment po sa House of Representatives.
Then my next question is, if it's in the same budget, bakit hiniwalay pa na phase 1, phase 2? Di ba, if it's in the phase budget, it's the same budget, why not bid it out? So kung may phase 1 ka 50 million, may phase 2 ka na 50 million, why not bid it out as 100 million?
Based on our, on the feedback of our implementing unit, kasi cash budget po, kaya kailangan pong ma-disburse. So they normally cluster it into several phases.
Ma'am, kung tatanggapin natin yung explanation na yan, hahanapin ko lahat ng budget dito na 2 to 1 billion, pahahati ko rin sa inyo. Para lahat makakuha din ng cash. You have to have the same rule for everyone.
Yes, I agree,
Your
Your Honor.
Secretary, go ahead.
Yes, I agree, Your Honor. I think this has to be looked into, actually, on the segmentation of the projects. And we look into it, Your Honor, on how we can...
Sec, don't get me wrong at USEC,
Yes.
I do understand, for example, magkabila yung project. So yung isa dito, so that it's faster, different contractor, whatever. I'm just saying, ma'am, na I'm trying to avoid na someone looks at the budget and then akusahan kayo ng unfair. Because when we do accuse, at least me, I'll make sure the accusation is fair. Diba? That's why sinabi ko nga kanina na although this is here, are we sure na hindi naman to mabibid yung isa tapos masisingil yung dalawa? That's why I asked it. So that at least kung may mag-question later on, nasagot nyo naman na gano'n, no? But as I said, ma'am, no, if you look at page 210 and 257, yung sa Tiaong, parehong phase 1 nakalagay. If you look at yung Davao, parehong walang nakalagay na phase, no? So I think there's something in your system. Hindi pwedeng mano-mano yan with 700 billion worth of projects. There has to be some kind of IT solution dyan to make sure na pag-eksaktong parehong lumabas. Diba? I can give you my copy and you can double check kung kung double appropriation nga siya. I think I'm basically done except for yung equitable sec. So every administration, and I think since you entered DPWH until you left, and tama ba, mapuwa kayo, Sec? Hindi. Mapuwa kasi I saw you in one of the reunions when I represented my dad, no? And I'm sure that's one of your discussions parati with engineers all over the country. And congratulations sa alma mater mo na tumaas ata yung ranking sa world. Parang nakita ko sa post, no? And during my dad's time, I remember basta't engineering, mapuwat talaga ang pinag-uusapan. I think one of the things that all Filipinos always talk about is equitable distribution of projects in the whole country. Before I ask the question, I want to relate it with flood control. Napansin ko kasi na mas malaki pa ang inyong flood control sa pagdating sa regular projects. Flood control went up from 109 billion in your NEP to the DBM sa website nyo, naging 146 billion. Compared to asset preservation, bumaba ng 5 million. Network, bumaba ng 8 million. Bridge program, tumaas din ng 7 billion. No? I want to relate yung equitable distribution because the more infrastructure you have sa rural, the less nasasadya sa urban, the less na may flooding programs tayo. Kasi the more na mapuno ang urban areas, the more dense at the more na i-occupy lahat ng lupa, the more flooding talaga we will have. So short term, alam ko it is to use the word, I don't know how young people talk now, but nung time natin, the sexier or mas uso na quick na sagot sa media is, don't worry, madami kaming anti-flood projects. But the medium and long term is really to have more infrastructure outside the rural areas. That's why I'm a little bit concerned, Mr. Chairman, with the ratio of flood control projects because I feel while we do have to address it, we might be compounding the problem as Senator Villar strongly expressed, di ba, na some of the reclamation gagawin tapos gagawa din ng 10 billion, 15 billion na flood control na naka-cost naman ng flood yung reclamation. So hindi niyo naman sakop yung reclamation, sa inyo napupunta yung flood control, di ba? So going back to my question nga, which is how will the department approach yung equitable distribution? Will you come up with a formula? Will you pursue it? Or will you follow now Senator and former Secretary Villar's formula that kung ano na ang level ng bawat district, more or less dun na para hindi magbawas ng tao or sobrang magdagdag, but pahahabulin na lang yung iba. So I know you're still looking at everything, but since you're proposing the budget next year, ano po ang approach nyo sa issue ng equitable distribution, rural, urban, and all districts around the country?
Your Honor, this is one thing that we have to closely look into on how we are going to attend to all the requirements, both in the urban, rural areas. But basically, we still have to contend with the core function of the department, which is the national roads and major river basins. And we will look into what is actually required initially on this core program. And
So maybe by plenary, you can articulate kung ano finding nyo before
Your Honor.
BICAM. And then may I just request na lang the information na kung hihimayin natin yung 2023 budget, magkano ang per region?
Yes.
And maybe you can compare the GAA of 2022 this year
Yes, sir.
with your proposal next year per district
Yes, Your Honor.
para makita natin yung distribution.
Yes, Your Honor.
But how does the Villar policy regarding the district, more or less, I know there are exceptions, no? There are, halimbawa, districts na naging 15 billion, 20 billion, so natural, hindi mo ma-maintain at 20 billion yon, di ba? And there are districts naman na 500-600 million lang, habang yung iba 8 billion. So siguro din naman itatry nyong itaas yung 500 million, no? But the basic policy that you have to more or less be at the same level, is that sound policy or is that something that will change under your administration?
Well, first of all, Your Honor, this is what I explained a little earlier, actually, that in the preparation of the 23 budget, the operational process that we went through is actually, first of all, to first of all secure actually the allocation for the core program of the department, as we have mentioned, and the allocable amount is little less than what has been allocated in 2022, with the same national expenditure program level, more or less, that we have in 2023. Now, Your Honor, this was the predicament that I had when we had a little, well, actually, Your Honor, we had we did not have the luxury of time actually to scrutinize the entire preparation of the 23 budget because we came in very short.
Given that it's a new administration, di ba?
Yes. And so we, at the start, Your Honor, we consulted. There are several consultations that we have made with the leadership in Congress onto how equitable we can be in allocating the resources. And Your Honor, we came up with a proposal actually in the absence of a recommended distribution in the 23 budget. We came up with a formula to be used in the allocation of the allocable
More or less, Sec, ano yung ano na yun? Ano yung formula?
The formula, Your Honor, would take into account well, population, land area, regional gross domestic product, historical allocation for the last 6 years, poverty, regional poverty incidence, and we give a premium to the 20 poorest provinces and the 20 provinces vulnerable to calamities, Your Honor, and things like this.
Except nga yung, so the crux of the problem is allocable. Kung ano yung pwedeng allocate. Kasi each district can argue, for example, sabi mo core nyo, yung major river basins, but maybe half or a third of the country can argue that yung river nila hindi nalagyan. Diba? So anyway, maybe I can have a copy of that formula and we can discuss it further. But Sec, siguro hindi matapos yung session na to that we're not both emphasizing the reforms and how to stamp out graft and corruption. No, there are two ways to funds. No, one is that there is a allocation that is in the nature of a lump sum or flexibility. So doon nilagay tapos doon kukunin na yun nga ang tinitignan natin, no? At sinasabi mo nga na even the right of way meron yan. At ang right of way naman hindi pwedeng gamitin sa project, no? Yeah. So the other one is, as I told you, tanggalan whether region, city, municipality, tapos may lalapit na ibabalik yan. That's why, and I'll put that on the record, that's why I was against yung for later release. Because during my term, usap-usapan talaga sa Congress na nakalagay for later release pero may lakaran, whether sa DP or sa DBM, na for a certain consideration, marirelease ka agad. Diba? So again, is that true or is that speculation? We want to remove all of those avenues para, kasi madaling sabihin meron, madaling sabihin wala. Diba? But if we remove the avenues for corruption or we minimize it, mawawala tayo doon, no? So, Mr. Chairman, I was informed that we do not have yet the copy of from the House, no?
HGAB po.
So we're still working on the budget as submitted by
net, but there's an errata, I think, that came from the DBM that we've circulated. So, but we don't know what the House will adopt from the errata, Your Honor. Opo.
So anyway, Mr. Secretary, may I ask that in the 2024 budget, we precisely avoid that, no, na may malalaking bawas sa mga distrito, tapos sa errata or whatever, ibabalik din. So we're human, natural na may errata, and as you said, no, the budget process starts sa what, March ba, no? Yung earlier, no, yung call, maybe people don't know na actually pagpasok nyo ng June 30, you'll take a second look at the budget actually kasi it's a different administration. But for next year, as early as January, February, sinasubmit nyo na yung para sa 2024. So to avoid any aspersion or fair or unfair na may parking, etc., I would prefer na more or less yung isubmit ng DPWH is your submission at kung may amendment sa House at Senate, sa amin yon, 'di ba? At hindi errata, 'di ba? Yes, talagang there's a specific reason for the errata, 'di ba? Para kasi pwedeng gawin yung parking na walang kakonsyaba eh. I heard of people who just look at the budget, then they call the DE. And then they tell the DE, akin yan. At pag walang pumalag or whatever, may dadating na contractor. Tapos yung contractor na yon, sasabihan pa yung DE, paatrasin mo lahat ng iba. So naging problema pa nung DE, yung tumatawag na yan. No? In fact, one of the congressmen I know, ganoon din, nakatanggap siya ng sulat na meron project na siya daw naglagay, na congressman din. Samantalang yung project na yon, 7 years nang ongoing by pace. So sabi ko, ang galing naman nun maglagay. Kaya winorn ko na yung congressman na nagsabi sa akin, tawagan mo na DE mo na pag may dumating dyan na sinasabi niyang ganon, pwestuhin mo. Di ba? Kasi nga, you know, why would I call or send you a letter saying na ako naglagay niyan dyan, no? So I also want to protect. I'll be very hard on officials that engage in graft and corruption. But let's protect din naman yung walang kamalay-malay pero merong forces outside, di ba? I mean, kung maraming naloloko sa text, na matatalinong tao, ha? Marami talagang naloloko dun sa emergency, etc. Ano pa kaya dito na dito to be fair sa DE kasi mahirap naman natawagan niya eh. Yung governor, yung palasyo, yung mayor, yung congress. Sir, pinadala mo ba talaga tao dito? Kung hindi niya pinadala, di galit na galit yun. Mukha ka namang ang bobo mo na nagtanong ka pa. Pag pinadala naman, baka galit din siya na ba't mo pa ako tinatanong? Di ba? So minsan they're put in the situation. I would prefer that these things be discussed openly. Precisely nga, para nga mawala. So sa may hypocrisy tayo na meron ng usapan na meron 25-30%, then we don't even discuss it and try to solve it or disprove it if it's not really true. So with that, Mr. Chairman, and to our Senior Vice Chairperson, thank you for giving me so much time. I hope you will be as generous in the allotment as you are with the time.
Yung chairman will be generous. I hope the secretary will also be generous. Thank you, Senator Alan, for very comprehensive interpellation and napakagandang mga puntos. Sana maalala nila SEC lahat yun. We'll give the DPWH family a break because si Senator Pimentel is the last one to register to ask questions. So let's take a break. How much time do you need, sir? No, you can take it home with you. Kasi 4.5 hours dire-diretso yun. So, baka i-report nyo na kami sa Commission on Human Rights. 15 minutes, sir? 15 minutes? Okay. We'll take a 15-minute break. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. may kinausap lang po. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. And sige, pareho na ba kaming condition ni Secretary na kung gutom, kailangan mag-break, sir? Kung gutom, okay na.
Okay, sir.
Sabihin niyo lang, sir, kasi naintindihan ko naman din. Si Sunny, masyado pang bata to understand what we are talking about. Ito, sir, let me start with a very interesting finding or observation, audit observation. Ito na pong non-imposition of liquidated damages. 6.114 billion. So kaya nga medyo na nung report sa akin ng staff ko to, who would not be alarmed if this is an audit observation, sir? Di ba liquidated damages means contract terms were not followed? Siguro, ano bang importante in terms of kontrata? Maybe specs, maybe timetable. Yun, liquidated damages. So, this is now the teeth ito yung ngipin Ito po ang ngipin ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Can we explain how come 6 billion po?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yeah, this liquidated damages came from shortcomings of contractors, delays, and non-compliance with the implementation of their contracts. So they're imposed liquidated damages. Over the years, actually, I understand that this is the consolidated amount that has been consolidated for liquidated damages, 6.114 billion, Your Honor. And I was given an update of this, how we are recouping the liquidated damages, Your Honor. And I understand that about 50% of the recoupment of the liquidated damages has already been complied, Your Honor. There are still about 3.51 billion projects that already imposed.
So, aging po nito, yung iba yung, let's say, let's just focus on the 3 billion na lang. Kasi let's say from the time the audit observation was made, naka 50% progress na kayo. Yung 3 billion na yun, ano ba yun? Mga cannot be found na ng mga ano yun? Ng mga contractors or mga liable personalities?
I understand that they are still alive.
Sige,
Your
so
Honor.
sino po yung... some are... Sige ma'am, into the microphone, Director.
Your Honor, good afternoon. Others po are under appeal, kaya we still cannot impose.
So what's the procedure nga? Who found them liable muna? At what level were they found liable?
During the course of the audit?
Hindi. Ang audit, COA audit says that you were not collecting the liquidated damages. But within DPWH, who found out that the contractor is liable for liquidated damages?
It's the DPWH, Your Honor, because they are not compliant with the implementation of their contracts.
Okay, what is the appeal that the Director Quaresma is talking about? DPWH is appealing the COA observation or the contractor?
The contractor po.
Correct. Appealing to where? From what level to what level? Para maintindihan ko po.
It says here, it's under appeal with COA. Because it was COA who came out with the findings, sir.
Hindi, teka. Ang COA kasi, ang COA observation ata, Secretary, tingnan mo kung tama pagkaintindi ko is that there are liquidated damages that you should be collecting or ito pala siguro nga ito, or imposing. Yung ba yun? Okay, so who is appealing to COA? DPWH is telling COA that the 3 billion liquidated damages that you are envisioning are not supposed to be imposed?
Your Honor, we'll look into this further. The
Kasi, let's always take the side of the government. The interest of the government, of the Filipino people. Pera natin yan o binayad sa project or inutang. Parehas na rin yun. Kahit inutang natin, babayaran. Tayo rin naman magbabayad. Tama ba yun, Mr. Chairman? Tayo rin magbabayad. Parehas na rin po yun. Kaya meron tayong Supreme Court case doon na nung law student ako, hindi ko talaga maintindihan. Dinistinguish pa niya na coming from taxes, tapos ito naman daw, inutang ang pambayad. Sabi ko, it's the same thing. Pagkatapos ng panahon na June na yung utang, tayo rin ang magbabayad.
Your Honor,
buti napasa pa rin natin, Mr. Chairman, ng ating mga law school. At kahit hindi natin naintindihan yung mga desisyon ng Supreme Court. Yeah. Opo, yun lang yung kaya tinatanong ko muna. Ayusin natin itong audit observation na to para...
I completely agree, Your Honor. I think we have to look closely into this and the uncollected liquidated damages, because this is supposed to be straightforward. No? If the contractor has not performed its obligations under the contract and he's imposed liquidated damages, I think it is straightforward that we should be collecting from him.
If a contractor has been adjudged liable for liquidated damages, does this affect what? His rating, his eligibility? Ganun po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, absolutely. I think at some in other instances, it will affect his pre-qualification to participate in other projects or in other contracts, or if at all he's meted actually a blacklisting and other sanctions, Your Honor.
Mabigat ang implication. So, lalo na kung nagpapakita kayo ng parang strictness or di ba? Tapang o na stricto kayo. So, kahit big time, sir, kahit big time contractor, o talagang
Yes, Your Honor, absolutely. And we will look into this if there's any appeal whatsoever, Your Honor.
Yes. And is this connected with yung tinanong na po ni Senator Tolentino, yung delayed completion and non-implementation of projects na 245 billion. Konektado po ito. Ito po yung some liquidated damages are connected with this one, the delay.
Well, I think iba yung liquidated damages in the performance of contract as against the commitment charges that the good Senator Tolentino was
ito commitment fees yun, sa bangko natin binabayad yun.
Opo.
This is another audit observation of COA that we have delayed completion of projects or non-implementation of projects, and the total worth of the projects is 245 billion. Malaking halaga din, pero yun yung halaga ng mga projects. So siguro ito yun, some contractors na involved dito were found to be liable for liquidated damages, or sabi ng COA should have been liable for liquidated damages. Tama po ba yun, Secretary? More or less may connection itong dalawang findings na ito?
Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, but I think the main reasons why the delayed completion or non-implementation of projects is mainly on procedural or administrative processes. Mr. Chairman, particularly in locally funded projects, because we have to coordinate with other entities like local governments, particularly in the right-of-way acquisition and things like this. I think there are also projects in 2021, as I understand, that needed some administrative processes for the budget to be released, Your Honor. And the other thing is in 2021, there was this, we have this election ban. And again, there were some delays encountered in the process of implementation. And some of the projects, as I understand from my finance, the release of the SARO ba yun? Of the SARO were also delayed somehow in 2021, Your Honor.
Parati na po namin naririnig o na-encounter yung salitang shovel-ready projects. Akala ko yun yung ating aim na we only budget for shovel-ready projects, ganun. And yet, tapos if we use the excuse na marami pa pala mga preliminary steps which will cause the delay and non-implementation of a project, then so we either we are not observing shovel-ready projects, or are we not ready to adopt such a concept that we only propose and fund shovel-ready projects.
Permission, Minority Leader. The biggest cause of delay was FLR. That's the biggest cause of delay, FLR.
Yes.
Kasi,
Yes, Your Honor.
kasi pabalik-balik yung papeles dun eh. Alala ko, nagpa-follow up ka sa DPWH, tapos magpa-follow up ka sa Office of the President, tapos magpa-follow up ka sa DBM. So talagang yung papel talagang natetenga sa one of three agencies eh.
How much was FLR as far as DPWH na masasabi nating covered by the audit observation? Audit observation, 245 billion total worth of projects. Let's say how many can we attribute to FLR?
Diba almost 200 yung FLR? That's almost 200 billion. Malaki.
Yeah. 300. Mga 3. Huh?
Pero hindi lang kasi ito, hindi lang yata ito 1 year.
Sir, ito po.
Yan, 300.
Siguro, Mr. Secretary, sino who among the undersecretaries and directors are familiar or who dealt with the COA, is this only referring to delays in one fiscal year's worth of projects at 245 billion, or merong other years din po ito?
Anybody can answer. It doesn't have to be the Secretary. Ayaw niya naman si Secretary para kayo naman ang sumagot, Director.
Sir, let me answer po, Your Honor. Yun pong sa FLR. In 2021, we had an FLR of 158.36 billion. And then for 2022, we have 300 billion in FLR. So, yun po.
Maintindihan niyo, Minority Leader. Bakit pa tayo nag-cash-based budgeting? Mag-FLR tayo. Parang ayaw gawin nung kanang kamay yung gustong gawin nung kaliwa.
Mr. Chairman, please prepare for that question during the first day of plenary. Because we will have to ask that. Because hindi yata si Secretary naman prepared the budget. So 158 billion in 2021 worth of projects were subjected to FLR, and for 2022, 300 billion. Okay, ang status, as far as you know, the status ng mga na FLR, were they ultimately released, or some of them were not ever released?
For 2021, sir, the unreleased FLR SARO is at 2.44 billion. And then for 2022, it's at 1.12 billion.
Basically, mga 90+% released now. Okay, so is it your contention that outside of those years na merong FLR, there are no delayed or non-implemented projects served by COA?
Malamang hindi.
It's not as...
Meron din, di ba?
meron din, Your Honor, palagay ko, but that's not as...
As large as this amount. Oh.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think I think in the previous budget years, we had 2 years actually to disburse actually the budget, Your Honor.
Okay, tingin na lang po ito. Anyway, if this will reappear in your in the audit report for next year or during next year's budget hearings, I will have to bring this up again, and then mas lalalim na po yung mas atras na tayo, because at this particular point in time, I will accept your answer. Pero pag umulit ito next year, hindi, your answer is not absolutely correct. Bale, kung ganun ang lalabas. Kasi sabi naman din dito, sir, baka yung delayed completion delayed completion. So some were implemented, but delayed completion. Okay, another audit observation, Mr. Secretary, ito namang recouped advances to contractors, 801 million din po ito. Ano naman pong issue ito? The amount needs to be recovered from the contractors concerned.
An update on this, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, is about 45%, 45% amounting to 360 million pesos of the advances were already recouped.
In the first place, so ibig sabihin nun, DP advance, di ba? Mobilization, di ba? Ilang
50%.
Ano ba yung rule? Anong rule?
15%.
15% of the project cost, mobilization. That's the only amount that you advance, more or less, di ba? That's the only... So
Yes, Your Honor.
if the COA says that you should recover the advance amounts, that means the project was most likely abandoned. Abandoned? What? Forfeited? Deemed forfeited?
Delayed implementation, Your Honor, so we cannot recoup immediately. Actually, if the project is still ongoing and the project is delayed, then we are unable actually to collect the advance page. Wala silang billings.
Wala silang billings. Pero if COA says kasi na advance, recoup the advances made. So parang, well, anyway, siguro we will have to find out more about this. Pero this should affect, if COA says that DPWH should recover the advances made to a contractor, this should affect the standing of that contractor, hindi ba? I mean, the contractor is not actually complying with the terms of the
That's
contract.
correct, Your Honor. I agree.
Marami-rami ba kaya ito, sir? 801 million din po ito. Malaki-laking halaga. Kasi
360 has already been recouped, Your Honor.
300. Okay. Kasi, Mr. Chairman, commitment fees nga na 70 million, 80 million, nasasayangan na nga kami. Oh, kasi sayang yun. Ito 800, so let's say minus na natin yung 300, 500 million. So half a billion. And then ito na lang, sir, tignan nyo rin tong unliquidated fund transfers natin. Ang aging is 1 to 5 years na. 5.8 billion. Sabi naman po ng COA.
These are actually, Your Honor, this is again one of the predicaments that we are facing actually when we transfer the funds to other agencies like local government units, LGUs, and other agencies. They have difficulty of liquidating actually the amounts that we have transferred actually to the LGUs or to the other agencies, Your Honor. And we will continuously follow this up with them actually for the liquidation of this.
So napansin niyo sir, over the years, palaki ng palaki
Yes.
itong ano, so. Siguro
Kaya,
pag-isipan siguro natin how, ano kaya ito.
as much as possible, we would like to discourage actually yung sa local government units, sometimes if they don't have the capacity to liquidate actually yung ano.
What is an instance, sir, that you need to transfer to a local government unit? What project is that, for example?
Yung mga local projects in nature like mga multipurpose buildings or yung mga
Sila na ang pinapabuild ninyo.
yes, opo.
So, okay. So, the fund is lodged with the DPWH
Budget. And
you enter into a MOA with the local government. They execute it. You transfer.
Yes.
MOA looks for the full documentation at the DPWH level.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not fully, sama siya dito sa balance rito.
That's correct,
Pataas
Your
na
Honor.
pataas. Okay. So, yan na kailangan. So, sayang sir, kasi sana after your tenure as secretary, na-zero mo sana ito. Pero kung napansin mo na every year, pag ganon, we have to find a way. Okay, meron. Anyway, kayo na lang po. Basta, another one is the existence of dormant balances. Just pay attention to COA, na lang, so that next year, we do not encounter them in the next budget process. Can I go to a local concern, the Cagayan de Oro Convention Center? This is a project implemented by the national office, by the regional office. Ano, Secretary? Saan ito? The Convention Center of Cagayan
Yes,
de
Your
Oro.
Honor. Well, it started during my initial term in the department.
Ano po status nito, Secretary?
Ayun na nga, nagsimula 2013.
Oo nga. Meron pa bang kulang?
Actually, tapos
Your Honor.
turn ko lang tapos turnover na sa chairman. Pero ngayon, meron pa silang nire-report para mga equipment. At saka, nag-request pa sila ng additional funding for multi-level parking, sir. Kasi hindi nila ma-market, sir. Dahil masikip po lang ang parking area sa
Convention Center. Mr. Secretary, sa mga USEC, nag-request si Senator Alan through the minority leader, yung mga request niya kung pwede before November 1. Pagkagaroon, babawasan daw niya ng 10 minutes yung mga tanong niya. isang oras na, hindi na 1 hour, 10 minutes, isang oras na lang.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. I think, well, the main building, I understand, Your Honor, of the Cagayan de Oro Convention Center has been completed, and this is supposed to be transferred to CHESA now for operations. But I think the CHESA is now requesting actually for the construction of a multi-level parking building. At this point in time, Your Honor, I think this is the request now that we need to attend to.
Well, since gawa na yung supposed to be gawa na yung main structure. So, it's now up to CHESA to start using it. Ganun na siguro muna para bago natin tignan kung kailangan ba ng parking doon. Maybe because of the number of people using it, hindi naman kailangan ng
Yes, Your Honor.
ilang slots ba yung ng CHESA. But anyway, at any rate, Secretary, and to the DPWH family, thank you for finishing that project. And then I think it's under the term of Secretary Villar din. Yes. Secretary Banoan ngayon, congratulations, but also Secretary Villar. Congratulations and thank you for finishing it. Pero may puna pa rin ako, Mr. Chairman. May puna pa rin ako. After 20 years. 20 years! Nag-research ako Great Pyramids of Egypt were constructed in 18 years. Kaya nila yung pyramids in 18 years. Wala pa sila mga bulldozer, ano doon, whatever, mga crane, whatever. 18 years.
Lagi ko maraming namatay nung construction nun, sir. Ito walang namatay yun.
You know, so
Bakit 20? That's named after your father, di ba? It's
I think you named it. I maintain the hands off, hands off.
Sir, ayusin niyo po yun kasi ang pangalan ho ng convention center, Aquilino Pimentel Convention Center, which is also the name of our minority leader. Diba?
Well, dapat siguro ipagamit after 20 years na construction.
Medyo pagandahin natin.
Dilugan ba natin dahil walang parking building o walang ano. So, we siguro, Secretary, gano'n na lang. We have to start using it. And it's TIESA, no? TIESA decides on the use.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. I understand that this has already been recently transferred to the CHESA.
Yes,
Your Honor.
thank you. Basta, thank you for finally finishing it. Pero yun na nga, subject to my observation. That's why about finishing projects, importante sa atin yung finishing projects. Meron tayong may na po na yung aking staff, for example, doon sa slide ninyo. Meron kayong sa slide, the presentation ninyo. Slide. Okay, the slide after yung DPW Strategic Infrastructure Programs. Yun yung slide ninyo. Itong slide daw na ito, last year, nakita na namin ito. Itong slide na to. But now, meron na kayong dinagdag na build better more. So ano ibig sabihin nun na wala pang BBM administration, ito na ang strategic infrastructure programs ng DP. Tapos tinatakan lang natin ito na yung BBM. Ito na po yun. Sorry po, may nakapansin eh. Ako nga hindi ko napansin pero may nakapansin.
Well,
marami naman doon sa presentation, minority leader, inulit. Pero may dagdag lang ng konti, di ba? Kasi I don't think they departed too far from the...
Yung ibang slides naman, aminado, dated 2021 eh. May nakita kami sa slides on October 15, 2021. Pero ito, Mr. Chairman, yan po. So, yan lang po yun. That's the much touted Build Better More, which is just the same DPWH strategic infrastructure programs. Tinatakan lang po natin ng pangalan. Binigyan natin ng pangalan.
Well, it's true that actually we will continue with the Build program, Your Honor. But the idea is actually to look into the pipeline and perhaps if we can expand the pipeline and to be able to respond to what we need for the economic recovery of the country at this point in time. So it does not mean that we will continue with all the projects that has been identified in the Build program. We will be looking at other projects that would really impact to support the economic recovery. For one thing, Your Honor, I think one of the main focus of the department now is to look into the addressing traffic congestion of all the national roads that interconnect regions and to build, well, of course, more bridges that will connect some of the islands and all these things, Your Honor, and other things.
Thank you for mentioning the bridges. Meron ako yung tatanong mamaya on the collapsing bridges po. Pero instead of kaya ito nga Build Better More, which are the initials of our president, pwede naman natin gamitin FM eh. Initial din naman niya yan eh. Pero ang meaning ng FM para sa akin, finish more. So, sa mga build, ano pa ba ang as far as DP, kasi iba kasi doon DOTR eh. As far as DP, ano yung mga build projects na big ticket na tapusin po natin. Pero sana tapusin na lang natin. I mean, we should not make lack of funding or scarce resources as the excuse na ma-delay itong BBB. Kaya FM tayo. Finish more. Parehas naman, sir, Chairman. FM din yun eh. Still initial of the President, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the marching orders that we have received from the President is to expedite completion of ongoing projects at the earliest possible time so that this can be made usable for the economic recovery of the country. And especially on specifically he mentioned to me that you have to complete all ongoing projects. I mean, bridges, especially on the bridges. Especially bridges that have to be completed in no time at all.
Sige, sir. From the point of view of the DPWH, ano yung mga big ticket build? Duterte identified projects na determined po kayo talagang to fully fund, fully concentrate on lahat ng in tayo dyan and it will be finished on time. Tututukan natin which ones po para malaman po ng taong bayan. Kasi nalito na rin ako dyan sa BBB. Dati 100 plus yan, again naging 75, and then naging 12 na yata. Parang gano'n. Mr. Chairman, kung nakip track mo pa yan. But can DPWH just give us the from point of view lang sa DPWH point of view, yung involved po sa budget po ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor. There are several actually there are several projects in the initial build program that that already that have been started, and we intend actually to complete all this. For example, one example is the Pangil Bay Bridge. Pangil Bay Bridge in Mindanao. This has to be complete. This will be completed by next year. And we have completed actually some of the projects in Metro Manila, on the mga bridges in Metro Manila. We have this Central Luzon Link Expressway. This is from Tarlac all the way to all the way up to San Jose. And it will branch off. And
may listahan po kayo. So maybe submit lang ang list. Tapos yung completed na, di wala na yun sa 2023 budget natin. So yung mga Pangil Bay, meron pong bridge, merong entry sa natin yan sa budget natin. Meron yang GAA funded and meron yang loan proceeds. Ganun po yan pag budget
some of
dyan.
the projects, Your Honor, yes.
Some or most?
Most of the projects under the Build program are actually official development assistance finance project.
But there is a counterpart yan, di ba?
Yes,
Locally,
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung ba yung ginamit yung dahilan kanina na we pay commitment fees because the Philippine counterpart funding is not being fully satisfied or remitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun ang aking concern. So, kaya nga FM finish more. I mean, kung wag ganun ang reason. So, are we covering that sa 2023 budget na?
Yes, Your Honor.
So
This time.
So, you mean to say the previous DPWH made mistakes? They were not consciously or correctly computing what was the amount needed. I need the Secretary's opinion.
Well, there are some shortfalls in the budgetary and in the actual budgetary releases actually, Your Honor, that
kasi parang teamwork eh. Ang coach ninyo si Presidente.
Opo.
Okay. Sasabihin niya kunyari, make believe scenario. Sabi niya, FM tayo. Okay, finish more. Okay. So, ang instruction niya sa kayo, well planned. Si DBM should also know na ito yung kailangan para so
tama po.
Ganyan po ang mangyayari for 2023.
Yes.
Anyway, next year kasi sa budget nyo, makikita na naman natin yung commitment fees ninyo. Napupuna na po yung commitment fees. Actually, commitment fees are in the nature of penalties. Tama po, Secretary? Are you correct? Is it
Yes, correct? Correct, Your Honor.
Parang lang yan, parang anong tawag mo doon? Mga technique lang yan na synonym. Ginamitan lang ng synonym para hindi masyado masakit ang salita. Well, since the Secretary mentioned some the bridges, nabahala kasi ako, sir, nung I read about this collapsed bridge in Borja Bridge, Katigbian, Bohol. Is that a DPWH constructed and or maintained bridge?
I understand, Your Honor, this is a local...
Local in the sense that
local
whose responsibility to
of the
was
local
that to
government.
maintain the bridge?
The local
Secretary?
government, Your Honor.
Most likely provincial level?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, how about the Luwai Bohol Bridge? Ito ba yung may foreigner pang
Luwai?
namatay? Ito. Oh, April 27, 2022 po ito. Is this DPWH bridge? DPWH bridge? Luwai Bohol Bridge.
I understand.
Is this Clarin?
This is, I understand, Your Honor, the one that collapsed is actually also a local bridge, but we have replaced it with a new bridge in Clarin.
So DPWH took charge of replacing.
Yes.
So ganun pala yun. You can actually build a local bridge.
Yeah. Yes, Your
So
Honor.
ganun, yes, di ba? But so itong mga bridges na collapse na binabanggit ko, you are disowning them na local bridges sila.
They were really actually are constructed by the local governments, Your Honor, in the
Province level. Davao City Kulafu River Bridge, February 18, 2022. Nasa news to, di ba? Pati ako mismo naalala ko sa news ito na 1 week before turnover. Tama ito ba yun? 1 week go. To turnover na siya, nag-collapse. Hindi, wala may alam. Nasa dyaryo po ito, nasa news po ito eh. Maybe the name, maybe I'm giving the wrong name, but it's in Barangay Magsaysay, Marilog District, Davao City.
Sino nagagawa? Again, Your Honor, I understand from our regional director that this is a local
bridge.
Local bridge being constructed by local government.
Ito na, last na lang ito para makumpleto nyo na rin, sagot nyo na lahat ito, local bridges. Mahayhay Laguna Bridge, January 20, 2022. Steel Bridge, Barangay San Isidro and Suba. Local bridge.
Local bridge.
Okay, local bridge.
Your Honor.
So local bridges are collapsing. Paano pang standard nito mga to? Does the DPWH even extend any assistance on the specifications, the safety?
They are supposed to use the same standards, Your Honor, and we share them. We have furnished actually all the local government units on design standards of bridges actually. But of course, they have their own engineering units that that prepares their design and implement their projects, Your Honor.
National standards, yeah? Like a building code for
Meron din po.
buildings.
For bridges, for designs.
What is the law governing the standards for,
Well,
for a locally construct or local infrastructure project?
For local infrastructure projects, it's almost the same as what we implement in the national level. That
Pero anong law ho yun?
You have to contend with the seismic standards, requirements, and yung structural code, and
So kaya nga, as of the moment, itong mga binanggit ko po are 2022 incidents ito Hindi pa tayo nag-research sa 2021 o 2020. So, as of the moment, do we render technical advice as to the specs, the structural integrity of bridges, even local bridges?
Unfortunately, I don't think we do that, Your Honor. So perhaps I think we can have a liaise with the local governments. in the
Kasi-
process of ascertaining the structural integrity of bridges.
Buhay din may
Opo.
doon sa Bohol may turista pang namatay. So
I understand. Yeah.
yung mga reputational damage din po diyan natin. Secretary, ito na lang ang tignan natin ito. 2021 Annual Infrastructure Program ninyo ng DPWH. Construction of Colafu River Bridge at Barangay Magsaysay, Marilog District, Davao City. Mayowa. Amount, itong sa 82 million plus. Operating Unit, Central Office, / Davao City 2nd District Engineering Office. So, still a local bridge.
It's not the
Teka muna, are we using technicalities here that you're using local bridge or yet built by DPWH? Meron bang gano'n? Like itong isa, di ba? Itong sa Luway, Bohol. Although you built the new bridge, you will still consider that a local bridge. Correct?
It will still be a local bridge,
Oo nga.
Your Honor, because it's not along a national road. No?
Yes, but built by the DPWH, yun yun. Kaya ito, about itong sinabi ko nga nag-collapse, baka ang sagot nyo kasi sa akin, local bridge, pero why is it found in your 2021 Annual Infrastructure Program? DP ba to? DPWH. Construction of Colafu River Bridge at Barangay Magsaysay, Marilog District, Davao City. So, can we be clarified? Going construction.
Yes, Your Honor, I've just been informed by our operations in the field, actually. Yes, this is a bridge that collapsed, actually, but during construction, and DPWH took over, actually, to implement the reconstruction of the bridge, Your Honor.
But that was not your project, not funded in your past GAs.
Yes.
That collapsed bridge.
Now we are actually assuming it into the budget of the department.
Of 2023.
Yes.
Hindi, pero it's found in 2021. Pero ano nga,
2022 yata, Your Honor.
siguro, Mr. Chairman, ano na lang, siyempre, lito na rin po yung kausap ninyo, kahit ano siguro ang explanation nyo ngayon, hindi ko na rin tatanggapin kasi kung pabago-bago rin, siyempre, duda na rin ako. So, ganito na lang, Mr. Chairman, ano na lang, maybe a written report on the 4 bridges that I mentioned. So, kahit sabihin nyo, and if you say it's a local bridge, is that, clarify ninyo what is that? What do you mean by that? Kasi may local naman na kayong gumagastos. Kaya ko naman ito tinatanong kasi we're talking about your budget, you're also spending on some local bridges. Ang pinaka-example nga, itong sa Bohol na inayos ninyo, that's charged to your budget. Tama
That's
po ba?
correct, Your Honor.
Yan nga. So the specs, the structural integrity nun, you will now assure this new one because it's built under your supervision, right? Itong sa Loway Bohol Bridge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Di ba? But that one which collapsed, hindi na ngayon natin alam kasi kung maybe it was the same old story noon na kayo rin na nag-build. That's why I'm asking linabel nyo lang kasi na local bridge kaagad kaya hindi na natin malaman. Siguro but with a little research, Mr. Secretary, baka masagot natin.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we'll make a specific report on them.
Ano lang natin, importante kasi just as wala tayong mata sa taas ng ulo natin na di rin natin kaya tignan yung structure sa ilalim ng bridge. So we have to really rely on our engineers. And when you talk about engineering works, siyempre sino pang maisip? DPWH, wala nang iba. Actually, sabi niyo sa core functions ninyo, sinabi din ninyo na you are responsible for the planning, design, construction, and maintenance of infrastructure, especially, etc., and other public works in accordance with national development objectives. Yun naman siguro natin na national development objectives natin na kita na natin delikado, wala tayong kaimik-imik, delikado na yung structure. Kahit sino pa man may-ari, no, kahit local, sana sabihan because accidents happen, buhay nakataya. At any rate, sige, we'll expect that, Mr. Chairman, yung well, yung mga road right of way na-mention nyo po kanina yon. I attended a hearing noon, alam ko years ago kay Senator Manny Pacquiao yata yun sa Gensan. Nag-hearing kami sa Gensan eh. Ang naalala ko talagang doon, finding namin doon, yung mga highways natin doon, merong nagkiklaim na nagkiklaim ng compensation because sila ang may-ari nung piece of land over which the highway was built, or a portion, some of the land. Sa mga ano ba tawag mo doon, technical description ng TCT, sakto yung kung ano na yung covered ng highway, Mr. Chairman. Tapos ang mga registered owners, hindi taga doon, mga taga Mandaluyong, taga Quezon City. So what has happened to this, Mr. Secretary? Totoo bang may sindikato sa ganyan, sa road right of way compensation claims, Mr. Secretary?
Your Honor, I will not venture any. Your Honor, when I was in the Department of Public Works and Highways, I just want to relate my experience there. There were claims of, particularly in Mindanao, there had been claims of road right-of-way claims, actually for road projects, for existing roads that were built 50 years ago. It's only at the time that they are now presenting the documents to us for the claims. And what we did, Your Honor, is first of all is actually we need to verify actually the authenticity of the titles. And we relegated this to the National Bureau of Investigation to investigate. After that, Your Honor, the claims were suspended, and it became the claims were suspended until such time that there has been the authenticity of the titles would be given by the Land Registration Administration, Your Honor. LRA.
Pero, okay, yeah. Thank you for the additional information, Secretary. At least, siguro the program got suspended, pero billions din yata na-release doon. Will you confirm it, Secretary? Billions din na na-release doon, right? Tama. Billions din po na-release doon. Noong time ng hearing namin, billions na na-release doon eh. Natandaan mo pa?
During my stint, Your Honor, I did not process anything.
Okay, sige. Anyway, bantay-bantay lang po tayo kasi siyempre, shock ako na, kaya nga naalala ko, hindi ko malilimutan, shock din ako noon, exact. So hindi na bulabog yung doon na may-ari ng land na hindi na tamaan ng road kasi nobody's claiming an inch of his or her land because what is claimed is the land under the concrete, the road. Oh, di ba? Sakto. At you claim at hindi taga doon. So, taga taga Metro Manila pa kaya yata. So talaga naman, iba rin ang laro dito sa Pilipinas. Anyway, ito na lang siguro, Mr. Chairman, pagod na rin sila Secretary and the entire DPWH family. Lalaliman pa namin ng konti yung research kasi namin, sir. Kasi meron kayong may isang observation ng staff ko, yung operations ninyo, 500 billion, which according to our budget consultant can be labeled as lump sum. Sa NEP, it's a NEP. What happened here, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor, this is what I was trying to explain a little bit. Because admittedly, Your Honor, we had very little time actually to go through our in the preparation of our budget under the National Expenditure Program. So we were late. We were late in submitting actually the details of our National Expenditure Program to DBM. And so when DBM submitted the NEP to Congress, it was still in a lump sum. But we were able to, in 2 days' time, we were able to submit the details, the supplementary details of the National Expenditure Program of DPWH to DBM, Your Honor. So it was a separate submission, Your Honor. And that is why in the first submission of the National Expenditure Program by DBM to Congress, it was just a lump sum for the time being, Your Honor.
So ngayon, with the supplementary submission, with details na.
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, tinignan na namin yung details ninyo. Ang iba doon, tignan nyo kung tama ba yun, sir. Yung iba doon merong parang kilometer reading, di ba? Parang ganyan yun when we designate kilometer, let's say 1902,
yes,
minus 50, tapos
Yes.
kilometer something. So that means it designates a starting point and an end point of a horizontal, siguro to?
That is correct, Your
Horizontal
Honor.
infrastructure project. Ang iba wala. It just mentions, anong iba, mentions barangay, municipality, So, is this sufficient detail already? Nalalaman natin, ano yung ginawa dun sa barangay? At least yung isa, meron talagang starting point and end point.
For the national road projects, Your Honor, yes, we have actually a reference, a location referencing system, and they are actually on it's kilometer. But for local roads, Your Honor, we don't have any referencing system. So, in the process of implementation, we will be consulting actually with the local government units into what sections within this project will be implemented, Your Honor. I think there has been some initial discussions, but in the inclusion of the budget, we have not included all the details, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, so ano ba dapat ay ideally even sa local roads meron tayong hint man lamang as to where is the starting point and where is the end point of the horizontal infrastructure project?
Yes, Your Honor. I think if there is already a barangay road, meron naman tayong from the start to the end. So that's already the barangay road. So the allocation that we have put into will be put into the program of work, Your Honor, when we implement the project, the actual implementation of the project, Your Honor.
Kasi yung sayang lang kasi yung kung over the years paulit-ulit ang nabubuhusan ng di parang hindi tayo maandar. We are jogging in place para walang so there's a tracking system. Yun po yung concern ko. So at least nandiyan na yung details. Actually, nakita na nga namin. Pero so local roads, the local roads, the amount that we're spending for so-called local roads will be lodged under your what program? Kasi meron kayo 6 ba na program? Meron kayo
The local roads, Your Honor, will be lodged. Partly in the convergence programs, and plus some of them in the CPAG program, support infrastructure to
Covered projects alleviating gaps.
yeah for priority
Which is a
application.
sub-program in your convergence
Yes, Your Honor.
program. So ito bang pinag-usapan natin, for example, itong local roads nyo, ito ba yung nakaka-contribute din dun sa pinag-usapan natin kanina na
Yes.
hindi
delays.
sa audit ano?
Yes,
Ito
Your
yun.
Honor. Yes.
Some of these projects.
Yes, Your Honor, yung delays that we have to go.
Hindi, not only delays, but ano yung kanina sa yung hindi nyo unliquidated fund transfer, ganun din ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah.
So may pa yan. So at least, mabuti po itong meron tayong ganito at naintindihan ko rin yung hirap ng buhay niyo. So, last, Mr. Chairman, ito na lang, last na kasi sa plenary may konti na lang tayong dadagdag. Sir, meron kayong slide kasi yung condition of Philippine Road Network as of October 15, 2021. Meron kayo doon on the national roads, which is part of your core functions. We're already claiming around 98+% paved. Yes. Okay, so what's the meaning ba of paved? When you say why do you consider them paved? Ano ba nangyari sa kanila because it's now paved?
Paved means actually they are actually the running surface is actually either asphalt or concrete, Your Honor. So that's the pavement.
So in good condition yan? I mean, pag sinabi mo bang paved, pwede nang ipagmayabang because in good condition for safe for our travelers?
Well, in various conditions, Your Honor.
In various conditions. Okay.
In our latest inventory, Your Honor, 40% is in good condition. That means they are smooth, motorable conditions. 36% is actually in fair condition. Well, there may be some
Pwede pang gamitin.
Yes. And the rest are in poor to bad condition.
Poor to bad. Okay. Okay, kaya ako natanong po so ibig sabihin nun, hindi rin pala tayo na just because 98.67% paved.
Yeah.
You're just reporting it na either asphalt or
concrete, Your Honor.
Road ito.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I understand it. Gusto ko lang ma-clarify doon. So, actually, ang tingnan natin itong good, fair, or poor to bad condition.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so, ano na?
Yung...
Oo nga. Nang next question natin, when a road is built, asphalt, concrete, whatever, ano ang guarantee ba? Ano bang usapan dyan with the contractor that such a road will last for blank years, blank months? Ano pong usapan dyan?
Well, actually, Your Honor, the design of the road is actually there are parameters that we take into account in the design of the road. We equate it with the expected volume of traffic that will use the road. And we also take into consideration the loading that will be absorbed by the road. So, for example, Your Honor, if we build an asphalt pavement, the design of that pavement should at least last for 15 years. But you have to make interventions probably every 5 years to maintain it to 15 years. After 15 years, Your Honor, it might reach its economic life. So you'll have to repave it again now or reconstruct it. For concrete roads, Your Honor, I think it's longer, either 20 to 25 years. But again, this all depends on how the road is being used, especially if it is subjected to heavy loads, Your Honor.
Those are theoretical answers. Empirical data, kumusta naman sa Pilipinas? Kumusta ang lifetime ng asphalt? Kumusta ang lifetime ng concrete? Maabot ba sa 15? Maabot ba sa 20?
Well, there are many road projects that actually have reached the economic life. For example, Your Honor, Iligan Cagayan-Doro Butuan Road. Iligan Cagayan-Doro Butuan Road is a 310-kilometer road, and I think the condition of the road that was built long time ago is still in fair condition, except for some of the sections that had been subjected to overloading. And these are actually the focus of our reconstruction or repavement in the process, Your Honor. And I think even along there are many roads actually that have lasted actually for many years, Your Honor.
Sana we have also parang a study on kung theoretically yung theoretical lifespan nakakamit ba natin dito.
Admittedly, Your Honor, I think one of the problems that we are facing, which is actually prevalent in any developing country, is the impact of overloading.
Tsaka, ewan ko, yung for example, C5, ilan ba, kunyari 4 lanes ba yan o 3 lanes? Kunyari, let's assume yung
3 lanes.
Yung one direction is parang 3 lanes, no? 3 lanes, pero yung gitna mo is your truck lane. For example, di ba? Tapos, when it was built, same specs yun. The 3 lanes, same specs. So, ibig sabihin nun, did your specs tell the contractor that all 3 lanes must bear the load of trucks? Siyempre, mukhang hindi eh. So, hindi. So, pantay-pantay yung tatlo. The second lane is now the truck lane. Pag sira na yung second lane, hindi ba sapul din si first and third lanes na secretary? So, in effect, although yung load is the truck lane, yun yung overweight na load, practically, sira yung entire, the entire system, the 3 lanes.
That's correct.
Physically, may force din bang tulak yun sa the second lane bearing the overweight vehicles? Does it push out to lanes 1 and 3 and also destroying them in the process?
It's basically actually the lane that is being used by the heavy vehicles, Your Honor, is the one that is quite destroyed prematurely, Your Honor. Because in the design of the pavement, it is actually the entire pavement is designed on cumulative axles. The forecasted number of cumulative axles that will go through. You know your volume and you know your cumulative axles that will use your road, and you design it for 25 years. But unfortunately, in actuality, Your Honor, the expected volume of loads that go through is much more than what we have designed for, actually.
Given that information, are we changing our parang minimum design requirements?
Yes, Your Honor. I think well, there are two things that we are trying to consider here. We have to adjust the design, or we have to control overloading. We have to do both, probably for economic purposes, Your Honor. Because we, to construct a road to cater for the overloading will be, well, it's not an
over design.
Overloading. Yes, it's going to be over-designed.
Over-design naman. Pero, well, at any rate, anyway, this will impact your cost per kilometer of,
yes, Your Honor.
so it impact your GAA, your budget. So, but definitely, constant ang review ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Saan kayo patungo? Anong sa tingin mo, saan tayo patungo sa pagdating sa design?
Over the years, Your Honor, I understand that the department has already adopted some adjustment in the design that we have used in some of the heavily traveled national roads, and they have increased the thickness of the pavements, Your Honor, from the traditional design standards, Your Honor.
Wala bang, are there no new ways of building roads, new materials being invented, or meron bang ganun din?
There are also some new technologies that we are looking at, Your Honor, from, let's say, putting up some additives or other materials.
Kasi sa few times na nasa abroad din naman po ako, inahangaan din po natin yung mga highways nila ron na inisip mo, ba't kaya nila rito? Ba't sa Pilipinas medyo hindi natin nararamdaman yung ganun ka-smooth na ride eh. So, well, siguro, marami na rin Pilipino secretary ang umaalis ng bansa, na-expose sa mga ibang bansa. They will probably also start thinking bakit kaya sa ibang bansa. Science, may halong science, may siyempre engineering and research and etc. and budget of course. Kasama din.
Yes, Your Honor.
But at any rate, so Mr. Chairman, alam ko pagod ka na rin, sir. Thank you for your patience and to the Secretary and to the entire DPWH family. But just allow us to siguro pursue some few items na lang sa sa plenary po natin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for
Very much, Minority Leader. Wala na pong magtatanong. So, ako maraming tanong pero hindi ko na itatanong kasi pare-pareho tayong pagod. So, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, and the USECs and ASECs and directors for coming to answer the questions of our colleagues. Of course, we will recommend your budget. Yung mga submissions na hiningi nila Minority Leader, nila Senator Alan, Senator Amy, sino ba? Tapos, anything pending, the committee will also assist you by reminding you, Mr. Secretary. So, salamat ng marami.
We will submit it through the finance.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Good afternoon.
Salamat
Thank you
sa inyo.
very much, Your Honor.